Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim zu DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für den Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim zu DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht es da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustang.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight, I forgot to mention, a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dor Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy, Sim Racing Black. Geeks Energy, Sim Racing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars, because right now the final round goes green. We're underway. the ADAC Digital GT 500 now built speed.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023, day 3, the final day.
Yes. Good morning. Are you doing good?
I'm doing okay, yeah. A few sore heads in the
Let's
Expo
put it that way.
today.
It's a typical Expo Sunday, right? Faces are long, schedule is long, so let's make the best out of it, I think. Also, our voices sound a little bit more sexy than yesterday, I feel like.
Well,
Good morning, everybody. Okay. Hallo, schön euch zu sehen, guten Morgen, also in Germany. Hi Dortmund, wie geht's euch? We're pretending there's an audience, they are still asleep as well, right?
Yeah, they very much are asleep. So what have we done in the last couple of days then, Matze? What's been your favorite part so far?
There have been so many favorite parts. Actually, the races, of course, they were exciting and I enjoyed it a lot, but also I stepped into one of the rigs over there. I messed up, pretty intense, but that was a highlight, definitely, for me. And maybe for everyone who saw it. And yeah, also, let's say the panels, well, we had not that much, but I enjoyed them as well. Like from sim racing to real world racing, for example, were intense insights for me. And I'm looking forward for today, because we have another panel there.
Yeah, I had some really good panels this week as well. I spoke to Swelio Almeida on Friday. Yesterday I spoke to Tim Heinemann. Spoke to Paul Crawford as well, as Eric Strana and Greg West from iRacing and the FIA. All about the F4 partnership, so plenty of stuff happened. But what about today? Today, the final day,
yes.
It's all about racing action today.
Absolutely, we put the best races on the final day, especially that all the teams are there. It's great, right?
Yeah, we certainly are. We've got many a team on site racing in the GT 500, which of course is historical to the SimRacingExpo.
Exactly.
And we will be crowning another champion, so it should be good.
Always pretty much of a highlight. So we're going to start with the qualifying race now. Then we have a second qualifying race, and at 2 p.m. we'll start the GT Digital 500, whatever. Put it around as you like.
I will also be doing some interviews on stage with some of the drivers. You've got a panel to do today as well.
Yes, how is sim racing today and beyond? We're going to discuss that. I'm looking forward to it, and yeah. Maybe now we could actually start into the first qualifying race.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's head over to Alex and Nico.
There you go.
Morning, Luke. Morning, Mats. And morning, everybody. Morning, Nico. Final day of competition.
That was a hell of it.
With the Digital GT 500. It's not gone well, Mats, this morning for you, has it? But of course, the ADAC Digital GT 500, a stalwart of the SimRacingExpo, and has been to multiple different tracks over the past few years. The Nürburgring in 2018, Spa 2019. We made a return when the Expo made a return, funny enough, at the Nürburgring. And where were they racing? The GP circuit. But last year, Monza, this year, the Red Bull Ring. Very, very different circuit to the Temple of Speed. What can the drivers expect over the course of the 2 qualifying races and the GT 500 later on today, Nico?
Well, the Red Bull Ring is a really interesting track because when you just look at the track map, it looks like such a simplistic track. But what you also don't realize in the simulator when you're just driving it, you really only realize that when you've been there once in real life, which I've been lucky enough to be, the track is just built on the side of a mountain. After turn 1, it just goes straight uphill. Then you're going over a crest for the Remus curve, turn 2, or well, turn 3 if you count the little left-hand kink before that. Then straight down the hill for the entire rest of the lap. And the entire time, it's always possible to do overtakes. You have long straights, you have fast corners, and these corners are all wide enough and have all pretty different lines as well. So you can actually take different approaches to corners, to defend, to attack, just to try and get a bit more momentum or something to set up a pass for the next section. And yeah, makes it a really iconic circuit. It's been in F1 for ages. It's also, I think, now it's the second newest track they've got. Ricardo Tormo is a lot newer. It's 30 years newer. But yeah,
it's quite funny because, of course, it was opened back in July of 1969, then closed down, reopened back in 2004, thanks to the efforts of the late Dietrich Mateschitz. Reopened back in May of 2011. It's hosted the DTM. It's hosted both the Formula 1 Austrian, and if anyone might remember back in 2020 during COVID-19, the
Styrian Grand Prix,
the Große Preis der Steiermark, if I remember correctly, and they had the Styrian national anthem playing there as well. The DTM raced there between 2001 and 2003, and has also been on the calendar from 2011 to 2018, and has been back They've even competed at it this year since 2021. World Superbikes, the FIM Endurance World Championship, fastest actual ever recorded lap in a GT3 car was in the 2017 Austrian round of the ADAC GT Masters, set in a Lamborghini Huracan GT3 by Christian Engelhardt of around a 1 minute 28.445. But then you look at the honour roll list, Nico. Household names. Well, some names that were about back in the late 2010s, such as Pure Racing Team, I still remember a certain Maximilian Benneker being part of the one of the winning crews because they picked up a 1-2.
Yep.
Coanda has raced in it, has also won it back in 2019 ahead of Red Bull Racing Esports. But in recent times, we've seen BS Competition, Marla Racing Team, Urano Esports, and last year, well, Redline struck big-time drama with a third of the race to go, where there was a fuel issue, as in tried to hit the fuel button, wasn't responding. Gianni Vecchio pulled out of the pit lane and returned to garage and lost the victory. And it was the last appearance of Maximilian Benneker as a Redline driver before moving over to Mouse Esports. We've seen Moritz Lerner and Yuri Kasdorp. Great to see them here to come and visit at the SimRacing Expo. But we look at what happened last year. Well, I think Luke rightly put it that it was the Williams Esports SimRacing Expo last year, because not only did they win the professional trophy, they went on and secured a 1-3 last time out. And looking at the amount of, well, you've seen the amount of information that I've collated over the past, we got a lot of some of the teams that were actually racing in the GT500 last year. The defending champions are Alessandro Bico and Moreno Serica. They were running in the Razor car last year. They're now representing the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, and we do have a returning driver in the sister car, because not only do we have the teams here in person, we also have a person that is a pretty dab hand at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, a certain flying Finn by the name of Sami Matti Trogen, running with Walkenhorst Motorsport in the BMW M4. Great to have him. He's actually a pretty good hand as a sim racing driver, let alone the IRL stuff.
Yeah, like as you mentioned, we have, how would you say it? In German we would call it ein hochkalibriges Feld, a high caliber field. Yes. Very high quality drivers here. Of course, also for the Esports and Falcon Sim Racing Team, for example, we have local celebrities like Michael Rechel, Tim Jaschel, Lukas Müller, and Jonas Rütten. And these guys also already quite popular, quite well known in the German sim racing scene over multiple different simulators. Like Michael Rechel, one of these guys, you put him into any simulator and he just goes fast.
You just plonk him in and off he goes.
It just works.
It's like the Duracell bunny, just keeps going and going and going.
Yep, it just works. Todd Howard.
We have to give a shout out to one particular team, Grid & Go Esports.
Yep.
Stefan Morsch Stiftung, who are one of the people that actually have a stand here, obviously with regards to stem cell research, cancer prevention. I have to say that's really good to have institutions like that trying to do preventative measures, that kind of thing, and it's really good to see that Grid & Go Esports. I have to say big shout out to Danny Juicer for letting me have a look at the livery, and it is absolutely stunning. They're going to be, we've got multiple different manufacturers represented. We've got Mercedes, Porsche, BMW, and we have got
Ferrari.
We have, yeah, you took the word, well, I was going to use the Cavallino Rampante term, and you just went Ferrari.
No one gets special treatment. Everyone is
equal. Says the man who talked about BOP briefly yesterday.
Chance, but
But just a bit of an explanation about the format. So, in respective years previous to this one, the teams have actually done hot lap qualifying off-site previous years. This year, it is warts and all. There is nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. What that means is the drivers have qualified, so we have 2 drivers per team. Each driver will take part in one of the 20-minute qualifying races, so they'll go through a bona fide quali session, have a 20-minute race. the combined results of race 1 and race 2 will set the grid. There is a €15,000 prize pool up for grabs. And I think it's very much the case in point that one of the requirements, Nico, is for the teams to be here at the SimRacing Expo. And by that reflects the fact that the €15,000 prize pool is to reward the teams in some way, shape or form, as if to say, thank you for putting in the effort to come here to compete. And there we switch from Assetto Corsa Competizione after the last 2 days to a platform you know very, very well, iRacing in some respects.
Yes. I don't have too much driving experience overall on it, but it's always one of these things, you know, we have so many different simulators, so at some point you have to try them all out. And iRacing is certainly a very unique simulator. It's a completely different physics set to everything else.
Yeah.
And, you know, one of these like biggest selling points, obviously, the huge online community, the daily races that you can basically do hourly, and of course these stunning visuals here as we see a wonderful look at turn 1. Fun facts about the Nürburgring. No, wrong track. Red Bull Ring. Topical.
Get it right, Nico. No, don't worry. It's the last day. But, you know, there is going to be a bit of humour with us too at the moment. I have been informed, big thank you to Michael Hamlet from SimGrid, just informing me that we are missing a couple of the teams, but they are going through warm-up at this moment in time. Some great corners at this circuit. Especially when you see the rundown from Remus, which is effectively turn 2. You've got that very, very long uphill parabolica from Niki Lauda up to Remus. If anyone might remember a certain sheep in house moment back in 2016 in DTM.
I mean, that was what triggered it. The real sheep in house came at Schlossgold then. The next corner down the hill.
Yeah, exactly.
Snooker with racing cars.
But then, you know, you look at the significant elevation changes, because in some correlation, if anyone might remember the COTA circuit in the Americas, it very much mimics the Red Bull Ring, but in a mirror image style fashion, doesn't it? It's an uphill run from the start finish line into a 90 right here at the Red Bull Ring. It's a 90 left at COTA. But I think we also have to talk about another aspect. There has been a BOP. Now, this is where we can talk about it. And through the official messages that we've had via the Discord on this, that there was there is a BOP, and the thing is, the power has been slightly reduced on all cars, but the only car, if I remember correctly, that does have a additional weight added to it.
That would be the Ferrari, yes.
10 kilos.
Yep.
So, effectively, the Porsche doesn't have a power. Right, okay. This is exactly what happened last year. The Porsche had no
power adjustment,
no power adjustment, no weight adjustment. Mercedes will have 76% fuel, power output at 99.25%. Ferrari, 99.5% power is what they're allowed to use. Weight added to the car, 10 kilos. Same amount of power for the BMW M4. And this, I mean, it really does give the, you know, when you look at the people that have competed in this, if anyone managed to see last year's GT500, it was an absolute cavalcade of colour. You had you had a lot of teams. Of course, people might be saying, why have you only got this amount of cars on the grid? Well, the thing is, look at it from this perspective. You have to give kudos to teams that have competed in this before, but you also have to look at it. This is a very short circuit.
Yeah.
Very short circuit. And there's also minimal room for mistakes. So there is our grid. And again, you can see that they're weaving from side to side. So we've got, it's going to be a 1-2 for the Williams operation. So looking at the drivers, for Grid and Go Esports, Stefan Mosch Stiftung, we've got Sven Haase, Pro Sport Sim Racing Blue, Philip Dirsus, Lukas Prada for Thomas Enger, Pro Sport Sim Racing, the youngest driver again for the second year in succession. Shout out to Sean Terra. Dor Esports have Michael Rechel behind the wheel. Lucas Miller will be running with the Falcon Sim Racing team. Porsche pace car in the pits as we get ready for the first of 2 qualifying races here at the Red Bull Ring in Styria in Austria. The drivers now will go racing. The green flag waves, and it's a 3-way spread at the back end of the field. Row 2 is very much the same, bit of a nerf between the number 20. That's the Dor Esports Mercedes AMG. The number 44 of Falcon Sim Racing runs wide, but at the minute here, Nico, it's a good start for Williams. Sami Matti Trogan running behind Alessandro Bico as they run up to Remus for the first time. A little bit of an opportunity here for the Thomas Enger Sim Racing crew. That's the number 18 with Lukas Prada behind the wheel, side by side with the number 20 of Michael Rechel as they now make their way down towards Schlossgold. And you can just see that there are some really clean battles happening, but the top 3 are starting to stride away in the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. We also saw a tiny little bit of contact between a couple of the Mercedes cars in the background at the further back of the field at turn 1, but it seems that everything has seemingly sorted itself out. Everyone's still relatively close together, and yeah, now we're underway, coming around the tail end of the track now, around Wörth. Little left-right chicane before we go into Rind, the last, second to last corner. Down the hill really, really fast, stupendously difficult to get right, especially with the tarmac runoff at the outside.
Yeah.
One of these corners that, you know, causes a lot of controversy because in F1 they're constantly catching each other there when they're on practice runs and stuff, you know, blocking each other and all that.
Yeah, we've got the Pro Sport Racing duo, cars 7 and 8 running in formation just behind Thomas Enger's Lukas Prada at the moment. So we have got behind the wheel of the respective Pro Sport Sim Racing blue cars and red car, we've got Philip Dirsus, and we've also got Sean Terra as we ride on board briefly with one of the Pro Sport Porsches. A little bit of a battle behind them, 2 Mercedes side by side into Remus, and then over the crest, down the dip. Very, very high-paced circuit as well, but at the minute, the gap between first and second position is going to be about 4 tenths. So now they go down the dip. The elevation changes is also something to consider because when you're trying to get traction out of corners here, Nico, you've really got to sort of play your cards right. You can't really sort of go a bit too gung-ho, and especially with the fact that, you know, we've got Williams Razor, Williams Chill Blast leading the way in a 1-2. It's more a case of you've got to cross the T's, dot the I's. If you put a foot wrong here, you are going to get punished. You see, Sami Matti Trogan has just put a left rear wheel on the grass. We actually ride on board with the Finn in the number 3 Williams Esports Chill Blast car. It just goes to show that you can just, you make that one wrong mistake, and coming out of Rindt, you know, you see the marker boards, like the 150 marker board. Sami Matti Trogan setting the fastest lap of the race on that particular occasion. But we are going to be hitting around 17 laps. Now, for the main feature race, folks, it's 500 kilometres, but it is a timed race. So we may not necessarily hit the 500 kilometres at the end of it, but you can see there's the timing board on the left-hand side of your screen. So Moreno... So this is the correct order at the moment. So we've got Moreno Sorica leading the way. So he's gone into the first race for Williams Esports Chill Blast, for Williams Esports Razor. Sami Matti Trogan. We've got the 44, that's Lucas Müller, partnered with Jonas Rutten, both known with Dor Esports, but of course Falcon Sim Racing team having a welcome presence here. Lucas Müller was actually fourth with, well, funny enough, we've got Dor Esports, and Michael Rechel was actually Lucas Müller's partner in crime last year in the number 20. The number 21 junior team had a bit of a drama when Team Fordzilla tagged them coming out of Ascari. The 21 was thrown into the barriers, and then Team Fordzilla got a possible podium taken away through to a 5-second stop and hold in the pit lane. But we got Rechel, Prada, Dirsus, Brill, Sven Haase, Sven Hettich, Maximilian Podol and Glenn Key, who's running in the Racing Lab Esports. That's the Norwegian crew. So we're going to be hitting 17 laps at the end of the race of each of the 2 qualifying races. But it's quite interesting in some respects, Nico, that rather than having that offline qualifying, you now have that, look, let's put it true race format. Qualify race 1, qualify race 2, and then you go for the big one. And then that's when the realisation is, okay, we're competing for money. We're competing for a share of a €15,000 prize pool.
I mean, they absolutely have to work for it as well. I think it's quite nice to have qualifying races for like the big event here. And I mean, it's a popular current format because, you know, F1 has been trying it. Then it's been a thing in like smaller karting championships for a while already. So it's a quite nice touch to have that here as well. And I think especially with such a fast-paced circuit like the Red Bull Ring, it just works excellent.
Yeah, I think the good thing is that, as I said earlier, with these teams, you know, track limits are going to be key, especially coming out of Rindt and Red Bull Mobile, which are the last 2 corners on this 2.683 mile, 4.318 kilometre circuit. But we continue onwards, and there is the number 18 of Lukas Prada, still rounding out 5th position at the moment behind Michael Rechel for Door Esports. But Lucas Müller trying, I mean, the thing is that the Ferraris, even with the 10 kilos of ballast here, Nico, it doesn't seem to hinder them as much as I thought they would do, because, of course, there was a lot of BOP trialling in the lead up to the GT500. And, of course, I'm glad that we're able to actually talk about it without making a wisecrack. The thing is, of course, the other benefit that the Ferrari has is the fact that, as you said, it's a twin turbo, it's a V6. So, of course, the centre of gravity, the power to weight ratio is going to be a lot more in the Ferrari's favour. And even though the Williams teams have gone with a car that has a 10 kilo BOP adjustment, it isn't hindering them that much, but it could catch them out if we go into the GT500 and someone manages to get the jump on them.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we also have this comparison here. We have 2 cars with turbos, which are the BMW M4 and the Ferrari 296. And then the other cars, the Porsche 992 and the Mercedes AMG, obviously some of the very iconic, still naturally aspirated cars nowadays.
Yes.
And for the people at home wondering, what's the difference actually between the two? Turbo, of course, can be a lot more fuel efficient if you run it properly and, you know, if you run the right mixture and all that. And naturally aspirated just has a lot more direct throttle response. So obviously these cars are engineered to such a high level now that, you know, it's not like turbo lag like in the 80s where the F1 cars were waiting, you know, waiting, and there comes the turbo. And, you know, then it's basically, you know, your cereal is waiting for you back at the desk. And yeah. But these cars obviously still have a little bit of a turbo lag there because that's just something that you can't really get rid of. It's just in the nature of the design.
I think, you know, when you look at about it, the BMW M4, it's a 3-litre, the M-Power turbo system, which basically has a smaller capacity turbocharger to try and reduce the presence of turbo lag through the lower band of the rev range, and then the bigger turbo comes in, and turbochargers normally will spin at around 100,000 plus RPM a minute. But still, we have been seeing, Victor Brilla's been closed in on a little bit, but we have seen the likes of Sven Haas, Sven Hedich, you know, that the good thing is, it's people might say, well, this is a bit processional. When you think about it, this is about how you get things going forward. Moreno Sarica for Williams Esports Racer just sets a new fastest lap, 1 minute 28.773. Sami Matti Trogen staying within half a second. And you know what? I think at the end of it all, for those wondering, what is the split? Well, we've had an adjustment because obviously with the amount of teams that are competing, it's probably going to be north of €2,500 for the eventual ADAC Digital GT500 winners of the event. But of course, there are points through every single stage, so you've got to really maximise your opportunity, haven't you, Nico?
first of all that, and second of all, it's all about consistency as well, because of course if you're in front at the finish line, that's great, but much like every other endurance race, you're not really going to be too happy. Like, it's always fantastic when you have a recovery drive and you're coming from like 50th place or something from at Spa, for example, in the 24 hours.
Yes.
You come from so far down because you had a mistake or botched qualifying or anything, and then finish in first. It's a fantastic story, but obviously with all these stage points, it can mess you up in the championship sense, and of course for this as well, it can mess you up quite harshly. So it's very important that you just never make a mistake, always stay on top, and yeah, stay consistent as possible. And especially here, with all this runoff.
Yeah. Well, he went wide through Rindt and then through Red Bull. He was all four wheels off the track. Now, of course, very different. Oh, dearie me, I saw someone go off in the background. That was Lucas Prada. He held it. Code Brown, anyone? Yes, Lucas will be definitely thinking, I'm so glad I caught that one. Now, for those wondering what the point scoring is, it basically is 50 for a win, 49 for second, and so on and so forth. So it goes down in increments of 1 point between positions. So believe you me, this will be a very, very closely fought GT500 this year, live and direct from the Dortmund Messe in the Ruhrgebiet. Very, very good that we're here, and of course this event will be here for at least the next 4 years in addition to this one, which is really, really good. It gives a good amount of consistency. You can see that Sami-Matti Trojan is really starting to push. He's got to within about 0.3 of a second of Moreno Sarica, and was slightly quicker on the previous lap. It was a 1 minute 28.892 for Sami-Matti Trojan, and then a 1 minute 28.965 as the number 7 of Victor Brill has dropped, and has dropped to what is now 10th position. That's Moreno Sarica, and there is Victor Brill in the number 7 Pro Sport Porsche. Pro Sport have a not only their own sim racing team, but they do have activities within real-life racing, including ADAC GT4 Germany. Actually, one of their drivers that's currently on the grid at the moment, Rafael Renhofer, I know personally quite well. Used to commentate on him in junior and senior Rotax, and have known him and his dad Martin for quite a long time. But again, it's nice to see that you're seeing a lot of activation by these real-life teams that come into sim racing. And it's a great way of scouting young, raw talents, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. With Pro Sport, it's also a very fresh sim racing program, but they've been in motorsports for such a long time. If I recall correctly, actually, when I was here in person, they were running an ADAC GT Masters with one of those wonderful Aston Martin Vantage V8 GT3 cars with Daniel Keilwitz at the wheel. And
yes.
He is by far one of the best GT3 drivers in Europe, I think. And he's just always everywhere, just driving all different cars. Obviously, most iconic with him being in the Roller Corvette with Callaway Competition.
Oh, yes.
And speaking of Red Bull Ring and Callaway Corvette, funnily enough, we mentioned the lap record here in 2017. In that very year, a very good friend of mine, who actually taught me how to drive when I started out in motorsport, Maximilian Hackländer, actually got second place here in the RWT Racing Corvette.
Right.
Der Dampfhammer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm still an avid fan of the GT Master Series. It's a fantastic championship. And you've seen the likes of Mikko Bortolotti, who now races in DTM. René Rast has been in there. Maxi Goetz has been a stable name in that. Of course, also now a man that can call himself a DTM champion. You see a lot of great talent coming through that series, and this is why GT3 is very much ingrained in the German sort of racing scene, both in sim racing but in real life. That's why you see a lot of drivers really enjoy the challenge of a GT3 car. But now we see that Sami-Matti Trojan on lap 10 out of 17 is getting closer and closer once again to Moreno Sarica. So it is a battle. They have dropped the number 44 of Lukas Müller for the Falcon Sim Racing team in the wonderfully colourful Mercedes-AMG GT3, the 2020 edition, is now our two leaders come through Rindt and now into Red Bull Mobile Corner. And it's just like everyone is just really pushing the envelope. I'm waiting for someone to, unfortunately, drop a... not that I want it to happen, but there is always going to be that one moment. I mean, Lucas Prada has had that big moment of the race so far.
Yeah.
And,
I think at turn 1 it's especially bad because you have that huge sausage curb on the outside that's supposed to keep you from going wide.
Yeah.
And from my friend Maxi, I've actually heard when you hit that, it's the worst feeling ever, simply because it's just such a complete hit. And one side of the car, you know, with the differential and stuff, obviously not quite sure what to do with that. The wheel just spins through and the traction control just kicks in and just everything about it feels awful.
Yeah, exactly. But like I was saying, coming out of that final corner, you put a left rear wheel on that grass on the outside of the curbing that your left rear tyre is about to go on. If that hits it, that could spin the car heavily into the barriers on the start-finish straight. And what's more, if you have to drive that thing round a full 4.318 kilometres, you are going to have a car that is not going to be your best friend. And even in sim racing, there is always that adage of mechanical sympathy. You've got to make sure that you're in full control. Driver and machine is one. And now we see that Sami-Matti Trojan, again, is still keeping that distance. Now, the thing that this says to me is that probably Sami-Matti and Marino have been told, right, go out there, race, but bring it home. Then I think that the GT500 main race later on from 2 o'clock this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, will be a little bit different, because obviously we've got race 2 a little bit later on. That will see a different situation altogether. Who's going to put on pole position? Who's going to be blocking out the front row? But again, we're now seeing that there are times when Moreno Sorica is able to pull away from Sami-Matti Trojan, but then there are places such as braking zones, corner apexes, is where Sami-Matti really regains that time, but then coming out of the corner whilst applying the traction, Moreno seems to have the better measure on him at the minute.
Yeah, as I said, you can take so many different lines here. We obviously see Moreno Sorica taking all of the space he can get off this track, you know, taking all of the runoff possible without hopefully getting those 1Xs for off track. And Sami-Matti Trojan is just trying to stay a little bit tighter, trying to run a little bit shorter distance. And it's always this sweet spot that you have to find in these fast corners here. Like, for example, here, it's also completely insane, Red Bull Mobile, because you just drop down and before you have even really realize, before your body really adjusts to that dropping feeling, you know, like bungee jumping pretty much, you're dropping down and then instantly you just get compressed back up, simply because the corner just has such a drastic elevation change.
Yeah, 5 laps to go here in the opening qualification race of the 2023 ADAC SimRacing Expo Digital GT500. So we're live at the virtual recreation of the Red Bull Ring, but we're live here and direct from the Dortmund Messe. A big thank you to everyone watching on the YouTube and Twitch streams all the way through the past couple of days. For those that have been unable to make it here to the Ruhrgebiet here in Western Germany, Sami-Matti Trojan again starting to close up on Moreno Sorica for the race lead. And again, you can see once more like the little sort of dust clouds that are coming from the right-hand side of Sami-Matti Trojan's car shows that he is not, you know, you put a fin behind a race wheel of any kind, they will not back down for anybody.
I mean, that's the thing. You use all of the track that you have and maybe a little bit more. Always, you know, maybe like a little bit, a smidge. But yeah, we already know, like, if you just take a little bit too much, that's also just knowing your car, having done a lot of practice. We know how quickly that can go wrong. Like, the first image that comes to my mind is Suzuka with Daniel Kvyat before going to the, after Degner's underneath the bridge and, you know, then touching the sides of the grass before the hairpin. And yeah, very quickly that Red Bull was a scrap bull.
Yeah. Yeah, I still remember when Heikki Kovalainen decided to mount the barriers at the end, the outside of Degner 2. No, it was between Degner 1 and Degner 2, and he, at that point, was teammates to Lewis Hamilton. And that was quite funny seeing a very, very bright and shiny chrome McLaren with red accents and the Vodafone livery, and a Finn with the back axle on the tyre barriers. But again, like this is quite good where we see, you know, this is just giving us a little bit of a taster, because we're getting Moreno that time, a lot of dust kicked up by the Williams Esports Razor car. You know, you have to look on merit. You know, there's been a lot of successes for Williams Esports. I mean, you look at what happened last year. We had Louis Naza and also Daniel Pastor, who, funnily enough, Urano Esports, who are still well known in iRacing circles, they won ahead of Marla Racing Team. Marla Racing Team was actually being represented by Williams Esports, and Danny Lafuente, aka Lightning Lafuente, and that's the first time I've been able to say that in this broadcast. Well, Danny will be out in race 2. Danny was actually one of the drivers, if I remember correctly, for the Marla Racing Team. You know, you've had, with like Coanda, you've had the big names in. You've had Joshua Rogers, you've had Mitchell de Jong, and they have been close. But then Urano Esports had, as I said, Louis Naza and Daniel Pastor, and then Louis and Daniel team up as Williams Esports Chill Blast, and you know, basically get in the top 3. But we are on what is going to be now. We've got this and a couple more laps to go before we get to the checkered flag. It's been quite interesting that a lot of the field have been, okay, people might say, yeah, spread out. We are. I thought I was having double vision right there.
The Matrix is breaking.
Don't start that talk right there. But I mean, it's been pretty good that you know, they'll probably have a similar baseline setup, won't they, these two Ferraris? But there'll also be the little tweaks that will favour Moreno and Alessandro, and then you've got Danny and Sami Matti. So they'll have their own sort of approach. You know, sometimes you can be a little bit more aggressive on the spring rebound, you know, the damper rate.
Yep.
Also taking into consideration a lot of what you can do on ACC, where you've got things such as who are you waving to there?
Colleague.
Ah, there we go.
One of the guys who actually got me into like bigger sim racing circles and stuff. So yeah.
Well, yeah, it's always good. It's always good.
Met him ages ago in karting, and then actually found him again through sim racing. So yeah, this hobby is one of the best in the world. I don't care what anyone says.
It's like that circle of life thing.
Yeah, exactly. Nice callback to yesterday.
But we are on our penultimate lap of the opening qualifying race for the ADAC Digital GT500 at the Red Bull Ring. Moreno Sarica still leading Sami Matti Trogen, Lucas Müller in third, and for Door Esports, Michael Krechel. The interesting thing is, when you've got the two drivers that were racing together last year in different camps, that's actually quite good. When you look at it, Reiter Engineering Esports, who are currently sitting in 9th place, they're actually 24th last year. Absolute Motorsport, Andrea Dalle Valle, who was actually one of the drivers that competed in it. Dalle Valle was actually 19th in the 88 Porsche at Monza last year. So now Moreno Sarica crosses the line. Very, very
Do you want to make it even more awkward in this situation here?
Yeah.
So for Falken and for Dörr, we have Müller and Rechel.
Yeah.
Teammates last year, as you said. And they're also sitting right next to each other. Right
yeah,
over
I know. We haven't just got team boxes over by the left-hand side of the main start.
They're spread everywhere.
They are actually competing in booths that have been set up. We are now on the final lap. And coming across the line is one of the Pro Sport Porsches. That'll be the number 7. We'll have, I think if I remember, that was Victor Brill behind the wheel of that car. But the leaders now making their way down the descent for what will be the final time. It's a pretty strong start for both Williams Esports drivers, or teams thereof, with Razor leading Chill Blast. Falcon Sim Racing will pick up 48 points after this opening qualifying race. And then we'll have our second race of the day. The second race will take place, we'll be getting things underway with that at about 12:30 this afternoon, before we then have a little bit of a breather before the final side of things, whereby it'll be 2:30 this afternoon as the checkered flag will be coming out this time. And it's Williams Esports Razor with one of the defending champions, Moreno Sarica, that comes across the line, winning the opening qualifying race at the Red Bull Ring and has also set the fastest lap of the race. Williams Esports Chill Blast takes second, Falcon Sim Racing in third, Dor Esports, Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Pro Sport Sim Racing Blue rounding out sixth. Grid and Go Esports, Stefan Morsch Stiftung rounds out seventh, Get Closer Racing eighth. Here comes Reiter Engineering Purple in the Mercedes. 77, they come across the line, and that is the conclusion of the opening qualifying race. Nico, okay, yes, we saw a little bit of ebbing and flowing between Moreno Sarica and Sami Matti Trogan, but all in all, a very, very uneventful, calm start to the ADAC Digital GT500, wouldn't you agree?
I think everyone's also just holding themselves back a tiny little bit, at least. You know, everyone knows this is for the qualifying, for the actual race, so maybe they're also saving a bit of strength and obviously just trying to be careful. They don't want to get a penalty for either this or for the main race in the end. And obviously also, it's better and easier to race with each other when you're on better terms. So if you're instantly going into turn one, crash into one of the other guys, you're not going to get along too well for the rest of the time. So
yeah. So there are your results. The Williams Esports Razor car, piloted by Moreno Sarica, winning by 7.5 tenths of a second. Out of Sami Matti Trogan from Williams Esports Chill Blast, Lucas Müller for Falcon Sim Racing rounds out the top three. Michael Rechel for Dor Esports is in fourth, head of Thomas Enger Sim Racing's Lukas Prada, Philip Dirsus for Pro Sport Sim Racing Blue, Sven Haase for Grid and Go Esports, Stefan Morsch Stiftung rounds out the next position. Get Closer Racing, Sven Hettich, Maximilian Podol for Reiter Engineering, and Victor Brill, who was the only one that had a bit of a drama in this race, rounded out the finishing order. But that concludes the first of two qualifying races for the ADAC Digital GT500, as we are in the Styrian countryside, around 2 hours drive outside of the capital city of Vienna. And well, I think really that's it from us at the moment. Stay tuned for our upcoming panel at around 11:25 this morning, where we'll be talking about how sim racing is doing today and what's beyond. And until then, thanks for watching. We'll see you in a bit.
Früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die vierte Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter vielen Aspekten einfach sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim zu DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für den Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim zu DTM Die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nuremberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight, I forgot to mention, a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. The ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
GridFinder is the home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustang. And I thought that was very surprising to see. I mean, there are 5 cars to choose from, and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, Round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today. And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
Gridfinder is the home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für den Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben, Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht es da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Hello everybody and welcome again on stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. My name is Matt and I have some wonderful guests for our next panel with me. So please welcome David Perel from SimGrid over here. Then we have Josh Martin from SimStuff and last but not least, just showed up Sebastian Hawkins from Guild Esports. Good to have you here and all the audience, you're very invited to come over. Ihr seid herzlich eingeladen, euch mit dazu zu setzen. Wir sprechen jetzt nämlich über ein sehr spannendes Thema, das da heißt SimRacing. Wie geht's dem eigentlich heute und auch danach so? The topic of our panel is how is SimRacing doing today and beyond? And first of all, I would like you as my guests to introduce yourself again to the audience and tell a little bit about your company so that we know what we're talking about over here.
So I'm David Perel, a professional racing driver, but also the founder of Coach Dave Academy and SimGrid. So Coach Dave Academy makes basically just car setups for ACC and iRacing, and SimGrid is a competition platform for sim racers to find leagues, communities, and compete against each other.
Great.
Yeah, my name's Josh Martin. I run SimStaff. So we provide freelance sim racing talent to brands at trade shows or for private installations, really bringing together the worlds of people with a passion for sim racing with brands that need the support at widespread events.
Great.
Yeah, I'm Seb Hawkins. I'm Guild Racing and Guild Esports manager. And now I'm leading the project of sim racing as we go forward into next year and we start doing our first competitions.
Perfect. So, first question, obviously, how is sim racing doing at the moment from the perspective of your company or of yourself?
So, Coach Dave, SimGrid rather has a unique perspective on on how growth is occurring in the industry, and also through Coach Dave, where people spend money with us, we can see the economic activity as well as the engagement, and everything still seems to be going up. Obviously, you had that spike during the COVID era where there was this huge explosion. I think things are starting to normalize again, but interest is still there. So that's really interesting. And the key thing, though, I think, is that we had a massive explosion on the esports side. And for many of us, we thought that was sort of the future of sim racing, like this professionalization of the industry and so on. But it looks to me more like the casual players far more important. And that's the area that's growing the most, because the esports side was more reliant on prize money and so on.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I think from our side as well, we're kind of, I guess, the opposite side of the coin to David's. A lot of people were obviously quite nervous coming out of the pandemic, what was going to happen in terms of the world of live events. But I think even as we can see at the SimRacing Expo this year, people are getting back out. They've got the confidence. Player-based numbers are continuing to be positive and growing, and the number of private installations as well we're seeing is also growing. So it seems like a lot of people kind of caught the bug during the pandemic for sim racing and are running with it, which is really positive to see.
From our side, our job is to make sure we're helping to bring accessibility to the sport and open people's eyes to it, to people that haven't particularly got into sim racing or even aren't motorsport fans. So a big part of what I do is with Guild now is to make sure we've got a space that we can bring people in from a young level, from either karting age or college level, and a big thing we're doing just generally with esports is trying to show how it's a healthy and very useful skill set to have, whether you go on to be a professional, whether you just do it to enjoy it and use services like these guys.
Yes, yeah, of course. What I forgot to mention in the beginning is that I rather don't want this to be an interview, but more like a fireside talk where we could discuss with each other and talk to each other. So if you have any ideas on what the other one is saying, just hit it and go for it. And enjoy. Would you consider that we reached kind of a plateau after the COVID pandemic, or you mentioned it's still growing but not that much anymore? Are you afraid of that, or do you believe in that it's going to be growing like itself?
So I think COVID was a preview of what could potentially happen in the future if everyone, like all the brands and the stakeholders, execute on their ideas perfectly, because that was a really unique situation. Everyone was at home; they had nothing to do, so they ended up, buying sim rigs and so on. They couldn't even watch any racing on the TV because no one was at the racetracks.
Yeah.
But now that everyone's sort of going out again, we're starting to compete with someone who wants to go outside for a hike. They no longer want to just play on their rig anymore. So that engagement is obviously going to drop off. That's just the reality of the situation. But what needs to happen, from everyone involved, is we just need to accept to a certain extent that where most of the engagement comes from is people who just want to have fun.
Yes, yeah.
And I think the seriousness of our industry through the esports sides of things, in some way, a lot of the brands that were involved just started to focus more on that. But the majority of players are people who play Gran Turismo, Forza on their Xbox or PlayStation, who then slowly but surely start to upgrade to proper rigs and a PC and so on. But those guys are still looking for fun at the end of the day. Instead of serious competition, they want to emulate their drivers that they watch on TV and so on. And on that side, there's more exposure that they're seeing, because obviously through esports and so on, they get to watch stuff on YouTube and so on, and they want to have a demonstration or get a feeling for what that's like. And I mean, look at all the hardware that's around here at the moment, and the fidelity, the accuracy of the track models and so on. We're starting to get much closer to what a simulation would be of the real world.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's interesting because we do a lot of obviously live event activations with sim staff, be it at Grand Prix weekends, public events, trade shows, and the amount of people who have said, "Oh, I've got a sim rig at home," or I tried out sim racing at home during the lockdown, and it kind of comes full circle in my opinion. They find somewhere online to race, they see it out in public so they can introduce their friends, then they get racing into academies and that kind of stuff. And I think it's just really positive that we're starting to see the ecosystem kind of come together, and so there's kind of a space for everybody, and the importance is really there as well.
Yeah.
There's still a high barrier to entry though. To set up a rig is not easy.
Yeah.
You need people like Josh to come and set them up for you.
Yeah. True, exactly.
And that's the tough thing from an esports side as well. I mean, the casual gamer side is how do you get into it? How do you try it for the first time? So the live events are a great way to do it. And obviously there's lots of video tutorials, and like any game that people want to have, they will watch people play, watch streamers and get engaged in communities. And then obviously, the things we're looking at doing, a lot of teams are doing, is trying to just make it so that you can just have a go and try it. And a lot of businesses like that, because people are coming, having a go, going home and buying whatever they can get, be it the brand new stuff, be it the way that we all started with used stuff on Facebook Marketplace and eBay back in the day and stuck onto your desk. But that gets them into the ecosystem, that gets them started, and then they can come to events like this, which is great.
Yeah, okay.
To really grow, to really get like a step change in how this industry is going to evolve, we need to make it easier for people to get this equipment with one click, essentially.
To lower the hurdle a bit, right?
Yeah, exactly. And like even for me, I was trying to upgrade my just my chassis. It took me months to decide which one to get.
I believe,
because of like the size of my apartment and so on. Whereas if you want to play Forza or Gran Turismo, that's a fairly easy decision. You buy a PlayStation, you can play it on the remote and so on, which is why they have so many more active users compared to the sim racing that we all love. So there needs to, I think, be some more sort of focused effort on like how do we get the hardware into the players' rooms essentially, without it having to take up an entire apartment almost.
True. Do you have any ideas on that? Is VR, for example, a possibility to like get people like easier into it, or rather not? Because
I mean, with VR, it is really cool, but it's quite a setup. And you also need these days you still need a hardcore PC for that to work. I think like I saw some rigs around here which are fairly easy to like collapse and bring out again. That kind of stuff, the steering wheels that you can just put on your table to have a go, that stuff is still useful.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say that because we get a lot of people they're standing in the queue, they've had a show on the simulator, and they're like, I want to go sim racing, what can I do, where can I go? And I think it's that education from brands about the fact that you don't have to spend £10,000 on a simulator straight away. You can spend, a couple of £100 probably, if that, even a controller, and get yourself an understanding of actually what is sim racing, and then you can make investments into pedals, wheels, all that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah, that is true. I, for myself, when I think of buying a sim racing rig, I always immediately think of my girlfriend. What is she going to say about it when I put this huge thing in the middle of the, living room or somewhere else? So, do you have any idea how to get the girls? We are sitting here, all the four of us, all boys, right? Audience, like almost all boys. So how do we get the girls?
It's not easy. I mean, Josh and I used to run a series together called More Female Races, which was actually founded by one of the female players from YouTube, a streamer called Taya. And it was just really tough. We invested tons of money into trying to grow that series and so on, but it was really intimidating for a lot of them to get involved. We still want to do more on that side, and I think we tried really, really hard with Taya to get that to work. But I don't know, the connection isn't quite there yet. If you contrast that to like when my girlfriend discovered that she could play Harry Potter, this new open world game, I mean, she was completely hooked on that, and I couldn't get her to try The Sim. So I don't know, it's just cultural and stuff that we still need to work on.
Maybe
exactly. I think the industry is still very heavily male dominated, and the initiative that kind of David worked on that I kind of helped with at the More Female Racers was great for that. But even there, two men kind of creating a series for women to get involved with, and it was great having people like Taya involved, but I think we just need some strong presence from females in the community, and that kind of accessibility will then help transpire. But I think this is maybe where the academy comes in as well, is nurturing that talent, not just on track, but off track in all elements of sim racing.
Yeah, and I think, if we look in the last couple of years, a lot of female talents come through sim racing, be it commentators or streamers, and so there is a lot of content that's coming out there, and even in motorsport, there's a lot of female racers that are sharing their content, which is great. So that is slowly starting to get people interested in motorsport in general, but a big initiative of what we've got at Guild is women in gaming, women in esports, and trying to see how we can help that. So it's not unfamiliar in other esports. We've had great female teams join us that are fantastic, and there is no difference in terms of it, and great competitions with big prize money. So there's no reason why we can't do the same thing as sim racing. It's again this accessibility piece. It's not as easy to pick it up, it's not as easy to try, but I think in my time with meeting a lot of different people, I have a lot of female literally gamers that come in, sit on the rig and play for 60 laps or something, and you're like, wow. And they come away and they're like, I actually quite like this. And it's just that, it's that reaction, because at first, sim racing can be quite out-facing. Like we say, we need big hardware. The whole idea of triple screens, big PC, it's showing people that you can get into this without actually having to go to the extreme level. But once you're in, you can start to learn why, okay, I need a new pedal set, I need this. And you choose your path. You don't have to be an esports professional, so you can stay with your hardware that makes you feel comfortable, that you enjoy in your community, on your Discord every night, whenever you want. So I think it's just explaining and educating the world on what sim racing is and how it can fit into your lifestyle.
And I think the other part on that is obviously the Gran Turismo movie, which came out earlier this year. Man sat next to me, had a bit of a cameo, I noticed. But that was a great opportunity. I took my girlfriend along to that, and she obviously has seen my sim rig in the room taking up space, I guess, much like yours. But it was a great opportunity to offer some form of like entertainment education. You know, it's like, okay, it wasn't a full sim racing movie, but it gave a bit of an insight into what sim racing is, why it's important, and it's more like we had families there watching it, all this kind of stuff. So I think as it becomes more mainstream, naturally the audience will grow, and stuff like those films are great for kind of introducing people.
Of course, I think so too. Can you think of, like, not only, you already told like the hardware is important, like to be more accessible, but can you think of games, for example, which could approach even a younger audience or a female audience or something like that? Like Mario Kart, for example, like maybe odd example, but
yeah, I mean,
still.
Mario Kart is one of them. Karting Superstars, which recently got released by Original Fire Games. That's a really fun, easy to pick up game that you can play, which is slowly an introduction to racing. But at the end of the day, just the nature of what we're trying to build here through simulator racing, the barrier to entry is always going to be high.
Yeah.
So, using, like, how do you take or build a ladder rather to onboard people into a level where they have the full simulation. I was recently at the F1 arcade, which is in London, and I thought to myself, this is ridiculous, But the way that they executed on the ability, you jump into a motion rig and everything, and there's tons of them in this arcade, if you will, but it's quite high end for corporates and so on. And I thought, there's no ways that these players, the people wearing a suit, are going to be able to do a single lap without crashing. But the modes that you can choose from, amateur, intermediate, and professional, it's actually a pretty good ramp and a really good preview, I thought, of how you can make sim racing more accessible. They kind of nailed it at that F1 arcade, which I was blown away by. But I think more of the gaming software that we use should see that as a demonstration of how you can make your hardcore sim a little bit more accessible to the casual player.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe just touching on something that David said earlier, if you look at other games not related to motorsport, they're really great at kind of putting you in the seat, whatever that might be, and kind of creating a narrative and a story around why you're playing a game. I know that, the F1 games have always had a career mode, and, for me, I think I'd quite like to see that, so that not every race has to be super high intensity, like pushing on the limit. There can be that kind of casual, relaxed atmosphere. The Forza Horizon games are a great example of that as well. And that's how you kind of just, I guess, tease people to get into, like, there is a lot here. And then they can create their own story, racing in leagues and communities and this kind of stuff. But offer a relaxed environment first, and it'd be great to see if more devs can do that.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of, like we was talking with F1 Arcade, the F1 game itself, you can turn it to beginner mode. And that means that you're going to get in the rig and do a lap, because there's nothing worse than seeing people getting in the rig and struggling because instantly they think it's too difficult. It's like anything in any discipline that you try to learn. If you have to learn all of it in the first time you sit down, it's a lot. And with sim racing, there's a lot of hand-eye coordination, there's a lot of feel, and you tend to not be able to teach that at first because it's a sensory overload. So I think F1's great. You can literally work it up, and look, you can have competitions where it's all sat in beginner mode and everybody can still smile and have a laugh and enjoy it. And I always say, when we see lots of rigs together, or people coming in for the first time, they have the same smile as when, like, I would have gone karting when I was younger and got off the track and had that competition. It doesn't matter if you're a second behind or close. Everybody has a good smile on their face.
That is great. Also, nice topic to discuss a little bit more. A smile on the face and the good feeling overall inside of the community. From, like, I have more of an outside perspective to it. It sometimes feels a little bit, I wouldn't say toxic, but harsh. Or
it can be toxic.
Yeah,
you can say it.
Can it? Yes,
yeah.
yes. So, how do you think? can we change that in any way, or can we give them some kind of more of a positive impulse or something like that?
I think if you solve that for sim racing, you'll solve it for all video games. So,
probably yes.
Especially these days with prize money involved, and a lot of esports teams rely on the prize money in order to make a living and so on. The competitive nature is just, I think it's human nature that they can't help themselves. It's really difficult as platforms to kind of find that balance. I'm not sure. I think maybe more live events where the drivers can actually see that each of them is a real person, because they wouldn't say some of these things to each other in real life, So, I hope Josh can set up more live events and so on to sort of reduce that sort of toxic atmosphere. And a lot of the conversations that we have in like a high level of esports and sim racing is around BOP. So maybe if the game devs could just the shell of the car looks different, but underneath it's the same car, it reduces a lot of the conversations around the arguments, that a lot of these players have. But then it takes away from the realism, so there's always going to be this counterweight.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We've seen in previous seasons, I mean, if you look at stuff like F1 Esports, once the player's in that arena environment and the emotions come out, it's kind of welcomed and it's not that kind of toxic side, whereas I guess people can be keyboard warriors at home. I mean, I don't know how many communities you've got on SimGrid now. It's probably quite a lot. But for some reason, that toxicity online in the league races, when I guess it is an intense environment, emotions get high. But like I say, when we go to that live event element, for whatever reason, the emotion's still there, but the toxicity isn't. So
it's because people don't want to say those things to each other in real life, because we're civilized in person. That's why.
Yeah, definitely.
I think F1 Esports has been tough as well. I think it's got a big following now, and you're starting to see F1 Esports sort of works with players having good followings, and they say something, and it's starting to be that 60,000 people follow that, and it can be a very good thing, because we can use that to shape the industry in the right way, and it can be a very negative thing where that person makes a comment or something that those people just agree with, and they will agree with. And the difficulty where we're at with the industry, I think we all need to be working together more to alleviate where we're at. But again, as you mentioned, it's the same in Fortnite, Counter-Strike, it's exactly the same. And those numbers of how big those problems are miles high.
Exponentially bigger, bigger prize money, so bigger consequences.
Yeah, and like you say, prize money, it's millions. And so it's, there's a lot on the line. And it's kind of a very gamer thing to try call somebody out and try to get them out of the competition so that you can get in. And it's the same, motorsport. It's you just find in every little edge, because the nature of gaming and sim racing is everybody's so close and so good.
So as soon as it becomes serious, it also becomes competition and sometimes toxic.
At the moment with the esports side, a lot of these brands and so on, they got involved with big prize money because we thought that we were going to unlock thousands and thousands of viewers and fans and so on, and you're not seeing that so much. So I'm interested to see, especially given the topic of this talk, which is what is the future here. I want to see what happens with esports in the next sort of 12 to 18 months, because we are going to see less and less events with prize money, and that intensity is going to sort of dissipate amongst the drivers, and it's going to go back to the casual player. It has to. And sort of rebuild from there and trying to engage the casual players and becoming fans of the esports drivers and teams has been very difficult.
Yes.
So because of that, we will see less and less events with big prize money. And hopefully that actually just brings down the temperature, because at the end of the day, we want our sort of, let's say, 100 top esports players, superstars, but it is the casual player that powers this entire industry. The esports guys are not coming here to buy rigs and so on. They want to be sponsored that stuff. But casual players are coming to buy the rigs and so on.
Yes. So I guess what would be your all's recommendation for example, the ADAC SimRacing Expo? Because I guess we all, as exhibitors and also as the conductors, would love to welcome more casual players over here, right? So what should the fair do, or what should the exhibitors do to attract them more? Do you have ideas there?
I think we need to embrace console players a little bit more. Usually we look at the console games as it's not a simulator, so you're below me. But we need to embrace console a little bit more, because that's a massive onboarding tool into hardcore sim racing.
I think I'd say there's multiple disciplines of motorsport, and it feels everything's track-based, and we've just got
Yeah.
WRC on the horizon. That it would have been awesome to have that here. Again, the drifting community is massive in sim racing, and people forget about that world.
True, yeah.
And again, not just from competitive drifting, it's just something people love to do in Forza Horizon, again, from PC to console. So I think bringing that here is really important, and a lot of the hardware makers are, we're seeing steering wheels for Euro Truck Simulator. Again, one of the biggest concurrent viewerships that player bases on Steam right now is Euro Truck. So it's, there's massive communities for this. So I think we should bring more simulation in, as well as just sim racing, looking at what we can do and expand flight sim, for example, as well. And it would be really interesting to see a lot of different hardware manufacturers come in, or even brands that we've got here that actually cater for those areas that just haven't brought those products along.
Yes. Okay. Everybody, all the exhibitors, all the fair conductors, whatsoever, you can look this up on YouTube and just write down the ideas, right? I think that is a good thing. Let's maybe also talk a little bit about sim racing and merging, or the comparison to real racing, because I think there's also a huge potential, right? Could you think of have kind of a sim racing event inside a real racing tour, for example, for, I don't know, yesterday I heard somebody say, like, maybe in the Formula One have a sim racing, I don't know, event to gain another whatsoever gearbox change or something like that in between the series, in between the season or something like that.
Yeah, it's a cool idea. I mean, in terms of the experience of real racing, I think there's one man on this panel who's probably better versed than the other two. But I just think conceptually, everyone's looking to innovate in terms of esports events and how that can grow. And I think if we can learn lessons from real life, but still make it relevant to our industry, that's where it's important. So, we do see PC failures, monitor failures, equipment failures, which is kind of similar to the real racing. As long as you don't get too crazy with it, then that's okay. And I think, budgets for teams are still very small at the moment. So if we say to them, you need to spend X £1,000 in order to bring a new engine to the next event, it might have the converse effect of what we're trying to achieve. But I mean, David, you're best positioned on this, right?
We run the SRO Esports series with another partner, AK Informatica, and that's at the live events. And some of those races, like at Spa 24 Hour, they take place during the real race, so you can switch between the two. And then what's unique about that series is the real drivers have to also take part in the Esports series. So during your weekend, you're not just racing on track, you also have to go and race in the rigs. And the way that they've sort of motivated the real drivers to be involved is there's prize money the whole way down, in cash, but also the points that you earn in the esports series counts towards your real life championship on the team side.
Okay, yeah.
So that kind of boosts engagement, and there is a lot of viewership there. The SRO Esports series is one of the few which gets thousands of views, but I think they've got the holistic strategy that a lot of brands and game developers are trying to achieve. They have real-life racing, then they have a simulator version of that real-life racing, and then they create this narrative between the two, and they connect the two with having the real-life stuff at the track. I mean the simulator stuff at the track during the real-life races. So I do hope that more series start to engage in that idea, because it does seem to work with the SRO stuff, and hopefully TCR, maybe WRC.
Yeah.
Obviously the F1 stuff as well. It would be cool if you had like a F1 race with the F1 drivers. I don't know how keen they would be, but people like Max and Lando Norris, they are sim racers.
Yeah.
The Formula One world champion is also a sim racer. We already have a sim racer who's a Formula One world champion.
Yeah.
So there is potential there that could be unlocked, but it doesn't seem to be a massive focus for them at the moment.
Okay, yeah. From your perspective as well, probably, right?
Yeah, I mean, I loved everything that happened with the SRO series. I think it was a really good championship. And again, being able to, the teams came to us at the time as a team there and was asking for advice. And we're working with, it was a big piece on just engineers. We were bringing sim engineers and giving them the opportunity to be in the hospitality of the main teams and learn from team managers and actual real engineers, what the crossovers are like, and it was fantastic. There was a lot of experience to take away from it, even if, the track performance wasn't perfect. It was the environment, being paddock side is where drivers want to be, it's where the crew want to be. I'm not saying every single sim racer has this aspiration of being in motorsport, but the majority do in some ways capacity. And I think that series was really good. The points element, I think, was the biggest sort of initiative to make teams really competitive in that series. And, there was genuine emotion from the drivers in there. They were putting in time on the Friday in between their real practice sessions to try and be quicker for the Saturday and Sunday. And that's great. That's really good, because the worst and scary part of that is them not being interested or not wanting to put the time in. And actually, it was a really big field. And it was very enjoyable to go to the SRO rounds and see it all happening.
Perfect. Yeah, definitely. I think just what they've both said, I completely agree with. I think we're onto something, and it's just how we can continue to kind of grow into that space and extrapolate value from it. I think it's very much the teams need to be vocal about what they're trying to achieve from this, but also the organizations need to look at it as how they can integrate rather than just have it as this kind of weird industry.
Even if the teams and stuff work hard, they're still only going to attract the sim racers. And there's, like the esports guys, and there's like 120 of them in the world. We need to attract tens of thousands of players, millions of players, and that's someone who can pick up a remote to begin with. And I think a much more focus needs to be put on that from the sim racing world. I mean, obviously PlayStation and Xbox have nailed it. They already know that there's more casual players. But sim racing wants to grow. Simulator racing wants to grow. And in order for us to actually face that reality, we need to look more at casual players and how do we bring those in as opposed to what's the connection with real life and so on. And that, I think a narrative needs to change there, a little bit of more focus on the casual player.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think David said something really crucial there, which is if you speak to someone about what a sim racing competition needs to be, automatically they go, it needs to be a rig, it needs to be, a full cockpit. But what's wrong with having a controller-based championship, or maybe not a keyboard and mouse championship?
Serves the real, the esports series as well.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Yeah. I think the difficulty with that as well has been how teams approach partners as well. Trying to the sort of the way that people want to do it is go to motorsport brands, because sim racing seems to echo that, and so why not bring in those brands? And to go to a motorsport brand currently in sim racing and bring them to sim racing, they need to see things that are close, because that's what makes them relate to it straight away. And I think we're moving into a time where we don't need to worry about that as much now, because I think we've done that and proven it. And so a lot of the people going out to get deals, it's always been about, no, it's the same thing, and that this can help with real racing. And actually, like you say, it can sit standalone. We can have formats in competitions that ESL do that don't need to worry about what real life motorsport's like. Let's do some crazy 1v1 formats, 2-lap races for high prize money, and engage the gaming audience that like the short form content. Don't want to, it hurts me because I'm a massive motorsport fan, so I'd watch a 24-hour race and I love the strategy. But you imagine a gamer coming in and going onto Twitch, looking and not seeing the cars together, but we're all sat there going, well, it's really close on strategy. It needs to engage them in the first 5 seconds. If it doesn't do it then, you're going to lose that viewer. So if you've got a 1v1 battle for 2-3 grand, I mean, I'll be watching, put it that way. So
yeah, for sure. That brings me to another idea. How do you think can social media help? For example, creating a special TikTok format or something like that, a race which is really super, super short but super intense or something like that, where it would potentially could go viral because of crashes or I don't know what, or because of extra, I don't know, players or racers to go blind or something like that, or whatsoever.
We're trying all the time to figure that out. It's not so easy, and at the end of the day, these racing games are designed to emulate real life racing, whereas there's another game involving cars which has nothing to do with racing. It's incredibly popular, which is Rocket League. It's literally a flying car handling a football.
Absolutely.
And there's millions of players on that. Whereas opposed we're trying to the tire model to this. It's like, dude, just make it a flying car. So
guilty. Honestly.
No, exactly. I mean, we've at SimStaff, we've been trying to explore short form content really to kind of unlock the event side, because a lot of people can watch reviews on equipment and this kind of stuff, but seeing how a show like this, for example, is put together is completely different. And to be fair, it's been really successful. People have loved it. But it's how you then integrate that into, the big thing for me is I want the drivers' personalities to come out. I think, like I was saying earlier, when they're live in venue, those emotions come out and you learn who the good guys and the bad guys are, and it creates that story. But I kind of feel when we're online, it's very difficult to do that. And I know that it's a challenge we're all facing. But
that's, again, you're talking about 120 players.
Yeah, exactly.
Think about the casual players. They don't care. They just want to pick up these games and feel it for themselves. So how do you create a play pattern.
Yes, exactly.
Which makes it quick, so they can come in and out of races. They can have that bit of aggression without getting like raging at each other and so on. Because like in Rocket League, you can smash into someone, blow them up.
Yeah.
But that's part of the game.
Yes.
You know, so no one gets angry when that happens. Like, oh well, I'll just get you next time. Whereas in like sim racing,
people hold their data.
If you spin someone out, that's it.
Yeah. Straight onto Twitter, posting about it, upset. It's something else.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess we talked a lot, and we could talk even more, like for hours, I guess. But maybe you can chew on that a little bit and build your own ideas. And if you have some, don't hesitate to write them down in the comments under the stream or on Twitter, or write us an email. Write those guys, and then we can discuss even more, and maybe it brings us to another level. Thank you so much. Let me mention your names again: Josh, Sebastian, and David. Great to have you here. Thanks again, and a warm hand of applause for the guys, maybe. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
And we're heading to the next race. I think it's on 12:30. It's going to be the next round of the GT 500 Digital in the ADAC SimRacing Expo. See you then, guys. Great. Thank you so much.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und Ich glaube, das ist unter vielen Aspekten einfach sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
hat
er
viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nuremberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was
Great
all
engagement.
Mustang. And I thought that was very surprising to see. I mean, there are 5 cars to choose from, and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. Had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So. They just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy Sim Racing Black. Geeks Energy Sim Racing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site, and rounding out the grid, 32 cars, because right now the final round goes green. We're underway. The ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
GridFinder is the home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Hi again from the stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. We'll have a little bit of a mashup from German and English. Hallo zusammen bei der ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. Ich wollte euch nur ganz kurz auch für die Gäste hier in der Halle auf Deutsch erzählen. Wir haben jetzt gleich das nächste Rennen, das nächste Qualifying-Rennen startet in wenigen Augenblicken. So we have the next qualifying race of the Digital GT 500 upcoming. And at 1:30, there's going to be the Sim Sundays live podcast right here on stage. But now we start with the second qualifying race, and I hand over to our commentators, Alex and Nico.
Thank you very much, Mats. Nico. Top three, it was Williams Razor, Williams Chill Blast and Falcon Sim Racing we have a full capacity grid of 14 cars. A bit more activity set for race 2 as we're ready in the rolling start formation here at the Red Bull Ring that has been around for quite a few decades. This is pedal to the metal, the green flag waves. Good start by the pole sitter, which will be Daniel Lafuente from Williams Esports. Chill Blast 2 wide for second position. Oh, that's a bit of a run-off there for Moreno Sarica. And the Razor Ferrari for Williams Esports has got a very, very hard-charging Mercedes right up the rear exhaust pipes as they go up towards Remus for the very first time. Switches to the inside. That's Door Esports. They've got through, I think, as one of the Pro Sport Porsches. Oh! Door Esports have gone around. There's been an incident involving them and Moreno Sarica. And the first race was calm. This second one has gotten off to a dynamite start.
Absolutely terrible start for Williams Razor Esports. And there's the next one.
Oh, they've hit the 450. Grid and Go Esports partnering with Stefan Mosch Stiftung. That is coming through down out of Schlossgold. The cat has very much been put amongst the pigeons on that one. I think Race Control are going to be very, very busy already, and they're still 2 abreast at certain points on the circuit. We have got both of the cars from Absolute Motorsport who were unable to take part in Race 1, along with Van Velten, but straight away, that just goes to show that someone will have that sense of urgency. Door Esports pulled the trigger, Williams Esports Razor responded, and then it all came to blows.
I'm really excited for the replay now because, well, okay, not quite there yet, but we'll hopefully get it in a
patience,
second.
Nico, patience.
We'll hopefully get it in a second, but I'm really wondering what happened there because that last-minute switch to the inside was a fantastic move. Definitely just moving down the inside, getting that move done, and then having the inside line through turn 2, a textbook move that we see at Red Bull Ring quite often. But what happened after that? Because afterwards we saw a lot more moves happening down the field and completely missed the initial contact there. And the next thing we saw was Michael Rechel, the Esports car, just facing the wrong way and losing out massively.
Yeah, that's going to cost them a bit in terms of the combined results. So folks, just a little quick reminder, we have 2 qualification races. The combined results of both then set the grid for the GT500, which will be starting the build-up at around 2:30 this afternoon after the Sim Sundays podcast at around 1:30 p.m. local time. Let's have a look at the replay, powered by ADAC SimSports. So this is where we see the Falcon Sim Racing car to the inside. A little bit of a touch between them. Oh no, well, Moreno Sarica didn't even get touched. And then the number 17 Pro Sports Sim Racing blue car, which will be piloted by one of their drivers. And then more dramas here possibly. Well, that was just the end of the replay. But Moreno Sarica currently in 4th place, being chased down by Andrea Dalle in the number 88 Absolute Motorsport Ferrari. Good to see Ferrari getting a representation of this new GT3 car, twin turbo, V6 engine, so less displacement than the car it replaced, the 488 GT3, which was a 3.9 litre twin turbo, mid-mounted V8 engine, producing around about north of 700 newton meters of torque. As we see a little bit of a scramble at the back of the field, which is really good to see. The battles are a lot closer as we see one of the Pro Sport cars go up the inside. That's going to be on Reiter Engineering into Remus. Nice clean move there.
Barely gets the car stopped before making contact there as well, so really, really tight.
Yes. So you can see we're on lap 3 out of 17. So the good thing is that at the moment, well, the number 9 car of Williams Esports Chill Blast, which is effectively the team that in the hands of Alessandro Bico and Moreno Sarica last year. They are the defending champions, but they are now in the bright Kermit Green liveried Williams Esports Razor car. Good job by Alessandro Bico in the first race, but again we see the tried and tested BMW M4s, and this is actually quite an interesting battle. This is from 9th backwards, so you've got, I think, you've got Victor Brill showing up in the 17, Jason Dominic Beck, Maximilian Podol, Tobias Winkler, Sven Haase, Michael Rechel, and the Grid and Go car piloted by Grid & Go Esports, piloted by Sven Haase, is really trying to steal a march on the two in front, who are side by side. This is going up a steep elevation change here at the Red Bull Ring. Reiter Engineering directly in front with Podol. And is Sven Haase going to make it 3 wide into the right-hander? Yes, that's the case. There's a bit of a touch between the Porsche on the outside and the Merc in the middle. And luckily enough, they all pretty much got away with that scot-free, apart from the Pro Sport Porsche that's dropped a couple of positions as a result of it.
Just a tiny little bit of contact, but as opposed to the first race, where they seem to be struggling a little bit, Pro Sport really putting on some moves here, keeping it clean, slightest touches, but always involved in the action. Now once again, now looking down the inside, switching over to the inside for Rauch. And can he make it stick though?
That's the big question, because now it's about who's going to get a good run. Now, we know for a fact that the Porsche is great in the twisty stuff, but then when you put that 6.3 litre naturally aspirated Leviathan of an engine underneath the bonnet of something from a Falterbach, you know it's going to be mustard when you put the hammer down. But, that was very, very close there from Max Podol, cutting across the front of Michael Rechel, going through into Hint, and now, again, the thing is, Winkler had a slowdown. The car was slowing coming out of the final corner, so hits quite a few incident points.
And the inside curve!
And Rechel narrowly avoids, switches to the outside, keeps it out of harm's way and out of the barriers on lap 5 of 17. This is what the GT500 means to these drivers. You have got some outstanding, incredible talent, and they are going door handle to door handle. If anyone might remember Monza last year, I certainly do, well, because I was here commentating on it. It was a great race, but the fact that we've now changed it to a very tough and challenging circuit, Nico. You know, it's not easy to get around the Red Bull Ring. We talked about that in race 1. Race 2 really has upped the adrenaline and excitement stakes for this year's event.
Absolutely above and beyond, because this could have ended in disaster, honestly. The inside curve is just so high, and both of them, you see Rechel instantly going onto the brakes, just keeping it straight, going around the outside, but also great reaction from Winkler in the Porsche, actually stepping on the brakes, not letting the car just roll, as we can see it in real life, actually, quite sadly, quite often.
Well, Prodol did an M&M. He went round the outside, didn't he? And it just all came to blows.
Yeah.
But that is what is normal part of this kind of high-pressure cooker situation. As there we see the two Ferraris representing Absolute Motorsport. Got the number 88 that finished 24th last year. And then the number 69, Alessandro Porta behind the wheel. They were running, funny enough, in the 991 GT3s last year. So, but the 69 unfortunately went over Della Roggia, and then we saw smoke from the back end. Right, penalties now being, well, we've got our first penalty, but incident between cars 20 and 1 on lap 1, racing incident. Incident between cars 1 and 44 on lap 1, no further action required. However, first penalty goes to Moreno Sirica, 15-second time penalty for the incident with number 450. That is the Grid & Go Esports.
That's with
Stefan
Sven Haase.
Stiftung for causing a collision on lap 1. It's never easy when you're squeezed and you have to try and defend yourself. So that is a real shame for the Williams Esports Razor crew. But of course, Race Control have multiple different angles. Now we see a good battle here. This is between Rechel and Podol. This is side by side. This is for 12th position. Rechel's going to have the inside line. Podol gives him space, lets him through Rindt, and then through into Red Bull corner. It's a nice little exchange and puts the Door Esports number 20 Merc up into 12th position. Nice little battle there, Nico.
I mean, Michael Rechel will want to do a recovery drive now. The entire Dirk crew will probably not be happy with the final result then. They'll probably be crying in protest or something with that being a racing incident, but the stewards have deemed it so, and Moreno Sirica instead has to atone for his sin of rear-ending another Mercedes right afterwards. But it's still a qualifying race. They still have the main event ahead of them. And I mean, this definitely shakes things up for sure, though, at the front. Simply because we had the two Williams cars at the front there in the first race, and now the number one, obviously, quite far drop back. That is going to throw a wrench in their plans. Well, a wrench in their gears, so to say.
A spanner in the works is probably
a spanner, yeah.
There we go. Well, you're trying to make it gearbox related. I could see.
I was going to throw all of the tools into the gears there.
Were you going to throw a spanner in the works and break up all the gears at the same time? But we've got the number 19. That's the Pro Sport Sim Racing red car. In their lineup is the driver who is still, to date, the youngest ever competitor in the ADAC Digital GT 500, Sean Terra, who is still 13. And we're 10 months on from last year's event. Now this is a great little battle here. Sven Haase in the 450, now closing in. Oh, someone ahead has got a slow down penalty because there was a car coming slower out of the corner. So that's the thing with iRacing. Very different to what we have in ACC. Just a bit of a quick lesson. You rack up incident points. Good move there by Sven Haase. But here comes the cutback attempt from the number 19 Pro Sport Porsche. Side by side on the run down to Schloss Gold. And the Pro Sport car will have the advantage with the inside racing line. I'll get onto my point in just a minute. But is the Pro Sport car going to launch it down the inside at Schloss Gold? It's going to be close. Nip and tuck between the pair on lap 8 out of 17. And Sven Haase still keeps the position. On iRacing, it's very different to ACC. For those that don't know about the incident point system, you rack up incident points through contact, through off-track excursions, and if you hit a certain limit, then you will get either a drive-through penalty through the pit lane or a slowdown, which means that the system software in iRacing will automatically slow your car down and you can't do a dickens about it. However, that's another change for position. That's Michael Rechel past, that is going to be Jason Dominic Beck. That's the number 14 car in that side of things. But again, just like Rechel is just on a charge, we know how good Dort Esports are. You look at the people who are running in that crew, and there's the Falcon Sim Racing Team car, which has a collaboration with Dort Esports. They're closing in on Thomas Enger Sim Racing's more than likely Lucas Lindqvist. So that is going to be a battle for second position. But at the moment, Danny Lafuente, who I would imagine is going to be in the car. If not, it is Sami Matti Trogen. We will find out who was in the car. I do know that it is Moreno in the car for Williams Esports Razor. So if it's not Sami Matti Trogen, it's Spain's Danny Lafuente. But here's another good battle. This is for 8th, 9th and 10th. So there is the number, well, that's more than likely 8th, 9th and 10th there, which will be Sven Haase, Sven Hettich and Victor Brill. That's the 450 of Grid & Go Esports. And we've got the number 10. Now it's Get Closer Racing, and then Pro Sport Sim Racing Red. So that will be the case of seeing who will get the better hand on that one. But Rachel is closing in on them. Now on to lap 10 out of 17. 7 to go, including this one. It has been, the race has sort of got into a very, very good flow, hasn't it? Despite all the carnage and chaos on the opening lap.
I think when the cars are all closer together, then there's obviously the bigger chance of an accident happening, especially when you're thinking, hey, the first result is already in, but maybe we can swing a little bit around. And I think especially, well, we had a couple of guys missing the first qualifying race.
Yes, both absolute cars, and also Get Close, Ren Velton, that we didn't have with us. So Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez, that's the mouthful of ever, I thought. Well, that's the actual team name we saw on the SimGrid website. But now this is going to get a little bit tastier because we've still got, Michael Rechel has just been absolutely pushing that car forward. He was, I can't believe this, 1.2 seconds quicker, and now he's right on the back bumper of the number 19 Porsche. Pro Sport Blue have got to watch their 6 right now because they have got a lot of white, black and blue in the form of Michael Rechel from Dort Esports closing in. And there's Hettich just up ahead. Haas has checked out and scrambled away into the distance. Meanwhile, we have this battle here. And
that was the slightest bit of contact there.
Slightest bit of contact, unsettled the BMW, and now has put it into the path.
But lets him back through. That's very sporting.
Yeah, that was a very, very good call on that front. Well, no, actually, which car is that bit? If that's the 69, that is the 69 behind. He's got Sven Haase right on the case. And that is Anders Mirra for the Sim Racing Lab, the Racing Lab Esports crew from Norway. And now Sven Haase is going to do it again, is he? He thinks better of it that time. A little bit of a door rub between the number 69 of Alessandro Porta, Anders Mirra, and then Sven Haase really right with them. And now there is Michael Rechel. Now he's got himself up into 9th position. Here comes the 450 looking to the inside. Thinks better of it. The number 69 of Porter tries to get through on Mirra in the number 11. This is the battle for 6th position. And we're on lap number 11 out of 17. Into the left down the hill before they go into that left-right chicane very, very shortly. And Andrea Dalle Valle is only 2.2 seconds up the road. And if Dalle Valle makes a mistake, then this could give any one of these drivers the opportunity to go for 5th position.
We already saw it earlier. We had the slightest contact between one of those absolute Ferraris with the BMW up ahead, and immediately Sven Haase was right on his tail, basically going, I mean, you guys can be sporting, you guys can be like fair, let each other through again, but I'm not involved in this incident. I can just go for it.
Yeah. Oh, here comes Victor Brill and Sven Hettich down the start, finish straight into Niki Lauda corner. Is the Porsche going to make the move through? They both give each other enough racing room. The Mercedes runs slightly wide to the left-hand side of the exit of the corner. And that is the number 19 up another position, up to 10th place for the 19 Porsche.
That is the traction you get with a rear-engine car. That is the traction you get with a rear-engine car.
And that works really, really well here at the Red Bull Ring. So, the number 9 car of Williams Esports Chill Blast is romping away into the distance, but here comes Sven Haase again on Alessandro Porta. Dives up the inside, nearly a little bit of contact with the front of the Mercedes to the right rear of the Ferrari. But Sven Haase is not giving up, looking to the inside, into the next left-hander. Is he going to look for the move? No, he backs out of it. And there is Michael Rechel. And now there is a warning to car number 17 of Tobias Winkler, who is in the pits for causing a collision on lap number 5 with car number 76. And that's the Reiter Engineering entry being driven by Max Podol at the moment, or maybe that could be Michael Fellinger, who is his teammate. But here we go. This is the battle between Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Falcon Sim Racing into turn number 1. Line astern between the BMW and the Mercedes. Up the hill towards Remus. It's not exactly a back straight, but it's as close as damn it, to be honest with you. Now you see the elevation change on board with the number 44 as we go up the hill. And what are they going to do up the inside? It's going to be side by side out of Remus as the BMW or the Merc get the better traction. It's the BMW.
Now you just go over that crest on the inside, then cars, 1, very difficult to rotate properly there. And 2, on the outside you just have so much more traction because you have a slight bit of on camber there, so a little bit of banking working in your favor when you're accelerating a bit further outside this. That's why we always see these different lines in GT3 and F1, everything that goes there.
Yeah, and the battle for 6 is really heating up because there's 4 cars involved in this. You've got Alessandro Porta behind Anders Mirra, and then we've got Sven Haase battling away with Michael Rechel from Dort Esports. So the battle for 8th really heating up. The Mercedes are line astern, going down the elevation changes, down the descent here at the Red Bull Ring. And just being very careful to avoid the touching the gravel trap on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side of the circuit coming out of that double left, which really does showcase the amount of pace that these drivers do have here. That was coming through Wirth, but look at Michael Rechel right on the back bumper of Sven Haase as they come down the start-finish straight, accelerating to the best part of over 240 kilometres an hour. And it's side by side for second. Falcon Sim Racing team alongside round the outside into Remus on the Thomas Enger Sim Racing number 18 BMW. What's the number 44 going to do right now? They're going to try and get the run. Are they going to get the side draft? The Thomas Enger BMW nudges ahead for the moment, but they are still wheel to wheel, side by side for second position. And there is Moreno Sarica and the Williams Esports Razor car closing in on them. Great battle here, and now the switchback happens from Falcon Sim Racing team for P2, looking to the outside into Hauch and then into Wirth, and is going to try the cutback attempt. Nearly has a little bit of contact with the rear end of the BMW as they're both hard on the brakes, sweep the car into the left-hander. 4 laps to go, including this one. Both millimetres, as there is the battle between Hechel, who's round the outside of Hasa. This is for 8th position, as Mura and Porta are battling away over P6. 4 laps to go, including this one. It's coming to a dynamite finale here for qualifying race 2, Nico.
Definitely more action this time around. And I find it quite interesting here. Falcon last time didn't work down the inside at turn 2. So instead they're going, okay, maybe we worked around the outside better, but take a little bit too much of a run, so they lose a lot of momentum. Then tried around the outside again, then tried to switch back, and then tried to switch back again. But the problem is they have the BMW in front of them. That's the most car you have to switch back up on because it's the widest.
Exactly. We've got this situation happening again through Remus. And Moreno Sarica is closing. He's within a second of the 2 in front. So whilst they're battling away, this is giving the Italian plenty of opportunity to close on in. As again, the Falcon Sim Racing team, Mercedes, looks to the outside of the BMW for Thomas Enger Sim Racing. And it will be Jonas Hutten versus Lukas Lindqvist. Because, of course, some of the names, folks, you might be saying, well, why haven't they changed on the timing? They are trying to correct that at the moment. So I have been duly informed. It is Danny Lafuente who is leading by a whopping 6.6 seconds. Vamos, Danny. It looks like he's trying to get back to Spain early before the end of the GT500 at this rate. But this has been a really, really good battle. Sarica at the moment has been doing 29.2s. So low 1 minute 29s from the Italian. And the 2 in front have been doing low 1 minute 30s. So Moreno Sarica is knocking lumps out of the gap between them. And there you see the lap times, 1:29.074 by Sarica. So on that particular occasion was half a second quicker than Lundqvist, and then was 6/10 quicker than Jonas Hutten. So now again we're seeing this, and could this be the opportunity?
The double fake.
Yeah, well, that was very, very late. He's trying to catch Lindqvist out. That's the biggest thing. He was trying to sweep to the inside. If he went 2 wheels on the grass and kept the throttle pinned in, that would have been an absolute belter. But at this moment, Lindqvist has Rutten's number. And there you can see the intermediates between the drivers, at the teams and the drivers, on the right-hand side of the timing screen, folks. So Pro Sports Sim Racing Blue are out of this race as we're on our penultimate lap. The race leader now making his way through Wirth at the moment on lap 16 out of 17. The pressure at some point might hit Lukas Lindqvist, but that depends on how hard Jonas Rutten is going to push. And then you've got to factor in Sarica. He's closing, but at the moment with this and 1 additional lap to go, it's going to be a mountain for the Italian to climb, even though we are pretty much in the Styrian mountain countryside here at the Red Bull Ring. The leader is now going to start the final lap, lap 17 out of 17. Rutten is within the tow, going down the start-finish straight, heading into Niki Lauda corner for the 17th and final time. It is half a car length, not even that. This time Rutten looks to get the run, but Lindqvist is responding in kind. Rutten again is going to try and get the side draft round the outside of the number 18. Thomas Enger, Sim Racing BMW into Remus. What's going to happen here? Sarica has close to win 5.5 tenths, and now he's looking up the inside of the Falcon Sim Racing Mercedes-Benz on the final lap as they make the run from Remus to Schlossgold. And at this point, second could be decided at the death right here, Nico, because Jonas Hutten is not wanting to hang about any longer.
Yeah, he's definitely desperate to get the move done now. And you can see just constantly how close he's getting. Earlier, I could swear that basically he left an imprint on the back of the BMW in a star shape. But it's so close, so close. And now, once again, this time he's trying to go for the switchover again. Not able again. And losing a little bit of time. But now he's going to try and get close enough for the last 2 corners. Maybe get an assault on the final time over the start-finish straight.
As Danny Lafuente makes it 2 different winners from 2 different qualifying races. This time it's Williams Esports Chill Blast and the Spanish Matador Danny Lafuente who takes the race victory. But it's going to be Thomas Enger Sim Racing at the death. Are they going to pit Falcon Sim Racing? Yes, they do. With Williams Esports Razor rounding out a very close 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 5th, it's the 88 from Absolute Motorsport. Racing Lab Esports from Norway takes 6th. The number 69 Absolute Motorsport, 8th is Aislith. Ferrari takes 7th. Great recovery from Michael Reichel to finish in 8th position. Sven Haase for Grid and Go Esports. Stefan Mosch Stiftung rounds out the top 9. Then it's the number 19 of Pro Sport Sim Racing Red with Ruben Denker behind the wheel of that one. Sven Haase in the Sven Hettich in the number 10 for Get Closer Racing. There's the remainder of the results. The number 19 of Pro Sport Sim Racing Red ending up 10th. Then it was the number 10 of Get Closer Racing, the number 76 of Reiter Engineering, and then we had the number 14 rounding out the finishers on that one, which was Dominic Beck. And then you see Pro Sport Sim Racing Blue out of the race with, I think it was about 9 laps completed.
Yeah, that was after their spin, I think.
That was indeed. So, there you go, Luke.
And one thing to consider, though, I think, isn't there a 15-second penalty for the Williams Razor car?
Yes.
So that's going to catapult them further down.
But Moreno Sirica, so that is going to change everything, because looking at it from that perspective, he was 8 seconds behind the race winner, 15 seconds, that puts him down to 10th.
Yeah.
For that post-race penalty.
I think that's going to be a little bit of a better taste for Durr at the end there, because in the end, they got turned around, racing incident evidently, and also like the second car that we saw getting hit, and which was the reason for the penalty, also ahead of them. So talk about an effective penalty.
I mean, it's mixed things up. I mean, we had a full capacity 14 car grid. Every single one of the teams are racing here on site in the Dortmund Messe. A big thank you to the teams, the team managers, the drivers, and everyone that are supporting them here this weekend. Not just at the respective team bays, but also at booths that are here at the Expo. That concludes the qualifying stages for the 2023 ADAC Digital GT 500 at the virtual recreation of the Red Bull Ring. So coming up, we've got one more panel happening later on at 1:30 p.m. local time, which will be the Sims Sundays podcast, and then we'll kickstart the final hurrah, the final stage of competition for this year's ADAC Sim Racing Expo. As we'll be getting underway, we'll be getting the anticipation, the excitement building for the main race of the ADAC Digital GT 500, live and direct here at the Dortmund Messe. We'll see you a little bit later on. Thank you.
the home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt er mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Things over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs. And I thought that was very surprising to see. I mean, there are 5 cars to choose from, and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, Round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing and the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars, because right now the final round goes green. We're underway. ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
Grid Finder is the home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live split. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Das Leben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen
Hey everybody and welcome back on stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. Let me shortly welcome our German guests right here in Dortmund. I'll switch back to English in a second. Also, hallo, herzlich willkommen bei der ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. Ich wollte euch ganz kurz sagen, was jetzt gleich hier auf der Bühne passiert, denn wir haben natürlich das Hauptrennen um 14:30 Uhr hier zu sehen, aber vorher gibt es noch Podcast-Time. Sim Sundays ist angesagt. Okay, und jetzt das Ganze nochmal in Englisch. I'll switch back to English. Let me welcome you on stage. We got our main race of the ADAC Digital GT500 upcoming at 14:30. But before that, it's podcast time. We have the Sim Sundays podcast, Gridfinders, official podcast featuring guests from across the sim racing paddock, fueled by Acertech. And please welcome on stage Chris from Gridfinder and Adrian from Sim Racing Limited. Have fun.
Hello, and welcome to the Sim Sundays podcast. This is a very special episode because we're here at SimRacing Expo 2023, and I get the pleasure of interviewing with me here Adrian from Sim Racing Limited, and we want to talk a little bit about sim racing centers and how they've kind of exploded all over the place. So some of you may be a little older like me when, you know, you'd go to the mall or a store or something and you'd be able to play in some arcades, but now we're sim racers and we want to race on the sim in these areas. Adrian, thanks for joining me today. Sim Racing Expo, how you liking the environment? What's your feeling of the overall event?
It's great to be here, talking to a lot of people. Obviously, we all share the same passion for sim racing and motor racing in general. So, yeah, great to be here.
Yeah, so sim racing centers. I mean, it's kind of like a dream in my eyes where I'd be able to go somewhere, sit down on a rig, get my racing, and then just have a little bit of fun with some other people that may be interested in the same thing. Can you start us in the beginning and tell us, like, what was the original idea? How did you execute this and make this happen all over the place?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, so without going all the way back,
sure,
because we've only got so much time. Like many people here, I've always had a passion for cars and racing, but was very aware that real-world racing is kind of expensive.
A little bit.
Sounds nice, but it's kind of expensive. So I'd always enjoyed go-karting, playing on the PlayStation. And then it was Should we give that a moment?
No,
you talk over it. 1998, the classic Grand Prix Legends came out. And I became aware that finally there was something that was more like driving a real racing car. Yeah. All right, kind of dated now, 25 years ago, but most people here who are old enough remember that was a game changer. So I got hold of that, spent a lot of time installing it on a PC, getting it working, and within 5 years, I'd started to wonder, having looked at how long it had taken me to install it, configure device drivers, graphic drivers, set up the steering wheel, calibrate it.
Sure.
I was spending as much time putting it all together as I was actually enjoying the driving it. And I wondered if there were other people who, as you just said, would like to just get in and enjoy it.
Sit down, throw some laps together, race a buddy, race another random person, but side by side so that you can do a little bit of the trash talking or have a little bit of fun. But a lot of the people in sim racing are tinkerers where, updating drivers, like you say, configuring your wheel, getting everything set up. But there's a huge audience out there, sometimes me included, to be honest with you, that would like to just sit, go, race, jet.
Yeah, sure. So, the way I see it, real-world motor racing is expensive in time and in money. Sim racing is not expensive financially. Well, actually, looking at some of the kit around here, it can become so. But compared to real-world motor racing, it's still much lower on the finances, but it still has the time element. What the Sim Racing Centre offers is low financially and low in terms of time investment.
Sure. So, and I mean, with console being very, very popular as a gaming platform, PC gaming back in our day, PC gaming back in our day was always a tinkering kind of endeavor. But now with console gaming, there's a lot of people who just want to hit that power button, get off on the road and race and be done with it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So as we touched on earlier, the PlayStation, the Xbox does offer that. You walk up to it, you press the button, and you're racing.
Right.
And if you ever press that button and you're not racing, you take it back to the shop, you get another one, and you press the button and you're racing. And as we know, PCs, although generally they'll offer a superior experience, you don't just press the button, no. So
No,
again,
not
the
quite.
Sim Racing Center outsources that complexity of configuring it all to people who run the sim racing centers. So it's still there, but it's owned by someone else. The people who rock up for their stag party, their corporate event, their children's party. It's the simplicity of the console experience, but with the superior driving experience.
It even helps some of those people who maybe don't have the expenses available to be able to put a kit together. Don't want to buy a PC, don't want to buy a wheel, don't want to buy a base, don't want to just kind of mess around with all of that extra stuff. Or even the space. Like if you live in a small flat or apartment, if you're an American, then you don't have the room for it. These sim racing centers being all over the place is almost like a gift. You've given the gift of racing to people.
It's funny you say that. It reminds me of a story when. So I built. I played with Grand Prix Legends for 5 years, and at some point along that journey, I thought this could be a business. And I eventually, with my brother, interestingly, 2002, if you search the internet for gaming chassis or steering wheel or pedal, you'd get this big empty page. There was a hyperstimulator.
Okay.
And a thing called a Momo Red. Obviously, if you search the internet these days, yeah, you are flooded. But back then there was virtually nothing. So having seen how impressive the Grand Prix Legends experience was, my brother and I were forced to make some chassis ourselves. Mm-hmm. We had a brief conversation with Hyperstim, and we said we'd need to adjust the seats really quickly. And they said, yeah, it's like a minute or so, just get the Allen key or pull the bolts out. And we said, no, we need to adjust the seat like
in a car, like in a normal
car.
If you were to sit in there, you're taller than me,
Yeah.
you would just rip the lever and...
So the only chassis that was available in that time frame, the mindset was it's more your mates came round and you want to adjust the seat for him.
Okay.
But for commercial premises,
That's not going to work.
It needs to be instant. So we ended up making our own chassis, and we put 3 chassis in a barn, a leaky barn with holes in the roof in Winchester in the UK. That was either the world's first race centre, or as I've learned over the subsequent 20 years, it was one of the handful. Okay. There were some guys in Vegas that put some NASCAR sims in Vegas, and there was some good stuff going on in New Zealand and Australia. But it was one of the first in the world. They went into a barn in Winchester whilst I still worked for IBM. And after a year, this hobby, I had complete strangers phoning up saying, are you the guy who's got that simulators?
That's interesting.
And that's the point my mates were going, you've got something here? They said, look, it can play out one of 2 ways. I had a really good friend. He said, look, you've got something. In 5 years' time, you could either be expanding this, or you're going to see on television guys come up with this amazing idea, and you're going, I had that idea.
Yeah, one of the classic, I thought of that once, but I never did it.
So this was when I was making decisions, should I leave my corporate IT job? And once he'd put it to me like that, I said, oh, you bugger. I've got to hand my notice in now.
I guess I better take the next step, right?
So that's how I got started. Your comment about saving people the time,
mm-hmm.
When I'd first put those together, and we once I'd left IBM, we went from 3 to 6, and we now have a venue of 10 simulators,
okay.
which I still own, but I no longer run.
Sure.
And the management systems we've developed allow me now to be an owner who doesn't run it. But your comment about people could do it themselves, I had a guy on the phone I ran it for 4 years, 7 days a week, 4 years. I lost a lot of friends. I think a girlfriend or 2 I lost in that time. I don't advise other people to go down that path. But it was difficult back then. There was no one to turn to.
Right.
It's like being that first person up the mountain. You're the person putting in the
safety lines.
The safety lines. I had a guy phone up and he said, well, how much is it? And I don't know. It was like 20 euros or so back then, or pounds for us. He said, what, 20 pounds each, and there's 8 of us. He said, but let me get this right. It's just a PC running a game, yeah? And you're going to charge us £20 each. I said, yeah, it's basically a bunch of PCs networked. He said, well, I could do that. So he was trying to book this for his stag party.
Okay, so he's...
This story's worth exploring.
In his trek for just pure entertainment, he all of a sudden
in his
now
head,
has
he's
a
going,
new
you're going to
idea.
charge me £20 for 2 hours to play a game on a PC. I've got a PC. I could install that. I said, well, aren't there 8 of you? He said, well, yeah. I said, sorry, you're going to get 8 PCs. Let's walk this through, I said, because I had time. I said, let's work this through. You're going to get 8 PCs. You're going to install Grand Prix Legends on all of them. You're going to get a network. You're going to link them together. You're going to go make sure you've all got the same steering wheel and pedals. You're going to calibrate. Presumably, how big's your lounge? Okay, you're going to hire a hall. You're going to get 8 PCs, put them in there. And we went through this. And I said, and when you do the qualifying and racing, who's going to keep track of the scores and stuff? He goes, oh, we'll do it on a piece of paper. And we went through all of this. And he said, actually, £20 a head, that's a pretty good deal, isn't it? But I had to go for but it was fun to go through that whole thing with him. That although it's only a PC with a game on it, in the same way, there's a lovely analogy. When we first built the race centre, I think it's just when Gran Turismo, probably 2 came out, and my friends were saying, your race centre, it's screwed. They've just brought out Gran Turismo 2. Who's going to want to go to a race centre? And I did panic for a minute, having just handed in my notice on my job. And I realised pubs and bars sell beer. And in the UK, that's about £6-7 a pint these days. You can buy exactly the same product from the local supermarket for £1.
Of course.
But what a supermarket is selling you is the product. What a pub or a bar is selling is a social entertainment.
Well, yeah, because
and that's the same with a race centre.
While sure you may enjoy yourself a pint or enjoy yourself a race by yourself, it's a lot different when you're in an environment like, let's say, SimRacing Expo, and you're sitting next to the person that's behind you on the track, or you're sitting next to the person that's right in front of you, and you're right on their bumper, and if you tap them, they're going to kind of give you the side eye. It's a completely different experience when you add the social bit.
Yeah, when you bump into someone when you're racing together in a virtual space, but sat next to each other in the same physical space, there's a whole different dynamic.
It's a lot different,
Back to a sim centre being used for a stag party.
Which a stag party, if you're not used to that
English expression.
It would be like a bachelor party, bachelorette
or bucks party.
Or, I guess.
A bucks party. This same guy that I was discussing the £20 a head and isn't it just a game on a PC, he said, well, actually, we wouldn't need to rent a hall. We could do it online. I said, but that's not really a bucks party, is it? All in your bedroom at home, racing online.
Yeah, that's just normal.
And again, it's back to that analogy of a pub. It's people are prepared to pay more to come together to have a social experience.
Like I mentioned in the very beginning of the podcast, we used to have arcades where it was just a collection of all kinds of different games. There was fighting games, there was adventure games, there was some driving games of various types, like off-road where you stood up and had the wheel that spun just continuously. But you go to these social areas just so that you can be around like-minded people and kind of not in your own loneliness at home at times, because it's fun to race, it's fun to game at home, of course. Like, we're all gamers. But when you put that extra element, that's why we all come to SimRacing Expo here, is because you want to be around like-minded people. You want to talk to the other people that love the same exact thing that you do. We like cars, right? So
I think we're going to have to wait for this one.
This one's a little bit louder than that last one was. But so in your mind, you're building these sim racing centers, and you have the one in your leaky barn house, or your leaky shed. What made you say? What made you say, you know what? Let's franchise this. Let's distribute this out and about. Let's make it bigger than just this one venue that I'm running personally.
That is a great question. So when I left my job, the vision was actually I was going to open one centre and another one, and obviously it was going to have bums on seats. People would. I went, hang on, 10 simulators, £20 an hour, 24 hours. I'm going to be a million. I was working out what Ferrari I was going to buy.
What's my path to millionaire here?
But
what's going
absolutely.
on?
But it turns out that weekdays, daytime is a bit quiet. The business is weekends.
Yeah, your calculations are every seat's full, every hour of the day, all day long, and you're like, wait a minute, that's not realistic.
The other thing that happened there was I initially, in my bubble, imagined that there were much more people like us than it turns out there are. So everyone here has a passion for racing and sim racing, and anyone here, you can put them in a car with no ABS, no traction control, and they'll enjoy it.
Turns out assists, as we all don't like.
Turns out that the general public, if this is the general public, we are this little sliver of people.
Oh, of course.
There's a broader group of people who enjoy racing, but sadly it does need to be dumbed down.
Yeah, it needs
and the extent to which
need
it needs to be dumbed down is quite a surprise when you actually run a sim center.
Obviously, we have people over to my house and they see my sim racing setup and they go, you know what, I really want to give that a go. And so I sit them down, and the very first thing they always say is, wow, this brake is really hard to push. I'm like, it's not your road car. It's a race car. Of course it's going to have a hard brake. So the transition from, oh, that looks really cool, I want to give it a go, to being in the rig, racing the rig, how did you kind of fix, I guess, the struggle of the average person going into a sim racing center or being at a sim racing center, sitting on the rig and being like, well, this is not fun. This isn't the arcade game that I saw in a Dave & Buster's, which is just an arcade shop in America.
So another great question. So the challenge there is, to make it accessible, as we call it. So a stag party, even a children's party. And I never wanted to take obviously we moved off of Grand Prix Legends to R Factor 1 and R Factor 2 as set a course along the journey there. But I never wanted to dumb down the experience, because we got this lovely equipment, and to turn all of the assist on, that seemed a waste of what we'd set up. You might as well go to Sega World if that's what you want. So the philosophy we took, and we now advise other race centers to do the same, is to think of it, to make it accessible, but without dumbing it down. What would you do in the real world is always the way we think about it. So if you were lucky enough somebody had bought you a single-seater experience at your local race circuit,
right?
When you rocked up there, they wouldn't put you straight in the F1 car and say, hey, Chris, go do some laps.
Good luck, have some fun.
Because it's expensive and dangerous. In the sim center, it's not expensive and dangerous, but you still wouldn't have fun.
Yeah.
So in the real world, and this is what we do in our race center, and what we advise other people over from race centers, go through the same path. Put them on a simple circuit. So in the UK, if you went for an experience like that, they wouldn't put you on the GP circuit. It's too fast and it's too many bends for the average person to learn. They'd put you on the national circuit.
Yep.
And they'd put you in the UK in something like a Formula Ford or a Skip Barber in America, and they'd rev limit it. And we do the same. So if people have come for a 3-hour event, we'll give them a simple circuit. Our classics are Brands Indy, Lime Rock Park, Monza. We'll lay them out and we'll say, look, you can choose any of these. And they go, well, we can choose any of them. Yeah, but not these ones.
Yeah.
And then we build them up through more powerful cars. And then when they get to the F1 car, instead of going, oh, this is crazy, this is rubbish, I can't drive it, they appreciate the progression.
Yeah, that makes sense, because anyone who's been, let's say you're a mini driver in a sim, and then you just jump over to like an F1 car, your braking zones are all messed up. You're flying into the corners. You're cutting corners because you just don't know what you're doing. So with your software, because anyone can install Assetto Corsa on a PC, throw it into a venue of something, but something that's kind of unique about sim racing centers is the ability to kind of control the experience in a way.
Yeah, so the very first event we had an Excel spreadsheet, and literally PC1, PC2, PC3, and I'd go, right, first race, and I'd go click, 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 click. By the time we got to 10 simulators, that was getting a little bit tedious and slow.
Yeah.
So the first thing we had to do with the software, there are 3 things that we do to help people run sim centers. The first is to automate the mundane, repetitive and time-critical tasks.
Well, and that helps the attendees as well, because like if I'm sitting there and I finish a race, but you're on Sim 1 going through your Excel sheet going, okay, I got to put this car on this track and do this, and I have to wait for 8 more to finish, I'm like, well,
tedious.
this is kind of not worth my entry fee for the hourly rate.
Exactly. So the first thing is automation. So as simple as one click to fire up 10 PCs, another click to launch a Zeta Corsa on all 10, another click, they're on track, ready to race.
That's nice.
So automation is the first thing we do. The second thing we do is to help a venue operator to make more money.
Sure.
So that's the standard version of our product. It turns out that, again, we're a niche audience. When I first opened the race centre, I just assumed I'd bought into the build it and they will come. I built it and it turned out that 5 people came.
You were like, I don't even, no ads, just they're going to walk by and say, I really want to go in there.
So it turns out, again, that people like us are quite a niche audience.
Like you said before, a small sliver.
Yeah,
very
so
small.
of all of the race centres in the world that we service, and we've got operations in more than 30 countries, they've all discovered...
How many centres in those 30
That's
countries?
a closely guarded secret, but it is in more than 30 countries. I'll tell you afterwards. It turns out that very few of them can make it financially viable just by serving this community.
Yeah, right.
It can be done, but it's got to be very high-end equipment. You've got to be in a high footfall area, and you've got to get your membership structure just right.
Sure.
The reality is, the same as go-kart centres have discovered, that to make it financially viable, you've got to serve a whole different bunch of people. In fact, we've got a document called the 7 revenue streams of successful race centres.
The 7 revenue streams of successful race centres. That sounds kind of like a helpful onboarding document of some sort that would kind of get you started, you know.
Sure. So we put that together based on our experience with working with people in 30 countries, and we've made that available as a free download on our website.
Nice.
So
now, switching gears a little bit from the venue owner and the venue management side, what if I was a racer, and let's just take the UK because you're probably the most familiar with that currency model. What does it cost for a person to go in and race? Just like if I wanted to go to a sim racing center and I wanted to just get on the rig.
The general metrics we go by, so that the real world, amusement arcades used to be about 25p a minute.
Yep.
Indoor let's go euros.
Okay.
Amusement arcades, 25 euros a minute. Indoor go-karting, about €1 a minute. Outdoor go-karting, €2 a minute.
Creeping
For people
up there.
who take their own car on a racetrack, you're very quickly £5 or £10 a minute. And for real-world motor racing, for anyone who's done it, even at the grassroots level, you're looking at hundreds or thousands of pounds a minute, and that's if you don't crash. Once you start crashing, it goes through the roof. We're seeing sim centres pitching somewhere between amusement arcades and go-karting levels.
Yeah. But it's not like
depending if they've got motion and VR.
Yeah,
kind of €1 a minute.
The more technical stuff is going to cost a little more.
Rate that people
but
are
it's not
pitching.
like the old arcades where you'd go to the little coin machine, stick in your dollar, and then 4 quarters pop out, and you're just feeding the machine all day. It's like pay the guy at the front, sit down for your time.
Interesting you should say that. So for the last 15 years, the systems we've delivered are to provide a managed experience where a group of people walk in, they walk up to a counter, and they say what cars and tracks they want to drive. And we always suggest to race centres that they talk to their visitors as drivers, not gamers.
Okay.
Because it turns out you can charge more for a driving experience than you can for a gaming experience. So there's a nice little tip there. So we've had a managed experience where they interface with an operator who then delivers the experience.
So there's kind of a host for an event, if you will.
And the analogy would be going to a restaurant. You walk in.
You got a server.
You're being served.
Yeah.
What we're seeing now in the last couple of years, we released a variation of our product called kiosk mode and integrated contactless payment. We're now seeing a lot of rig manufacturers are being approached by people who say, love your rigs. I want to put 2 of them into my go-kart center, into my airport lounge, onto my cruise ship.
That's interesting. Okay, yeah.
And for that, we created a variation, our product's VMS, Venue Management System, kiosk mode. And that's now allowing people who make simulators to approach the local go-kart center, say, hey, you've got a nice little space there. Put a couple of simulators, contactless payment. And a nice way that's working is if the go-kart centre says, well, they're expensive, well, the rig manufacturer is saying, you provide the space, we're putting the regs.
Oh, wow.
And we'll do a revenue share.
Almost like renting the rigs, rent to own almost.
I believe it's a model that Coca-Cola used to use with
their vending machines.
So the location, their obligation is to provide the space, make sure it's turned on and kept clean, and that's working for everyone.
That's interesting. So one thing that you did mention is like sim, how much it costs, karting, how much it costs, racing, how much it costs. But we didn't also talk about the risk involved to you personally. So I have no desire to be a race car driver. I'm just a sim player and I enjoy the sim. But there are some people out there that potentially could be a little bit afraid of getting on a track on a kart or paying for a car and wrecking the car. But this gets you into the racing environment, the racing mindset, and racing against other people. Now, in these sim racing centers, what about like leagues and championships? And obviously that's all up to the event organizer, but does your software have the ability to give all of that kind of like, okay, I'm winning a trophy because I'm going to Sim Racing Center in my local town against my local people?
The closest we get to that, so that the systems are designed as a generic solution that allows the operator to create an event that has, getting mathematical, 0 or more practice sessions, 0 or more qualifying sessions, and 0 or more race sessions. So they can create whatever they want, but we also have the ability, and again, based on feedback from operators around the world, they say, we have a group who come in 1 month, but then they want to come in the next month, like a local bank, and they want to keep track of their progress. So we do have a championship management system that you just daisy chain. You say this event, this event, this event. You just link them together, and then it creates them a leaderboard. Something again that we used to do in my venue with a spreadsheet. And if you ask any of the staff who used to do it, it was like, before you go home tonight, you've got to merge these two events, and this one had 12 drivers, but this one's got 15 drivers, but it's God, they hated it.
I happen to know the Grid Finder, you could put your community on
Grid
there.
Finder, I've heard of that, yeah.
Right. So switching back to the owner and maybe someone who would want to start a sim racing center, or even just a venue that wants to put some rigs in there so they have a little bit of a different kind of competition. You mentioned that you do have this Getting Started guide on your website.
Yes.
What website is that?
So we're UK based. We work globally, but it's simracing.co.uk. So anybody who's been touched by this and sees that that's something that they'd like to explore, just go on the website. I think it's the bottom of the main page. Pop in your email address, and the email will come straight to you with that guide on the 7 revenues.
That's very cool. We got the loud car started again. But so, if let's say I was to want to start a sim racing center, what do you think the startup time is for that? Like, how long does your onboarding phase normally take?
I'll tell you that the longest. It's not typical, but the longest I have had was a guy in the UK who, between first speaking to me and eventually saying I'm ready for a license key for the software, was 4.
Yep, we hear it. So there we go. Okay, so how long?
It was 4 years. It was 4 years.
Okay.
But typically we're looking at more to 3 to 6 months. But to open a venue, there's a number of steps that have to happen. Somebody, first of all, has to have the idea. The next bigger step is, well, there's 2 that rank second. It's deciding to leave their job and telling their partner that they're about to do this crazy thing. They rank about the same. And then finding a premises and finding the key, the right location is key.
Right.
And there's a big decision. Should you go city centre and pay the high rates but get high footfall, or out of town with lower rates, but then you've got to spend money on marketing to get people there? They both work.
Yeah.
And we always say when we license our product, it's the product, but we've also got 20 years of experience. And if they don't work, we don't work. So we're always very open with happy to schedule a call to share our expertise on choosing locations, layout, and in fact we've got some community pages as well so that our users can.
Speaking of locations, how would someone who wants to go to a sim racing center or book an event or even just race there, how would they find a local location? Do you have like a search on your website
It's funny
that shows all of them?
So we're simracing.co.uk, simracing.co.uk, but if you scroll to the bottom, we sponsor a site called racecenters.com.
Okay.
And on there we list several hundred race centers around the world. And we invite, if anybody spots that they're not on there, then our partners for that page will it's a free service.
Yeah.
It's about raising the tide to raise all ships. So the more we can spread the word about race centers, then it's good for everyone.
Right. Sounds like we should figure out a way to put those on GridFinder.
Sorry?
Sounds like we should figure out a way to put those on GridFinder.
We'll have a conversation.
Right.
We'll have a conversation.
So, thank you very much. Is there any last details that you want to share with our audience?
No, I think we've covered it pretty well there.
Very cool, very cool. Well, thank you very much again. And if you're looking for a sim racing league and want to get involved in a Wednesday night iRacing league, in NASCAR, or any permutation of all of these different sims out there, go to gridfinder.com to check that out. But this is the Sim Sundays podcast. We release a new episode every single Sunday, the UK time in the morning, so it's available on Apple, Spotify, Google, anywhere you get your podcast. But thank you very much again, Adrian, and we'll have a conversation about getting you on GridFinder.
Thank you. All right.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt er mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für den Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, Round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap, you know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight, I forgot to mention, a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars, because right now the final round goes green. We're underway. the ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
GridFinder is the home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, Round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today. And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. We're going to be really, really fast because the race has already started here. Yes. Let's head straight over to Alex and Nico. Go, go, go!
Yay! Thank you very much, Luke and Matsit. We are underway, and there has been drama on the opening lap out of 116 for the feature race for the 2023 ADAC Digital GT 500. Nico, it's like everyone's just decided to go for it. And you can't win an endurance race like this on the opening lap, but you can lose it.
I mean, they certainly tried in turn 1 and turn 2. I saw one car get spun around. I think that was the Grid and Go car. But, god damn, there's been so much stuff happening. I think one of the BMWs tried to dive bomb into turn 2 as well. So, glad to see that all cars are still pretty much running.
Yeah, the absolute motorsport cars are literally running side by side. Like Rendalton's got Reiter Engineering to the immediate inside in that particular occasion, going through into Rindt as they head down through into Red Bull Mobile Corner, the final out of 10 turns around this 4.318 kilometre circuit. Williams Esports Chill Blast, with Sammy Matthew Trogan behind the wheel, has a lead ahead of Lucas Müller from Vulcan Sim Racing Team. Williams Esports Razor with Moreno Sarica taking the opening stint. He's one of the two drivers that are defending their title this year. A little bit further back, the Pro Sport Sim Racing blue and red cars are running in formation as they look to, well, one looks to dive up the inside. That's the 17, which has got Philip Didassus behind the wheel. Makes the move nicely on the 69. Alessandro Porta behind the wheel of that one. We are going to be having some, we're going to have some scheduled interviews during the duration of the Digital GT 500 with some of the teams. All 14 teams are on site battling for their share of a prize pool of €15,000 combined, which has been modified since the amount of entries that have come through. Porta looking up the inside, possibly to get through. Meanwhile, the number 69 Absolute Motorsport car has got past Reiter Engineering for 9th place, and here is the battle at the front end of the field. Lap 2 out of 116, now into turn 9 at Rindt. Down the hill, a steep elevation downward spiral here at the Red Bull Ring here, Nico. and everyone's using as much of that final 10th corner. Oh, slow down penalty for Falcon Sim Racing.
I was going to say that looked very, very wide, and well, that's the problem. You have to slow down penalties very quickly, and iRacing is actually quite strict with that. So they're going to bite in their own behind there. That is a mistake that they can't afford to make early on in the race. However, we still have 113 laps to go, and now they're basically going to focus on pushing until the end to try and get this distance back to the front guys.
Yeah, that's the big thing. You're going to see a lot of battling up and down the order. You're going to see fuel strategies taken into account. The only car on this grid, out of the manufacturers represented, is Ferrari with a 10-kilogram additional weight penalty through the balance of performance that has been part and parcel of the digital GT500. Next one. The Porsche, the Pro Sport Sim Racing blue car ended up spinning around, nearly got collected by the sister car. So they're both at the back end of the field in 13th and 14th. So that is a real shame. Sean Terra, the youngest driver for the second year in a row, who is still 13, is running in the first stint for the number 19 car, the Pro Sport Sim Racing red entry, as we complete lap 3 of 116. The feature race, we've had 2 qualifying races. So far, Moreno Sarica starting to close the gap on Sami Matitogen, gets about a tenth of a second quicker, and also pumps in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 28.905. Sami Matitogen, a 1 minute 29.017, so it's minimal in terms of the disadvantage that Moreno Sarica has between himself and Sami Matitogen.
Yeah, for sure. The problem here is basically just getting the consistency in to keep going that 10 faster. And right now, I'd say up to like 7-8 tenths, that's still space where you are within the slipstream on the long straights of this track. So it's really about managing to stay within this 7-8 tenth window, and then trying to stay clear as well, as much as possible out of dirty air through like altering your lines a little bit so you can keep alive the tires for a little bit longer when you're following someone.
Yeah, indeed. So it is thick and fast at the front end of the field on lap 4 of 119 of the ADAC Digital GT500. So Williams Esports Chill Blast leading the Williams 1-2. We're going to go to a brief replay. Here's the start that we're going to see. So it's side-by-side rolling start formation. Sami Matitogen gets the jump on the Falcon Sim Racing car, which swerves left and right beside him. Moreno Sarica gets a good jump. You've got the 450 of Grid for Go going up the inside and ends up spinning around, but regathers that car back onto the circuit. A full 360 there. Bit of Jimmy Carner-esque requirement. But that just goes to show how thick and fast it's going to be over the course of the ADAC Digital GT500. 116 laps of this 4.318 kilometre circuit. So Williams Chill Blast, Williams Razor, Door Esports, Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Falcon Sim Racing team round out the top 5. Racing Lab Esports, one of the last teams to actually get here in Dortmund, are P6. Another replay. Well, this is the incident. Oh, well, the number 17 hit the back of Reiser Engineering and put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons. So that was a real shame for the number 17 car. But we're now going to go to, well, in very short time, we're just waiting for things to be that. Thank you very much for the heads up. my bad on that one. But we are going to have a multitude of interviews from some of the teams that are going to be here on site competing live. They are competing at the team boxes or at the booths here at the Digital GT500, and they will be here so you can see everything from a full perspective. If you want to come to the stage and watch the racing as it happens, feel free. If you want to walk around and do so, be our guest. You're here to enjoy the show as much as we are. So I'm just waiting to be notified once we get things underway with our first of our many interviews that we'll have over the course of the Digital GT500. So, without further ado, let's hand it over to Luke on the main stage as he's got our first interviewee ready to talk.
Yeah, the race is well underway now here for the GT500. I am joined by Grid and Go manager and driver, Gabriel Streitmatter. How you doing, mate? You all good?
Well, yes. A bit of stress in the first couple of laps, but I think it's a very, very long race and we should be able to get back. Yeah, a lot of fun. The Expo is a very great event. I think all of us enjoy it. We're having a lot of fun, especially meeting a lot of very nice people here. Not only the commentating team here, the guys from the production, also our teammates, which we only know from Discord and stuff. So yeah, it's nice to meet all the people in person, and I really enjoyed the event.
What's it going to take to get back into this race and potentially go out there and win it?
Well, the guys should be able to get on pace. I think they practice a lot. We had a bit of preparation. Of course, not optimal in a foreign rig that we're not really used to, but I think maybe we'll get a bit of luck with the safety car. We had a bit of a problem at the start, had a small spin, but it's a very long race. We have 3 pit stops, I think, so maybe a bit of luck. We should be able to keep the pace, and then we'll see how it goes.
Nice one. I hear you've got a special livery this weekend. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, yes. You see where guys are normally driving in the blue and yellow colors, very bright, but this time we're running a special livery for the Stefan Morsch Stiftung, the Stefan Morsch Foundation, who are supporting a very good cause of stem cell donations. So I think there should be, well, somewhere over here. So make sure to give them a little visit. Donate some stem cells. It doesn't hurt. It's just like a corona test, basically. You just put a thing in your mouth, and yeah, you can maybe help some people cure cancer, which is, I think, a very good thing.
Yeah, of course. That's awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, mate. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
And now let's head back over to Alex and Nico.
Thank you very much, Luke. So the action has been thick and fast as we rejoin the action. A bit of a nice cheer from the audience there. Great to have Grid and Go with us, and great to see that they're supporting such a worthy cause, and great to have Stefan Morsch Stiftung here with us as they have a stand. So you can feel free to go over to the cafeteria just by one of the cars they've got there is the Toyota GR Corolla, which has the same power plant in it as the current GR Yaris. But we concentrate now, Nico, on this battle. This is for 10th in the field at the moment. We're riding on board on the back bumper with the 001 gridandgo.com Esports car, who has got the number 88 of Absolute Motorsport Acelift in the Ferrari. They've got Ren Velton and Pro Sport Sim Racing Reds, Sean Terra. Sean Terra might be on a bit of a tear at the moment because he's trying to pull alongside the Ren Velton BMW. He was very close to the cones on the right-hand side of the elevation upscale through here into Remus. Has to back out of it. Looks for a move up the inside through Remus. That's great work there from Sean Terra, and he's in the perfect car to make that kind of manoeuvre.
Absolutely. Other cars would struggle here. All the front-engine cars, of course, and even mid-engine cars, because there's not quite a lot of weight still on the rear axle. But the Porsche rear engine always has been, except for the Porsche 911 RSR, obviously.
Yeah.
But just perfect for this kind of situation. Going over a crest, and you're still going to have weight on the rear axle. You have a lot of traction, and you just fly off. So very well executed move from them. After they got very unlucky earlier, the blue car spinning, and inadvertently, obviously not on purpose, and just the worst timeline for them, so to say, holding up their teammates' car as well, and they're slowly making their way back up. Same as the Stefan Morsch Stiftung team.
Yeah, we've had a couple of incidents investigated by Race Control, which were actually put up on the screen earlier on. Incident between car 1 and car 88. Now, car 1 being the Grid and Go Esports Mercedes and the 88 of Absolute Motorsport Acelift in the number 88 car, which is currently running P11. We are riding on board with Moreno Sirica, who is about 3.5 tenths of a second behind Sami Mati Troga. There was another incident involving cars 8, 88 and 69 on lap 1. That has been declared a racing incident. That would be the number 8 BMW. And that would be involving Jason Dominic Beck, or Dominic Beck. That's for the Ren Velton Esports iRacing crew, and then you had the then again Absolute Motorsport 88 coming into the market, and then the number 69 car, that was the sister Absolute Motorsport car as well. So it was a bit close for comfort, a bit squeaky bum time for the Absolute Motorsport teams. But we're now coming back to this battle here. This is Falcon Sim Racing versus Thomas Enger Sim Racing. Of course, for those that do know Thomas Enger, Czech Republic driver, has had a lot of success in sports cars, also works alongside Reiter Engineering as part of his career, but also is an ex-F1 driver. I have seen him walking around the hall here at the Expo. Not had the chance to actually sort of say, hi, how are you? You know, that kind of thing. But there's been a lot of activity around here at the Expo, and it's really, really good that we have got quite a few people here watching. So, and also thank you to everyone that's been watching the 3 days of streams that we've been providing on our dedicated YouTube and Twitch channels. It really, really does mean a lot for you to also, you know, if you're not able to make it here, you can always make it here next year, and for the year after, and the year after, and the year after, because the ADAC SimRacing Expo is here for the next 5 years at Dortmund. As Southwest Vision CEO Marco said earlier on in his opening speech, yeah, looking forward to being here for 5 years, maybe a little bit more. But of course, this sets the foundation for what the future of sim racing is going to evolve into and what it looks like. But Moreno Sadiqa has been lapping about 1.5 tenths quicker than Sami Matti Trogen over the last couple of laps, Nico. The defending champions look to be, despite that second race, where Moreno Sadiqa was given a 15-second time post-race penalty, is looking rather strong.
Yeah, they made the most out of their start. Obviously also a little bit of chaos behind them and around them, but they played their cards very, very well. Speaking of playing their cards very well, after that slowdown penalty, Falcon Sim Racing team already back up in 4th place, so they're also not here to
now
play
this,
around.
now this is getting tasty. This one right here, Sean Terra is trying to go round the outside of Andrea Dalle Valle. They're going into Rinse at turn 9. Sean Terra pulls to the inside, neatly hits the apex, runs the car out a little bit wide coming out of the corner. Through turn number 10, the Porsche is going to have the legs on the Ferrari, as now we see the slipstream effect. We ride on board with the number 19 Pro Sports Sim Racing car, and is he going to make the move through? He got there before they even hit the apex and Niki Lauda corner. That was a great move again. Sean Terra, one of the youngest drivers, if not, well, is the, for the second year in a row, the youngest competitor in the ADAC Digital GT500. And what's more, again, he showed that 10 months ago, he was one to watch. Now, he's one that we can watch and enjoy what he brings to the party.
Almost sounds like you couldn't enjoy watching him before. But
he was actually really good last week.
I'm joking.
I know. I'm being sarcastic.
But yeah, as we can see here, Pro Sport on a charge after that unfortunate mishap a couple laps ago. The second car also having caught up to Rennwelten now, two tenths behind that. So I think they're looking to make moves soon as well. So I think if it goes on like this with Grid and Go and Reiter caught in the middle, I think Pro Sport's aim is obviously going to be attack the two Absolute Motorsport cars and show them which of the two car entry teams is going to be the more dominant, other than Williams, of course, who are just flying away right now.
Well, there's Rennwelten, who got that's the number 17. Oh, that was a bit of a squeeze through turn 9 and spins.
He couldn't catch it.
Well, luckily he didn't go off any further off track. Did Philip Dirsus on that one. That's going to give Victor Brill a bit of a mountain to climb, quite literally, here at the GT500. But the gap between Williams Esports Chill Blast and Razor is now dropping to about 3 and a bit tenths of a second. Now, we have to start talking strategy, Nico. I know we're only 12 laps in out of 116, but of course, with the fact that there's been a balance of performance adjustment done to make sure it's as fair as possible, so everyone's, well, you talked about BOP. Let's have a look at the replay here. So comes through, got a little touch.
I think that might have been a hit, yeah.
That was a little bit of a tap from behind, courtesy of Rennwelten. And Philip Dirsus ends up spinning round at the final corner at Red Bull Mobile.
Naughty.
Yes, there might be more than just a slap on the wrist from race control on that one, possibly. But they are the ones that make the ultimate decision. We can give our 2 cents on it.
Yeah.
We can provide an opinion. That's what we're here to do. But talking about strategy, we've got 116 laps. They've got 70% of the traditional fuel capacity for a full run. Now it's 116 laps of the Red Bull Ring, exactly measures 500.89 kilometres. What would you say, if you were looking at attacking this race with a two-car team, you being one of the drivers, what would your strategy be in the first stint?
It would all depend. If it's like multiple cars in your team, it would all depend where the two cars are placed. If they're close together, then I'd basically focus on them, giving each other slipstream, trying to always fight single opponents but together. Get the first car past, hold up the guy, and then, maybe block him a little bit, within legal limits, of course, and help your teammate go through. And then, just rinse and repeat, move further up. This is one of these tracks where overall in GT cars you don't have too extreme tire wear normally when you're just driving right behind each other. And there's enough alternate lines you can take to work against tire wear. And so you can, in a double, you are always able to make some better moves and make better progress, I think.
Yeah, of course. But now we ride on board with the Thomas Enger Sim Racing number 18 BMW M4 GT3. Lukas Prada behind the wheel of that one, partnering with Lukas Lindqvist, who was racing in qualifying race number 2 earlier on. Let's see if the BMW can close in a little bit on the Mercedes down the start-finish straight. Very much a significant elevation change, around about sort of 18 to 20 degrees of ascent going through on the start-finish straight. And when you go to the Red Bull Ring, that ascent looks significantly different to what it would do either on here or on a TV screen if you're watching something like DTM, Formula One, ADAC GT Masters. But this is a really, really good battle. Oh, a little bit of a slight cheeky nudge there, I think, from the number 18. Got very close to the back of the Falcon Sim Racing crew in the number 44. This just goes to show how closely compact this field is in many respects. But there are a few battles up and down the order, pretty much all the way through, most of the way through the top 10, just outside of the top 10 as well. But there are the two race leaders, Williams Esports Chill Blast, Sami Matti Trogan, battling away with colleague, but also rival in this event, one of the two drivers from Italy, Moreno Sarica, taking the opening stint. But this gap seems to be very, very, we know for a fact that if you mentioned, we talked about strategy, but when you have two teams under the same umbrella, they are always going to have a different strategy, aren't they?
The problem is, it's a very long race, so team order is always a thing. I mean, with the Red Bull Ring, of course, very, very famous, 2002 Austrian Grand Prix. The controversial moment when Rubens Barrichello had to let Michael Schumacher pass at the start-finish line, basically. Okay. And Schumacher didn't even know properly what was going on, let him go into the podium at the first place. Yeah. And it's always difficult to execute that properly because while it's in the middle of the race, these guys will go, oh yeah, together we are stronger. But the closer you get to the finish, and the closer those two cars are together, if they're still on the same lap, okay, yeah, maybe they can fight. If they're in the same sector, yeah, could be close. If they're right behind each other, every team boss in the world will be like, you can fight, but please don't kill each other. You can fight, but please don't kill each other.
Okay, well on that note, we're going to head back to Luke on the stage, who's got our next interview. Take it away, Luke.
Hello again. Yes, we are joined here with Pro Sport team manager Aaron Hermes. Not the greatest of starts, unfortunately, for you, but, still in with a chance.
Yeah, it's a long race. We hope to finish well. I mean, we came here to show that we can indeed now push. It's a kind of new team, and we wanted to play with the big ones. We see the Ferraris from Williams pulling away a bit, but let's see. We hope to fight back in the end, yeah.
So what will you be telling your drivers, over the next couple of hours to get them in a better position in the race?
Yeah, I mean, I told them before the start, just try not to fight too much in the beginning, save your incidents for the end, and we just have to make it from the late game. Yeah, so I told Philip already now, normally our sim racing blue car should be the faster one. I was pushing it a bit too much, but yeah. I mean, the incident with the BMW was a bit unlucky, was touched from behind, so yeah, we have to fight back now, yeah.
What's your thoughts on the Expo as a whole here? First time in Dortmund. Have you had fun?
Yeah, it's amazing to be here. We've had a lot of guys visiting us. We have a car there, our Vantage GT4, and we allowed everyone to sit in it and had great feedback. And I mean, the stuff we have here is amazing to see. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time. Let's head back over then to Alex and Nico.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luke. We've just had another notification from Race Control. There's been another racing incident declared. Incident on lap 11 between car 8 and 17 has been declared a racing incident by Race Control. But at the moment, Nico, it's still a Williams Esports 1-2 with Chill Blast leading Razor, covered by about 4.5 tenths of a second. You talked about strategy very, like saying about the team order aspect possibly coming in. I completely 100% agree with your point of view, and I back it 100%, because if I was a team boss, I'd go like, yeah, you can race, but don't take each other out.
It's the golden rule.
It's the cardinal sin if you do that. However, we go back to the battle for 4th position. Falcon Sim Racing teams, Lucas Müller battling it away with Lukas Prada from Thomas Engert Sim Racing as they come out of turn number 1, named after the late great Niki Lauda, up towards Remus. And this is also another bit of the circuit where you see all the action on TV or on sim racing, and that's another part of the circuit where there is a significant rise in terms of elevation, and then you start the roller coaster ride down the circuit. It just goes to show that everyone's got to be on their A game. You've got to really put the traction coming out of the corners, but then you've also got to be mindful of dealing with changes in elevation and what is that going to do with the actual aero balance of the car.
Well, it's not just about aero balance, also the complete weight shifting of the car is going to be a lot different. Obviously, when you're going downhill, you're not just working against the entire momentum of your car with the brakes, you're also working against gravity. So it's a lot more difficult to slow the car down. That's why it's quite fun, this contrast from Remus to Schlossgold. At Remus, you're basically sitting like on a... when you're going basically up the first incline of a roller coaster, you're sitting in there like that, with the elevation almost.
And then the purple meter goes into overdrive.
Exactly. But basically, going up the hill like that, the brakes are aided immensely, simply because you're helping with the elevation and everything, you're trying to get away from the earth, it's helping you slow down because you're going uphill.
Yeah.
But then on the next moment, where you're basically going a bit slower maybe, because the straight is a bit shorter, but you're going downhill, going to Schlossgold, and you're thinking, maybe I can brake at a similar braking point as for Remus, and then all of a sudden you're hit with the terrifying realization, oh, this car's actually quite heavy.
Right, we're going to go to replay. This is Renvelton. Losing the back end. And that was Sean Terry. No, that was not Sean Terry. That was Philip Dirisus in the sister car that managed to keep out of harm's way. And yeah, I mean, this is a perfect camera shot. If you went actually onto the iRacing server for this and had like the couple of shots that we're seeing, Williams Esports have now pulled away to the tune of a combined, from first to third, is now around about 4.8 seconds, and that gap is climbing. I mean, Moreno Sirica on his last lap did a 1 minute 28.979. So the Italian very, very much at home in a car that is very much beloved by the people in Italy. Of course, the Cavallino Rampante, the 296 GT3. And now we've got another battle happening here. Right. Hello again, Sean Terra. He's ahead of, I think, that's the number 17 car. No, that's the 19 car, my apologies there. Sean Terra has got past Andrea Dalle Valle in the number 88 Absolute Motorsport Ferrari, so there is a change for 11th position. So Sean Terra has provided some great overtaking so far in the opening 19 races, 19 laps of this 116 lap race here, Nico. He is clearly going to be one that we're going to have to keep an eye, I think not just in sim racing, but possibly with real life racing, because I know one of the drivers from the Pro Sport Racing GT4 Germany team, Raphael Renhofer, who I've known for, I think, probably about the best part of 6-7 years. And it's great to see that, hearing from the Pro Sport sim racing team manager, like saying it's great that we've We've got the GT4 car here. People have been able to sit in it. And that's what I love about the fact where you have the real life and the sim racing connection from both parallels.
Yeah, absolutely. And the possibilities that come through that have been pretty immense. I mean, we saw how sim racing gained more and more in popularity, not just for people in general, but also for actual real racing drivers. I think one of the best stories is how Max Verstappen has a sim rig basically in his jet and in his trailer. And, you know, just basically running straight from the real car into the sim. And obviously having the passion, not just for like real motorsport, but for racing, the concept in general. And I think it's just great to see many more ways to, for that to be intertwined, real and virtual. And obviously more to bring the passion together.
Yeah, quite a few teams now putting in personal bests. Thomas Enger Sim Racing in 5th, the number 69 Absolute Motorsport Ferrari, and then also the number 7 Mercedes of Sven Hettich from Get Closer Racing. But still, the gap has again, well, it's actually dipped, I think, for the first time that I've seen over the past 20 laps, that Williams Esports Razor are closing in again on Chill Blast. Here's the battle for 4th and 5th, still within 0.3 of a second of each other. So these drivers are really starting to push the envelope, so to speak. But also noticing down at the bottom of the timing screen there, the timing tower, that Pro Sport Sim Racing Red and Absolute Motorsport 88 are about 0.7 of a second adrift. Even though they might be at that position in the field at this moment, Nico, there's still every opportunity over 96 laps to claw themselves a little bit further up the order.
And I think what's been quite interesting over the last couple of laps, while Falcon Sim Racing and Thomas Enger have been so close together, they actually started, you know, actually getting more and more personal fastest laps with each other, running to the low 29s. A couple laps before that, before Thomas Enger Sim Racing got that close, they were actually running in the mid, so like slowly improving to the low 29s, and all of a sudden that goal of a 29 dead or 28 high isn't too far away anymore, but it's also obviously having to look after your tires for the remainder of the stint. So if you overpush the car too much, you're very suddenly going to have over half a second or maybe even up to a second time loss because the tires are completely done and you still have a couple of laps to do. And you can't afford to lose that sort of time here right now.
Yeah, you mentioned tyres there. What would be the optimum strategy for doing like this kind of event? Would you say that if you're putting in a full tank of fuel, to stick a brand new set of slick tyres on it and have the best opportunity possible? Or could it be the case that over a 500 kilometre race, I mean, we know in IRL, tyres can, you know, degrade, you know, you get the degradation, you get the cracking on the surface of the tyre, you know. How is it in this sort of kind of situation with regards to this kind of event?
I mean, it all comes down to setup philosophy and, for example, how hot the track is. One of my favorite examples there is just, in general, Barcelona and ACC, because it's usually a 46 or just generally over 40 degree track temperature, and it just melts the left side tires completely. So after 30 minutes, you're already feeling, yeah, no, we're not going to double these ones. It's a horrifying experience, quite frankly. And I know that here, it's obviously a completely dynamic track surface as well with the temperature. So it all comes down, you know, if you may be able to double stint, and in the end you have to make that guess yourself. I mean, Pro Sports Sim Racing Blue, for example, I don't think that after those 2 spins they will be trying to double stint those tires because the rear tires will just be too far gone.
No, they'll probably also be flat spotted whilst they were at it on the first spin. But of course, we're still looking at the battle between Sami Matitrogan and Moreno Sarica, who are leading the way. Dor Esports at the moment have Mr. Heichel behind the wheel. Falcon Sim Racing Team, Lucas Müller down there. Renvelton, after that moment going through Wörth, have now dropped to the back end of the field and are nearly 18 seconds behind Pro Sport Sim Racing Blue, who are 13th. Absolute Motorsport in the 88 to 12th. Pro Sport Sim Racing Red in 11th, head of behind Reiter Engineering. Grid and Go Esports rounding out 9th. Get Closer Racing, Absolute Motorsport, A-Swift 69 are 7th. Racing Lab Esports 6th. Thomas Enger SimRacing 5th. Falcon SimRacing 4th, and then Dort Esports, and then these two leading the charge at the front end of the field. It has been a sort of a little bit of a guessing game of chess, isn't it, Nico? We're on to now lap 24 out of 116. This is, you know, now that we've got into some kind of rhythm, that's going to be unsettled when the first set of pit stops will come in. Have you got sort of like any idea on when we might see the first set of pit stops happening here for this race?
I'm not too sure. I've tried to do the math in my head with the lowered fuel tanks, but I'm not sure how much fuel each car is using per lap. So,
okay,
evidently they can only go as long as they have fuel in their tank.
Well, as long as they don't see
ideally,
yeah, as long as they don't see the fuel low sign on the dashboard. But also good to see that the realism of sim racing, you know, with the rear view camera on the left-hand side of the dash cluster. There'll be a lot of information that's normally propagated by a heads-up display on any information that they'll have on the sim rig in front of them. And I think sometimes some drivers will, instead of using the HUD that they see on, like say, iRacing, will normally use a heads-up display. It's normally bolted to the direct drive in front of them, where they're actually working, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the preference, I think, as well. You know, what you're able to have with hardware, what you can afford. I mean, there's some crazy... And usually, I always see those crazy rigs when I look at those of iRacing players, so... there must be a correlation.
Yeah, as they say, to each their own. But now we go back to a little bit further down the order. There's Reiter Engineering Esports in the Mercedes, and that is I think that is Sean Terra again behind them. The Pro Sport Sim Racing red car. That is the number 19. And Absolute Motorsport 88 is also making this a 3-car scrap for the bottom part of the top 10 as they go up the hill through in towards Remus, which is a very tight right-hander. And again, Sean Terra has done quite some really good moves earlier on, but now it's about how does he change from that perspective into what we see now, where you are having to anticipate what the car is going to do. You've got to read the language of the car, and Sean Terra breaks a little bit deep into that corner, nearly runs wide as a direct result. It is about just, endurance racing is about consistency more than anything. It's not about the absolute optimum lap time, as the Absolute Motorsport 88 was round the outside of him at that particular point. That was coming through Halle and going into Wörth. But still, the Ferrari is not giving up and hits the kitty litter on the right-hand side with the right rear. Nearly loses the back end. And that gives Sean Terra a little bit of breathing space on lap 26, well, lap 25 out of 116 of the Digital GT 500 for 2023. So some good battles up and down the order. Again, well, we go back to the battle between Falcon SimRacing and Thomas Enger SimRacing for 4th and 5th. It's pretty much the same situation that we're seeing with Williams Chilblast and Williams Razor at the sharp end of the field, Nico.
Sorry, didn't you understand the last part?
I said basically we've got 2 battles here, 4th and 5th, 1st and 2nd, very closely packed.
Yep. I mean, I think the Williams guys will probably just try to take it easy for now. Obviously still push, but I don't think Razor's going to do a serious effort at, you know, starting to fight, because they have that 5.5 second buffer.
Yeah.
I think they're going to look on expanding that gap, and then pretty much at the end of the race they're going to be given the okay, hey, as long as you don't crash each other out, go ahead and fight for it. But otherwise, they have a quite big spot of luxury right now. Not so much Falcon, because they have to constantly look in their rearview mirror. But at the same time, I think they're using it to an advantage, because, as I said earlier, these low 29s turned into a 29 dead earlier. And here again, the same lap time actually, down to the thousandth of a second, 2:12.
Okay, well, without further ado, let's head over to look for our next interview. Looks to be a fan favourite out there.
Well, welcome back to the interview area of the stage. I'm with Christian Haupt from Get Closer Racing. You can get closer if you like. I've been waiting to do it all day, sorry. How are you finding the expo?
Yeah, great, because it's a home game for us. Our company is based in Dortmund, so it was easy for us to bring the stuff over and all the equipment. And thanks for inviting us on stage, so thank you.
No problem. Tell us a little bit more about yourself. You were telling me the story already down there. I'm like, don't give away all the material. Let's save it for
normally
stage.
if I start this story, I need my colleagues that they kick me under the table, that I be a little bit quicker in telling the story. So I try to make the short story, a long story short. I'm the founder of Get Closer Racing, and my grandpa died in the race car, and I was not allowed to be a race driver. And I watched Niki Lauda and James Hunt in Zandvoort racing, and I said to my mom, I want to be a race driver. I said, no way. So I started slot car racing, RC car racing, everything what is simulating racing. And then I started about in the 90s with a Beamer setup and a Logitech wheel and Ridge Racer and Gran Turismo. And I started, and all my friends came over in the living room, and we had fun building the first simulators. And then I met Mark Hennerizzi. I had a sim racing team back in 2006, HB Racing, where we were racing against Redline Racing and all these teams. Yeah. In the beginning of sim racing, and we feel a little bit like being sim racing pioneers. And it started about 15 years ago. And Mark Hennerizzi, he was in BMW school with Adrian Sutil, the former Formula One driver. And we didn't have the good racing wheels, throttles. Everything was plastic wheels, plastic gas and clutch. And we said, we have to go closer, get closer. And we went to race engineers at the Nürburgring, and we take a look how the real things look. And we said, we need this hardware. And so that was the beginning of Get Closer Racing. And in the last year, COVID was like a booster for whole sim racing. And my daughter, she was doing her Führerschein, driving license. And her mama said, hey, do you have a simulator? She can drive a little bit with a simulator and to get the license quicker. And there was a fault. So the simulator was in the basement. She was about 2 minutes in the simulator. She said, I don't like VR. But Daddy was again in the simulator. And then we started to do things. And we did a cooperation with Racewerk. And then I was going around and checking things. And all the motion simulators I liked a lot, and I said I have to cherry picking things, and I like VR racing. And if you be one with your avatar, and it's a difference if you sit in a GT car and your heel is down and your butt is up, and then you drive a Formula One race car in iRacing and your heel is going up and the butt is down. But it's so cool if in VR you sit in the right position. So we developed our team the Sim Switch. So you can switch, it's one switch, all cars. But then you sit always in the right position, and everybody is invited to check out our hardware. And with the Sim Switch, we were in Nuremberg last year. And then we have a racing team. And by the way, we are on 8th place. And the funny thing is, those guys are RCC pros. They are driving in the World Cup. And 2 days ago, they had their first iRacing account. So those guys are about beginners in iRacing and come from ACC. And I'm very proud that we are on 8th place now against all the other pros. I guess they are, most of them, about 10Ks drivers. But now they see what's the difference between ACC and iRacing. But they're doing good, I think. Huh? With 2 days in iRacing, they're doing good.
They're doing very well. I want to say thank you very much for your time. I think you could give Alex Goldschmidt a run for his money in terms of talking. But thank you very much for your time. Let's head back over to Alex and Nico.
Yeah, the Sim Switch actually made an appearance at last year's Expo, if I remember correctly, on their stand. But great to hear from the team at Get Closer. And really good to hear that after 2 days, they're competing in the top 8. In one of the Blue Band events for the ADAC in terms of sim racing, Digital GT 500. So now we concentrate on the battle between 10th, 11th and 12th. It's Reiter Engineering, Pro Sport Red, and Absolute Motorsport 88. Linus Stone going through Niki Lauda corner on lap 29 out of 116. Getting very close, Nico, to about a third's distance at this moment. They've been racing for just over 42.5 minutes. It's been pretty good so far, seeing all the different teams and drivers and different manufacturers really embracing a new change of scenery here in the virtual recreation of the Styrian countryside.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the fun things here, I had a little bit of a chat. I was doing some rounds around the paddock earlier, the last couple of days,
Good man.
asking the drivers, how do you think you're going to be doing? Williams was, quite confident, as we could see, but also before the race, they were actually still dismantling a rig because they had an issue with the screen, and quickly remantling it and all that stuff, all the unforeseen stuff that can happen. To the current situation, though, Right Engineering, I actually did do a guest start for them before in an endurance race, and we just saw each other for the first time, so I went over, hey guys, so what do you think? How do you think you are going to do? And last year they came in 24th, in fittingly the number 24. This time they have the number 76. Good news, they can't come in 76 there. But they said,
Get first pit stop. First pit stop has just occurred. Get Closer Racing on lap 30 of 116 have now jumped into the pit lane. So if they've decided to go for a little bit of a lighter fuel load, that might help them in terms of their optimum strategy, which could put them on a 3-stopper. If they're going to try and go, well, we're going to try and do how can we make it the fastest from A to B, from getting from lap 1 to lap 116, and see how far up the order we can go. So we are waiting, and they are on pit exit. So let's see if
there's the number 1. Well, the first place
guy,
the
so
guy.
We are seeing... Now, what is Moreno Sarica going to do? He's going to carry on for another lap. So whether...
Everyone else
that's a hive of activity in the pit lane. So Williams Esports Chill Blast, Door Esports, Falcon Sim Racing Team, Thomas Enger Sim Racing have also now put themselves into the pits for the first time. I would hazard a guess. It depends on what strategy Moreno Sarica and Alessandro Bico. Look at that hive of activity in the pit lane. Cars going up on the air jacks, that means fresh new tyres will be put on. I think with the elevation change and the impact on the sidewalls of the tyres, that's going to cause a lot more abrasion and deg in the tyres, which thereby means the best way to get around this race, if you're going to fill it up, put a set of new boots on it. We've got more coming into the pit lane. Grid and Go, Writer Engineering, Pro Sim Sport Red, they're all flying into the pit lane now, and that was a good stop there from Williams Esports Chill Blast. That will put them in 6 on pit exit. Door Esports jump Grid and Go.com Esports. So does Falcon Sim Racing, Thomas Enger Sim Racing. But the big question is, when will Moreno Sarica pit in the Razor Williams Esports car? He's just gone past. I think that was Get Closer Racing. So Moreno Sarica, will he dive into pit lane now? The answer is no. That's
still staying out.
So that might be a longer first fuel stint for that car. So Moreno Sarica and Alessandro Bico last year entered the 24 Hours Series Esports Championship in the Porsche Carrera Cup class. And what's more, they won 3 rounds on the trot. So they are, when you put those two together, they are a fantastic team. Now we're going to go to a replay. Right, this is Get Closer. Now this is into Verth. Oh, all of a sudden it just snaps to the right, and then across the gravel goes the car. So that's lost them a little bit of time.
I'm guessing it's on their out lap, so maybe the tires weren't quite up to temperature yet. Obviously you want to start pushing as quickly as possible, but if you're not quite able to do it because the tire's just not saying no, just not quite agreeing with you, yeah, it's quite difficult. Now we have the pretty much the rest of the guys that stayed out in.
Yeah, but the number 9 of Moreno Sarica yet to pit from the race lead and is trying to get past the number 19. That's the Pro Sport Sim Racing red car. And round the outside. Oh, and has to back out of it.
Oh, and
because he was going into pit lane. He was looking to the inside. So Sarica went into pit road. So pretty much the majority of the field is now... that is... Sarica actually is in the pit lane. So will very shortly be pulling to the right-hand side. And the Ferrari 296 will it go up on the ADAC? There is the sister car piloted by, I think it's either Sami Mati-Trogan or Dani Lafuente. So we're just going to go with the team names. It's going to make things a little bit easier. So there is the number 10 car. That placed, the number 10 entry. This team placed third last year. And also, Dort Esports were very, very close to the podium last year. They missed out. And there you can see, picture in picture, Sarika is, the car is in the pit lane. 11's is, leaves the burnout in the pit lane. And away goes the number 9. Now the question is...
Oh yeah, but the Chill Blast car beats them out of the pit lane. They lost quite a bit of time on that pit entry there.
They did indeed. But it's going to be exactly what we saw last time on the, I think it could be the fact is how much fuel saving are they going to do? But more to the point, we've got to get close to getting on the back bumper of the number 17. That's the battle for P12 coming out of the final corner. And the Merc's got the slipstream, Nico.
It's getting closer. It's definitely not too noticeable, so I think they're both running reasonably high downforce. But either way, really sticking right behind that car, having the least aero resistance, but you can also see a little bit, when you're looking straight from the front, the Mercedes is a little bit wider than that Porsche. So not quite able to be like in a full slipstream situation.
Yeah, as they get closer, racing car looks up the inside.
Indeed got closer. Sorry.
Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. He's here all week, and don't forget to tip your waitress on the way out. Moving swiftly on from that, but no, it was very, very, close proximity between the two, and the number 7 made a very, very clean and classy move there, I have to admit. But the thing is now we're at that point where we're on lap. So. There we go, we're on to lap number 34 of 116. Now, Falcon Sim Racing team have pulled a little bit more of an advantage over Thomas Enger Sim Racing. Williams Esports Razor has lost a little bit, I think. Okay, they went a couple of laps longer than the Chill Blast car. And it, the undercut strategy, if they've decided to bring the tank, that again says to me that Chill Blast will pit first, Razor will pit second, and that is where, if they can make this next stint work really, really well, irrespective of who's behind the car, whether it's Moreno Sarica or Sami Mati-Trogan, of course, we will have driver changes in this, so sometimes we might not know who is in the car. Of course, I'd love to walk down from the commentary booth and go and walk around and find out, but we need to concentrate on what's going on here. But again, the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car, they've done a really, really good job. Of course, they were running in the professional trophy yesterday, and to see them battling alongside with a name like Falcon Sim Racing is pretty cool to see, wouldn't you agree?
Just getting more and more brands, more and more teams, and also personalities involved with this sport is just always awesome. I mean, good example as well, Pro Sport, brand new into this area of motorsport. Wright Engineering has been here for a couple of years already. Williams, obviously, very long. Durr for over a year now, and just seeing more and more real-life brands coming in, cooperating with sim racing and getting more of a presence here. It's just really, really awesome. You mentioned the attempted undercut of Williams Esports Razor. I think the main issue there is they have the potential to get the pace to actually make that undercut work, but in this situation here, they were basically stuck in traffic, and that cost them at least 1 to 2 seconds there.
Yeah, top prize up for grabs out of a total combined prize pool of €15,000, 2,700 to the race winner. And this year's Digital GT 500 champions, €2,000 for second, 1,700 euros for third, 1,400 euros for fourth, and 1,200 euros for fifth place. And then we've then got sixth is 1,100 euros, seventh is 950, eighth is 800 euros, and then 650 euros for ninth place. And then those from 10th to 14th get 500 euros apiece. So a pretty substantial amount of money up for grabs, but also the fact it really sort of shows to the teams, okay, you've made the effort of coming here, you've made the effort of bringing your rigs, setting it all up, and actually racing on site. So here's a little way to say, we're going to make sure that you are the main star of the show, and that's why the GT500 always run on a Sunday. So lap 36 of 116 in the books here at the Red Bull Ring, Nico. You know, we're seeing again now the number 17 car starting to close on in, and yeah, Philip Diddersus having a really good turn now. You can see he's behind the Get Closer Racing car of Sven Hettich. I recognise that name as soon as Christian from Get Closer Racing said, "Yeah, they've done ACC." And so I look, you know, you've got Sven Hettich and Felix Arndt. They have done ACC for quite a few years, but for them to jump in the car, and I really like the fact that they've gone, okay, we do ACC, but up until that drama that we saw earlier on, they were running a genuine P8, and they are here because they decided we're going to give it a go, and we're going to enjoy it, but we're also going to be tested at the same time, because when you look at, say for example, if you switch from one platform to another, sometimes it takes you a little bit of time initially when you adjust between platforms, doesn't it?
Yeah, for me personally, it was especially difficult to adjust to iRacing because, like, whenever I tried it, simply because the force feedback and the feel is completely different. So I have huge respect for these guys. You know, other than this short little excursion into the sandpit, they really have been doing fantastically, and even now, it's still close, but they're holding their own. They're not dropping behind massively, and the pace is still quite decent there. Obviously, it's going to be a bit slower now, simply because they have a full fuel tank.
Yes.
Just like everyone else around them, and they're still doing a fantastic job, and, you know, it's something to be commended.
That was a bit of a wobble there for the Get Closer Racing Mercedes.
A little wobble never killed anyone. A little wobble never killed anyone.
No, but probably lost...
Except for when it did.
Or probably if he was a cat, he probably would have lost one of his 9 lives right there and then. It's like, oh! But, yeah, again, it's just seeing how the strategies play out. You know, within the first 30 to 32 laps, we pretty much had all of the field coming in. So if they bring the tanks beforehand, Moreno Sirica and Alessandro Bico will be looking at the fuel mileage and saying, okay, right, we lost a little bit of time after the first pit stop. We got caught up with back marker traffic, and now we've got to try and claw back a 1.5 second deficit. Now, we know for a fact that if one car pits before another and the other one comes in 2 laps later, trying to claw back a 1.5 second deficit is nigh on impossible. You probably need about 5 to 7 laps maybe to get that back, wouldn't you say?
Oh, it's really difficult, simply because the pace differential is quite far apart then. You don't have slipstream to pull you along at this point. Obviously, you also don't have dirty air, so tires could hold up a little bit better, but you don't gain an advantage or disadvantage there comparatively.
That was... Oh, dearie me.
ProSport really wanting to make the point of getting past here.
No,
I think they got a bit too close this time.
It was, yeah, it was too close for comfort there going through into Niki Lauda corner. Like literally, Philip Diddersus cutting across the front of Sven Hettich, and I think it looked like, well, there was more than just a wobble from the Porsche. I think it might have been the fact that when he cut across the front of the Mercedes-Benz, there was an inadvertent little bit of contact, and the back end got a little bit crossed up, got a little bit sideways, both left and right hand side, within rapid succession. So when you're pushing to the limit of adhesion within the realms of consistency, those kind of manoeuvres are very, very much not wanted. However, now we go back to the battle for 6th and 7th. Racing Lab Esports versus Absolute Motorsport number 69, who are looking up the inside to take the position away through the Niki Lauda corner, and the Ferrari gets through on the BMW. But then one thing that happens as soon as you go through Niki Lauda corner, you then have the long elevated run up to Remus. And Racing Lab Esports are not letting go of that 6th position. They're going to try and fight Absolute Motorsport number 69 in the Ferrari to retake that position.
Really good going from both of them there, really clean. It just always cracks me up when I see one of the smaller cars. So like, for example, in real life, the Honda, the Audi, the Ferrari, something then next to the BMW, because for a very short moment on the front straight,
yes,
you just couldn't see anything of the Ferrari. Where did it go? It's just vanished behind the BMW.
It's like Harry Potter's had his magic wand out and just decided to cast a spell.
It's an invisibility cloak.
Yeah, invisibility cloak. Forget Voldemort, try and get Absolute Motorsport instead. Right, lap 40 out of 116. Dort Esports have just put in their fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 29.048. But I think if I remember correctly, it's one of the Williams Esports cars that has set the overall fastest lap. Let's get closer racing, running now in P12, about 9.5 tenths of a second behind the number 17 of Pro Sport Sim Racing Blue, who in turn are 1.25 seconds behind the sister car in the number 19, who round out the top 10. And Racing Lab Esports losing a bit of time. Well, not Racing Lab Esports, I'm looking at Racing Lab Esports themselves. So they're running in the number 18 BMW. They've just done a 1:29.5, but it's the number 4 car of Glenn Key from Racing Lab Esports last time round did a 1 minute 31.027. So we're seeing a lot of consistent runs in the low to the mid to maybe the highs in terms of 1:29 lap times Nico. But then you see a couple like, say, Grid and Go, they've just done a 1:30.1. There are always those moments where the teams are having to watch what they're doing in terms of track limits, because any slowdown penalty here on iRacing can be very, very costly.
They are vicious, absolutely. And I think one of the things that we also have to take into consideration here, with these little contacts like we saw just now from Pro Sport and Get Closer, that can also be aero damage that can accumulate over time, which will obviously slow you down quite a bit. And I would actually say with Pro Sport, they have to be really bloody careful with their rear end, because if it's one aerodynamic component or one of two aerodynamic components that you really need around this track for a lot of, well, stable corner speed, it's definitely your diffuser and your rear wing. And it looked like they almost lost at least the diffuser there.
Yeah, well, I mean, any kind of damage that these cars suffer, especially with the updates that iRacing have done over the past 18 months in terms of the damage model, we've been, at this particular moment in time, very, very lucky that we haven't had anyone go off and into the barriers.
Yeah.
Because then that's a completely different kind of situation. And if the driver has to request a tow or drive it to the pit lane, then that is where, you know, that could provide a completely different situation. Because we know for a fact that there can be safety cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
one of the things is, like, I think we are also lining up one of the next interviews.
Yep.
He asked me to also like mention that, you know, as he's coming up for the interview. But yeah, quick retort to Reiter. I met those guys the first time in person after I did my guest start ages ago for them. And our interviewing guest here basically went, hey, does anyone ever tell you that you look like the co-commentator for this? And it's like, man, that's a crazy coincidence.
So what we'll do, we'll hand back over to Luke. Over to you, buddy.
Hello again, everybody. I'm here with Reiter Engineering Esports, Max Knoll.
Hi.
How's it been going for you, mate?
Yeah, it's been all right, I guess. I mean, we lost like few positions after the pit stop because we collected slowdowns after slowdowns. Just unlucky.
But you obviously handicapped yourself for the balance of performance of a night out last night. Did you have fun last night?
Yes,
the whole
I did.
team did, didn't they?
Did you?
I wasn't partaking any of that.
Oh yeah, sure.
So yeah, P13 not ideal, but you're actually live streaming the event as well, so people can watch your perspectives.
Yes.
Where can they find that?
Writer Engineering Esports on Twitch. All lowercase, everything together, as is written in the standings. So yeah.
And how are the team? Are they all happy? All smiley?
I guess they're nervous as well as I am on the stage.
Okay, you're doing well. Don't worry. It's all good.
Yeah, the driver now driving, Philip, he is pretty nervous, at least from the looks of it. He's probably faster than what he's doing now, but it's all right.
And what is the maximum you think you can get from this race? What are you looking to try and finish?
Well, we're hoping for a top 10, but let's see.
Perfect. Thanks for your time. Let's head back over to Alex and Nico.
Thank you very much, Luke. Okay, I've just been informed by our team behind the scenes. Ren Velton are very, very close to being the first team to hit 30x incident points. They're on 25 at the moment. What do I mean by that? If they hit 30, they have a drive-through penalty, and then every 10x incident points afterwards, Nico, is a further drive-through. So Ren Velton need to sort of cross the T's and dot the I's, don't they?
Yeah, they will have to watch out, and especially looking that we are third way through and they are, let me do the math, I'm not very good at math in my head. They're around 70% or 75% almost to the way of getting a drive-through. It's not the best ratio.
No, but the thing is, they will have been informed of that by race control, and thereby the team will be like, right, don't go off track. Don't. But the thing is, through RINT and Red Bull Mobile, the last two corners on the 10-turn circuit, that's easier said than done, isn't it?
Yeah. The thing is, with Niki Lauda curve, with Remus, there's already outside, there's a bit of tarmac runoff, which is, always very alluring. And then they pack the curb there to make it a little bit less alluring. But they have the benefit that it's slow pace. Rint and Red Bull Mobile are such fast-paced corners, downhill, slightly off camber, and gravity, and your tires also, because they don't like taking tighter corners, basically just go, don't worry about it, you can just go a little bit wider. But if you go too wide, and we can see a lot more caution here now from them.
Yes, yeah, that was like the, come on, keep it together. But again, lovely livery on that BMW. That's the thing. What I love about the sim racing community is the fact that there is so much that you can do to make a car unique. Like get closer racing. The white, the gold, the black. Pro Sport with the matte grey and the orange accents. Or sort of more like a darkish grey-green, like an anthracite green on there. So on lap 45 out of 116, it is still around about 1.4 seconds between Williams Esports Chill Blast and Williams Esports Razor for the overall race lead. Dort Esports 6.7 seconds further behind. Falcon Sim Racing team, Thomas Enger Sim Racing round out the top 5, and it's nearly a further 21 seconds back to Absolute Motorsport in the number 69. There we see the Get Closer Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. And one of the things that the first ever broadcast I did on sim racing for ACC, I went, 6.3 litres and actually aspirated V8, and someone popped up in the chat and went, no, it's a 4 litre twin turbo V8. No, that's the road car. Because they've just done the Evo update. And it's sort of like, I love the fact that we still have these wonderfully sounding, naturally aspirated V8s in GT3, and especially on iRacing and ACC, as we've seen over the last couple of days.
And there's quite a variety of them as well. I mean, the Lexus RCF now is getting replaced by the next car with, I think, Toyota or Lexus as well. But there was also, 5-liter V8, then, as you're mentioning ACC, the ML Frey Jaguar G3 with a 5-liter supercharged V8, one of my favorite cars of all time.
And then there's one car that we haven't seen in decades, I think. Well, that's probably what it feels like. And of course, I have to mention Reiter Engineering because of the Lamborghini Gallardo-based REX GT3, which actually was raced by Hagan Wood as part of what was the Blancpain GT series way back when.
Oh yeah.
So that's a long old time ago.
Fun connection to that. When I had my first racing weekend in real life in touring cars, it was also one of these little multi-class privateer grids. So I'm just happily trucking along at Oschersleben in my 180 horsepower Chevrolet Cruze, and all of a sudden, when you're in a race car, your entire sound is just the engine, that's your entire world. All of a sudden my world vanishes, V10 scream, and a rear wing flies past through my passenger window, and then I see the rest of the Gallardo.
Yeah.
So that was, very calming and reassuring that I knew that there would be not that big of a speed difference, except like almost 100 kph.
Yeah, Battle for Ninth on your screens now, folks. It's Absolute Motorsport, Acelith and the number 88 Ferrari 296 GT3, battling away with the leading Pro Sport Sim Racing car, the number 19. That's the blue entry. This is the battle for ninth position. Gap between them is roughly 3 to 3.5 tenths. And looking at the respective lap times, well, the number 19 has been quicker than the car in front, coming through Rint at turn number 9 and into Red Bull Mobile corner. Now, will the Porsche get the legs on the Ferrari? At this moment, not quite yet. There's the closing speed. The Porsche's closing up to the Ferrari into Niki Lauda corner. As we run on board on the front bumper cam of the Porsche 911 992 GT3R. That's a wonderful camera shot as well. Like literally, you can just see how close that car got to the Ferrari. And now here we go into Remus. Flash of the lights up the inside. That is a change for ninth.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit also calculated because Absolute might just be thinking, oh, okay. Absolute might be thinking, maybe try to go for the switchback or maybe let him in front for now, try and get pulled along a bit, because one of the other advantages that I didn't mention yet when you have slipstream, you don't need as much power to go the same speed because you have less drag. That's a way of saving fuel.
Yeah, but like you said, being behind another car is where you're getting that additional 0.1 or 0.2 litres of fuel that's not being touched on circulating around the lap.
Yeah.
But then you also have the other problem, which is dirty air, aero wash. Okay, yeah, you're going to get some additional top speed, but is it going to help your grip? Is it going to help your downforce? No. So from that perspective, if you've got the slipstream, I think coming down out of Red Bull Mobile and into Niki Lauda, that's quite good. Niki Lauda to Remus, also good as well. And then the run down to Schlossgott. Because the good thing is, you don't necessarily have to be, if you're in the dirty air of another vehicle, but you're challenging them for position, you can use that, use that sort of gravity effect to help that car go down the hill. But you've still got to keep your foot at some modicum of throttle position in order for you still to carry that speed.
That's, a lot of tactics that you can put in. Like, downhill paths are always very nice for fuel saving anyway, because, either way, like, you don't have as much rolling resistance, gravity just drags your car down, and with no slipstream, and actually...
Oh, right.
Yeah,
well,
that is, I think, the first one, then.
Ren Velton have just served their drive-throughs, so they've hit 30x incident points, another 10 subsequently every single time. That will be more times and more trips down pit road for Ren Velsen in the number 8 BMW M4 GT3. We're still with, we're coming up to, well, we're 9 laps away from half distance of the GT500. And still, we are waiting. So obviously, we saw the first set of pit stops around 19 laps ago, Nico. So would you say that we could possibly see the same thing? Or could we see that the second stint might be a little bit further elongated?
I mean, the cars are still quite spread out. The main thing that threw Razor back was, you know, the lap traffic basically in the middle of the pit stop zone. So I think it's going to be interesting now, because whether they catch up to the pit stops or whether they are maybe, you know, getting clean air, that's one of the main things that people are trying, when you have engineers, you know, people are trying to figure that out. If you're going to be in clean air, if you're going to be running up to the people that you have to lap, or maybe even people with offset strategies and all that, because for them, obviously, it's maybe not a fight directly with you, but at that point it's for position, and some people are strategic, they just let you by, but other people also could just go, hey, I'm on track here now, I don't see a blue flag, so bring it on.
Oh, don't mention blue flags to Sebastian Vettel, whatever you do.
Blue flag, honestly, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I know. Just like his ping pong comment about Daniel Kvyat in Sochi a few years back. The less said about that one, the better. Because then somebody else ended up in a certain Red Bull seat the race after, and that changed history in terms of F1. But again, we're seeing now that in 9th place, and that is actually that's the Pro SimSport Racing blue car, Philip Dinisus, who is now in a genuine 9th place. That to me showcase it just goes to show that sometimes you'll have these drivers at some point they'll put in a lap whereby they'll go, yes, that was a good one. They make a little bit of a mistake, and the first thing they do is they sort of tell themselves off, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the main source of aggression, I would say, other than, you know, people that crash you off, is usually when you make a mistake and you're basically just going, you practice for this, especially in a big event, you know, you practice for this. Why do you make this mistake? This is stupid. Come on, get yourself together. And then the most important bit is actually to get out of that mindset of, oh, I'm an idiot, and get back into the normal rhythm. Just find your rhythm again. And Pro Sports Sim Racing Blue, they absolutely did that. They had that little outbraking themselves, spun around, they were in last. And they made it back, they're now in 9th place. And I'd say they've been catching pretty decently up to the grid and go car.
Yeah, well, I think they've been taking about 2 to 3 tenths of a second a lap out of them.
That was almost a second this time.
Oh, that's pretty impressive from them. So, yeah, that just goes to show that when someone wants to put the hammer down and close on in on those in front, they'll be chomping at the bit. They'll be trying to do everything possible, such as making sure that they hit the brakes exactly when they need to, turn the car in, rotate it, hit the apex, power out nice and early once the car has carried the rotation through the corner. That's where it gets very, very interesting. And then, of course, with the type of drivetrain that the car will have underneath it, that's where you can really, really sort of see how the car's going to evolve as the track rubbers in, because we're 6 laps away from half time, which will be lap 58 of 116, so that'll take us at the 250 kilometre mark. But we're getting again towards those sort of pit stop windows that might be coming in very, very shortly, Nico. And at that point, you have to wonder who's going to blink first. Will it be Razor? Will it be Chill Blast? I'm looking at the lap times, and the leaders are doing, last couple of laps they've done a 1:28.9, and the sister car, the Razor car, is running about a tenth off. And you're seeing that gap expand now. It's now 1.9 seconds. So if Sami Matti-Trogen is making his way through traffic, and then Moreno Sorica will have to do exactly the same, thereby meaning that we'll have a possible alternative strategy coming towards Razor, because I know for a fact that if you are the defending champion of a one-off event as prestigious as this, you will do everything in your power, within legal reason, of course, to try and get the job done. Now, we don't want anyone biffing it, hitting anyone off the circuit. And there you see the back marker traffic side of the situation, where there is Reiter Engineering, and there is the Williams Esports Chill Blast car closing in very, very quickly. And it just has been a very, very sort of, that first lap was like, oh, hang on, what's going on here? Ah. Thank you very much, Messe.
Got some refreshments from...
Service with a smile there, folks.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to end up in a bow tie and have like one of those napkins over his left arm saying, "Your drinks, sir." But yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty dominant display by Williams. I mean, as Luke rightly put it last year, it was the Williams Esports show. Again, it's exactly the same.
Yeah. I mean, they've obviously prepared quite a lot for this. Obviously, they are also one of the very big professional teams in sim racing in general right now, and in esports. Basically, any big competition, they're always there.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we saw earlier, well, I mean, just now, Reiter Engineering letting them through quickly, making sure that they go through without trouble, braking a bit later in turn 2. And that was very nicely and cleanly done, I think.
Yeah, and now that gap has expanded between the two leaders to coming up to 2.5 seconds. As we now head on to lap 54 of 116. So a big thank you to you all that have been watching the racing all the way through the weekend, along with the live streams here on the ADAC SimRacing Expo YouTube and Twitch channels. A big thank you to everyone that has been a part of every single panel that we've had this weekend here at the Messe Dortmund. And a big thank you to the team behind Messe Dortmund as well for allowing us to host what's been a fantastic weekend. But again, that was very, very quickly negotiated by Moreno Sorica in order to facilitate no car being between him and also Sami Matti-Trogen, who after 54 laps has yet to be sort of truly challenged. I mean, let's not forget, Moreno Sorica got an absolute brilliant start at the beginning of this race, got the car up to second, and then for that car, they decided to go a couple of laps later. And in that respect, it wasn't a bad idea. But because, as you rightly alluded to, Nico, there was back marker traffic that Williams Esports Razor were going to have to negotiate. And unfortunately, when you get lap traffic, that is what can happen in an enduro.
Yeah, it was just wrong place, wrong time. They would have I think they would have lost far less time if they had gone for the inside. But obviously, Pro Sport at the time, basically just seeing the leader approach, they don't know how long they're going. They don't know when they're pitting in. So they basically just, clear the outside line, clear the racing line, of course, the faster line, and go, come on, go through, mates. We're helping you out here. And at that moment, the Williams car obviously just goes, no, hold on. We're running out of fuel, man. And
that's, it's all like we're getting marginal.
That's how quickly you lose just seconds from just a short miscommunication.
Yeah, it's like, come on in, you're running on fumes. No, one more lap. No, you're running on fumes. Get in now. It's sort of like, yeah, but I'm fine. No, you're not. Your fuel's right. That's the thing, because with these professional teams, they will ring the fuel tank to the absolute bottom of the, like the little dregs in the bottom of the fuel tank. They'll go right down to when it says fuel level low. And if they know that they can squeeze an additional lap out of it, they'll do everything in their power. Okay, it might not be the fastest lap, it might be 5 to 7 seconds slower on the in lap in comparison with the full push lap, but it might make all the difference. But then you wonder, well, hang on, if you've got a lap to go, or you've got a lap and a half to go, wouldn't you think it would be the more sensible choice? Bring that car in now and have that additional lap of fuel in the pocket just in case. But even that doesn't always work.
The thing is, to a certain degree, I think every single driver is a thrill seeker there, because when you run out of fuel in a real car, obviously, like it's not recommendable overall, because like the engine is also just not working properly. So like if you run out of fuel or run on too little fuel too often, that's not very great. Here we don't have to worry about that, and I can tell you, like from personal experience from an endurance race, there's no better feeling when you're coming in for the pit stop, and as you enter the pit lane, your engine turns off with 0.0 liters, so you don't even have to turn off the engine for the pit stop. Rewarding feeling. Really stupid, but very rewarding.
Very rewarding when all that nervousness, all that anxiety, your brow perspiring like a good one, and you're wondering, am I going to make it? And you get in, you're like, phew, that was close.
I played a prank on a friend of mine once. We did 3 hours of Imola, and during the last 2 laps, I just go, oh no, man, we underfueled, and he can't see my fuel consumption because he's just co-driver.
Ah, okay.
And that's Cyanide, you know, Amir Thacker, who's currently working in the flight simulator industry. And absolutely hilarious. He's basically just freaking out. Come on, just lift and coast, clutch in, do whatever.
Heel and toe, heel and toe.
Exactly.
It's like, come on, put your foot in the right position. There you go, that's fine.
We're coming to the front straight for the finish, and I'm literally just going, you know, like throttle spike, as if like the engine is dying out. And I'm going, oh, it's gone, and we're rolling over the line, and he's like, man, that was way too close. And I'm like, yeah, anyway, and I just shift 3 gears lower and start going flat out back to the pit lane.
Yeah, well, Door Esports now making their way past Reiter Engineering, who are currently situated in 11th position. Just one lap, well, after this lap will be on halfway of the ADAC Digital GT500. There's the Renvelton Esports car, the number 8. There's currently being piloted by Dominic Beck.
Speaking of Durr for a moment, they've actually caught the Williams Razor car by quite a bit, I think. They started closing down the gap because when they came out of the pits, initially in the last stint, it was around a 7-second gap. They caught it 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, well, yeah, because the gap at one point was like 7.5 seconds in climbing. So, just going to have a look at the lap times. 1:28.883 for Sami Matti Trogan. 1 minute 28.998 for Moreno Sirica. As we've now just had another, we've got, oh, right, number 17, Philip Dirsus is under scrutiny from race control. Incident between cars 7 and 17 on lap 38. Final warning to car 17 for causing a collision. So that's the, yeah. So that's before the slap on the wrist. That's, I told you not to do it, don't do it again.
Yeah.
Sort of situation. But, right, Renvelton have now pitted on their 55th, they're about a couple of laps down off of the leaders, so this is getting a bit close though. Well, that was Grid and Go, who have just released Pro Sport Sim Racing Blue in the number 17. So Phil Dillis now takes 8th place as a direct result. New personal best lap there for Absolute Motorsport. GridandGo.com Esports are now in the pits. I was going to say, Renvelton's been there for quite a long old time. We'll wait to see if that car comes out of pit road very, very shortly. And that gap is further expanded between first and second. So Williams Esports Chill Blast and Williams Esports Razor. 2.3 seconds, well, 2.8 seconds ahead.
Actually, though, Durr actually slowly catching up. At the beginning, they were having troubles even getting to the 129 dead, and now actually starting to match. Falcon as well. So I'm thinking Williams might have a setup where they already have quite a lot of mechanical grip on lower rubber, but now as the track gets more and more rubbered in, that advantage might be fading a little bit.
Yeah.
Durr and Falcon seem to be gaining a little bit, seem to have found a stable ground, so to say, and now start pushing a bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, stable ground. But there's always a bit of instability on any racetrack these days, and normally that's the pickup around the traditional racing line. We're now seeing a lot of the cars getting quicker and quicker and a lot more consistent over the course of the race. So from that aspect, there will be effectively the iRacing equivalent of marbles, like rubber pickup. Can that sometimes be a bit of a detriment to some of the teams, especially if it's rubbering in and you decide to go one side and you don't get the grip pickup that you'd normally get on the traditional racing line?
I mean, absolutely. We saw Williams Esports Razor outbrake themselves slightly in the second qualifying race and having that collision immediately. And situations like that are only going to be exaggerated with the marbles.
Yeah, right. Now we're seeing a few more pit stops, so we are looking at a three-stop strategy. Dart Esports and Falcon Sim Racing team now have pitted. So this could be very, very crucial for how the remaining teams react in terms of what they're doing at the moment. So this could be quite crucial in either undercutting or overcutting. Absolute Motorsport, Acelith, the number 69, and Racing Lab Esports now occupy 4th and 5th as Dart Esports in the number 20 make their way out of the pit lane. And Pro Sports Sim Racing Blue, by going a little bit longer, despite having those dramas earlier on in the race, now move up into 7th.
And get closer also in the pit lane.
Yeah, so, careful. Rights Engineering. And that's Max Podol behind the wheel, but the GridandGo.com esports car looking up the inside. This is going to be side by side into the right-hander through the final turn. A little bit of a run wide there from Righter Engineering. I think they just went a little bit too deep, carried a bit too much momentum, and then they were able to get through. Get Closer Racing in 13th place.
Now there was also an example of marbles there. I think there was also already one of the first examples of marbles there. Trying to go on the outer line there, and the marbles are not merciful at all.
Yeah, it's not a racing team's best friend, is it? Where you have marbles, you have pickup, and okay, that people might say, well, what does that actually do? What that does is it compromises the tyre in terms of its contact patch. But what it also does, because that's old pickup, that's rubber that's already been used, so it will add a little bit of possible slidiness to the tyres, especially on the rear end, wouldn't you say, Nico?
Well, there's a little bit of a dual-sided sword. Like there's that is less than ideal.
Falcon Sim Racing team out of the pit lane exit. Well, the loud pedal was hit, and the car does decides to connect with the barrier on the back end.
I know wall tapping is, a trend in drifting, but I don't think it's supposed to happen in GT racing.
That was definitely not the plan for Falcon Sim Racing team. So, on that aspect, that car is going to be running with a little bit of damage on it, which could compromise the rear aerodynamic stability. So, Chill Blast again, pit before Razor when it comes to Williams Esports. And now we wait to see how long it's going to take before, waiting to see when Moreno Seneca is going to be out. Well, he's already coming through Schlossgold. So that is why they're a little bit further up. They're a little bit further ahead. Not a bad strategy, though, I must admit, because it could be a lot worse. And the fact that they go, oh yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. No, that's not going to work. This is, though, however.
again, you just have to wonder how much longer Williams Esports Razor will be going on. Pro Sport Sim Racing Red go into the pits for what will be their second trip down pit lane. But I think the way things are going, Nico, it seems to be the main thing with this. Every single team at this time are putting a full set of new tyres on it, filling the tank up to 77% capacity and running with it.
I mean, that's the only way to go at the moment, I think. Maybe, at the beginning you'll probably try to run the fuel tank as much as you can, as full as you can, just so the final pit stop can be a little bit lighter, and that was a lot of sliding at the late entry to the pit lane.
Yeah, Racing Lab Esports, Absolute Motorsport number 69, also in the pit lane. Pro Sport Sim Racing Red might have been there for a little bit of time, but it may not be to their detriment at this point. A lot of pit stops happening. There is a flood of activity in the pit lane on lap 63 of 116. There is a little bit of an audience gathering. But Williams Esports Razor have a 46.3 second advantage over the Chill Blast team. Let's head back over to Luke.
Well, very appropriately, we are with Javi from Williams. First of all, cool necklace, dude. That is really
Thank
cool.
you.
Is it like a lucky necklace or something?
It is, it actually is. Like every time I'm bringing this over, we are doing a good result, and I mean, I can say, hopefully it keeps on my neck for the next 2 hours, so yeah.
I bet it goes really well with a wetsuit as well.
Yeah.
P1, P2, pretty good from you right now. It's been a good weekend as a whole. Actually, the last year as well was pretty good. SimRacingExpo seems to go pretty well with Williams.
Yeah, I mean, we have been in SimRacingExpo already. I think it's like the 4th consecutive year we are here. New location, which is great. I've never been here in Dortmund before, so great to be here. And fantastic result for the team so far. Hopefully we can keep the result till the end of the race. Many things could happen. I have to say we have been exploring also some issues in one of the rigs the whole day. So, I mean, having the team on top is quite good at the moment. So, yeah, it was mega yesterday. Hopefully we can achieve a good result today as well.
Well, talking about the Expo, we were at Nuremberg last time. What's your thoughts of it being in Dortmund?
It's good. It's actually good. We had our own concerns about the venue. I have to say it's so good. I mean, the venue is great. It's just a shame that we are missing some of the best teams and drivers here as well. But I mean, meeting a lot of people today, yesterday, and I mean, for me, it's been like a whole day, basically enjoying here every minute. But it's been great. I mean, we're also having partners here like Fanatic, launching new products. So yeah, awesome again.
Nice one. Well, thanks for your time. Good luck for the rest of the race. Let's head back over to Alex and Nico.
Round of applause there for Javi from Williams. Good to have him here with us as always, and thanks to Luke. 1-2 at the moment, and well, since the second pit stop, Nico, what have I just noticed? The fact that the two team cars from Williams Esports, Chill Blast leading Razor by 0.7 of a second approximately. They've got the Absolute Motorsport car just in front of them. Now it's the time to see whether Razor can get the jump on Chill Blast by getting past this back marker rather quickly. Now there's two straightaways. We've got the first one underway now, then we've got going through Niki Lauda corner and then up the hill towards Remus. Now it's a case of how does Razor take full advantage of this situation. The Absolute car pulls to the left-hand side very quickly, and Razor now does something very nice. Slipstream, and is going to get the toe going up the hill to carry an extra bit of kilometres an hour, maybe 5 to 8. Slingshots past the outside, neatly done, and keeps Chill Blast in their crosshairs.
I'm gonna be honest, I think they basically already jumped them, because if you recall correctly, after the last pit stop rotation, well, at the end of the last stint before the pit stop rotation started, the distance was 2.7 seconds. All of a sudden, it's back below 1 second, and at the same time, don't take your eyes away from ADAC Esports. they have slowly reduced that gap from 7 down to 5 seconds now to a Williams Esports Razor there. So I think over the next 2 stints, we're definitely having to watch them as well.
Yes, indeed. We're on lap 65 of 116 of the 2023 ADAC Digital GT 500. So, over the past few years, we have visited the following circuits. So, in 2018, it was Nürburgring, 2019 Spa, 2021 a return to the Eifel region back at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. And then the Temple of Speed Monza was the host of the Digital GT 500 last year. And here, another change. Great to be in another circuit. I think also there is a saying, variety is the spice of life. And I like the fact that we have gone to a different circuit. Okay, as much as people go, well, it's an ADAC event, it should be hosted at a German circuit. Okay, understand, take your point. But I would rather see these drivers. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Ren Velton is going to have another trip down the pit lane. That's another drive-through. And also, I've just been informed that Reiter Engineering and Falcon Sim Racing team are now both on 24 incident points apiece. So Ren Velton, again, is quickly serving that drive-through penalty. But what I've been noticing is that the Chill Blast car is 2 and a bit tenths of a second slower than the Razor car. There you see the current atmospherics, 20 degrees there, 27 degrees track, 55% humidity with a 3 km/h wind. Server time currently at 1:35 p.m. in the afternoon on October, well, funnily enough, they decided to put the date as it is today, October 15th, 2023. And this gap is getting closer and closer still between Williams Esports Chill Blast and also Williams Esports Razor. Gap now under 4.5 tenths of a second and closing.
Just matching the pace of the Williams Razor car though, so it's getting double interesting here because we could have this fun situation again. These two are maybe fighting for the leads. Ideally for Williams, they're not going to want that. They're going to try and, fly in formation to try and get away from them.
And get a nice picture to end the weekend as well, of course.
Absolutely. But of course, they're hoping that maybe they'll start fighting a little bit. And we saw so many times this weekend already how quickly you can lose time just by fighting 1v1.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where now we're more than halfway through the race. We're getting in towards... we saw a lot of the second pit stops. So we'll see... the last set of pit stops will start happening from lap 90 onwards. And then it'll be a 26-lap run to the finish. So, one of the things that I'm looking at here from this kind of strategy perspective, Razor are able to go a couple of laps longer than Chill Blast. So what that says to me, on their final pit stop, they don't need to put as much fuel in. If they stick a new set of tyres on that car and probably put enough just to cover them by about a lap, that will be absolutely fine. Because you want to have that additional safety net, don't you? You want to make sure, okay, right, how long have we got? Okay, 24 laps. Put enough fuel in for getting to 26. So you don't want to completely overcompensate, but you want to make sure that you've got enough in case there's an issue. Like say, for some reason there's a couple of mistakes, it burns a little bit of fuel. You want to have that sort of contingency plan, don't you?
Yeah, you always have to look a little bit here. One thing that I'm also just recalling now, all cars are running at 77% fuel, except for the Mercedes, which is running at 76. That could be a problem at the first sight, at the first glance, simply because you don't have as much range, perhaps. We saw that the Mercedes do stop earlier. However, if they refuel completely, that also generally means, hey, these guys have a shorter full refuel time.
True. Yeah, very true indeed. It's just one of those things as Javi, you've got to remember to take the lens cap off. He didn't do that last year. And Seb Hawkins still mucking about. Gracias, Javi. Oh, that was like he took a picture of me and Paul Glover last year when we were both pointing at a screen, and then he forgets to take the lens cap off. Absolutely priceless.
Well, we gaze at Williams. Williams gazes back at us, or
Yeah,
not,
no.
because the lens cap is on.
That was a comedy of errors. That moment right there.
Yes.
But we're just we're coming up to the end of lap 69 of 116. So we have gone north of 250 kilometres. We're probably north of 300 kilometres already completed in total race distance. But again, now the stalemate between these two at the moment. It's ebbing and flowing. They're running in the 129 ones, and then you look at everybody else. Esports, Michael Reichel is running on the same pace, a 129, 112. Lucas Müller in the Falcon Sim Racing car, running at a 129, 337. Then you've got the Thomas Engers Sim Racing car running at mid 129s. The same for the car behind Racing Lab Esports, 129 high sixes. And then we get to like below 8th position. Andrea Dalle Valle at the moment running in the 130.1s. Sven Hertig for the number 7 of Get Closer Racing, who folks have now recovered to get themselves back into the top 10. And have done a really good job despite that moment we saw earlier on today. It's done a really, really good job of just keeping, just keep the focus. Okay, yes, it was a mistake we made, but we're going to claw it back. We're going to try and make our way up the order. And they've got 3.5 seconds to claw back because just in front of them is Ren Velton, who've done their second trip through the pit lane due to incident points accumulated over the course of the race. And now the gap is 3/10. I now sense that there will be a move that could put the Razor car in the race lead, but by keeping in this close proximity, Razor are doing everything that they can to keep Chill Blast from thinking that they may have the win. It's all going to come down to this final pit stop. That's what's been crucial. Of course, chaos and calamity on the opening lap, but now the strategy is what really counts.
They're both pushing at the max, but I can't help but notice Williams Razor just did a 202, so 300ths of a second faster than their sister car. And right behind that, running almost the exact same pace, but 0.002 of a second faster, the Esports. The thing is, they are running a little bit faster on principle, but they will have to crank up the pace a little bit at least if they want to get in striking range.
Oh, right, that was another 1/10 of a second taken out of the race leader by the car behind.
Another one, yeah. And like another one from behind them.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, looking at the sector time, sector 1 for the race leader was a 21.985. For second it was 21.789. And again, the car in second is the faster vehicle. Now they're really close coming through out of Remus on lap 71 of 116 for the 2023 ADAC Digital GT500. And I kept quiet for a short, brief ASMR interlude right there. It's actually a very nice sounding car. Like,
yeah,
when we go into the cockpit cams on any simulator and you hear a Ferrari, it's there's that sort of DNA from that passed down from the V12s, the V8s, but it has its own distinctive sound. And that gap is still under 0.2 of a second, but Chill Blast was slightly quicker by about 0.5 tenth in sector number 2. Down in towards Hunt they go. Significantly steep elevation shift downwards. A little bit of a touch on the inside of the curbing by the Chill Blast car. Out of the final corner. Up to 4th. 5th gear. Now we start to see the closing speed. And the car in front was the faster one. Down from 6th to 2nd. Turn it in. And that was another 191. Oh, 129.182. So, yeah, I think the thing is now, we've seen that Razor, now Harvey from Williams said, yeah, one of the rigs we're having a problem with. Now, does that mean that one of these teams is having to try and just get through this? We talked, I have to give a shout out to Seb Hawkins, Josh Martin and David Perel being on the stage with Messe with the talk about sim racing now and beyond, when they were talking about the fact of technical issues when it came to sim racing, and with Williams having one rig that is not fully functional, let's say, in comparison to the other one. Do you think that might put a little sliver of doubt into the mind of the drivers that have that issue?
I think it's going to add a little bit of stress at least. Not necessarily doubt, but definitely stress, because, for example, let's say it's an issue with the force feedback.
Okay.
You're lacking just a little bit of feedback or something, you don't know why, you don't have time to identify it because you're racing already. So basically you have to adjust to the new sensation. You have to be careful that you don't overpush the car because you don't have the same sensation as usually. And you also have to look out, obviously, that you don't hit your teammate who's right up your tailpipe or who's right in front of you. So
yeah,
there's definitely an added bit of pressure now.
And the pressure being that it's coming down to just under 0.3 of a second at certain points under acceleration. And now Razor have got the slipstream on lap 73 of 116 here at the Red Bull Ring, and that gap's coming down. Now into the next right-hander, they go down the hill. That expands to just over 0.4. But it's really about the traction they get out of the corners in order to get the full traction down. They're still using a little bit of grass cutting, by literally clipping the outside sidewall onto the grass. And still, it's been pretty much nip and tuck between these two at the moment, whilst they continue their battle for the race lead. Of course, the defending champions in second, the team that finished third last year, leading the race, and they're 5.3 seconds up the road from Door Esports. But now, what we will do is we're going to, if I can, without further ado, hand over to Luke on the stage.
Well, we are focusing on the front two. This actually is a 3-car race at this point, and we are joined with Michael Teichmann, who is a part of the Dirt Esports outfit. What have they changed? They're starting to catch up. It's 8 seconds a minute ago. Now it's down to 5. It is closing down.
Yeah, I mean, right now we did a little bit of adjustments before our last pit stop. We are trying to push as much as we can. Tim is doing a sensational job so far. He's doing fast lap after fast lap last time I was checking. So we hope we can catch up in the last stint, and hopefully the Williams guys start to fight a little bit.
Yeah, do you anticipate them to start fighting early? You know, what do you believe their team have told them?
I think from what I've heard so far, hearing from the interview from Javi before, talking to a lot of the guys over there, I think some of them are saying they're going to fight, some of them are saying they're not going to fight. So I think we're just going to keep it safe and keep pushing as much as we can, and hopefully they can start fighting at the beginning of their stint. So,
is there a potential for the Falcon team to get involved as well?
Yeah, we hope so. Unfortunately, we had a slowdown very early in the race, so we're trying to correct that small error. But the guys right now are pushing like hell.
Nice one, mate. Well, thanks for your time, and well, maybe we'll bring you back up a little bit later on if it gets a little bit closer. But good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Let's head back over then to Alex and Nico.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks, Michael. Good to have you with us as well. So, there we are. There's the number 20 car, and you can see that at the bottom of the screen, you can actually see the current running time of the lap. But now, it's getting a bit closer still, Nico. Chill Blast aren't out of the woods quite yet, my friend.
No, absolutely not. And if they start actually fighting, I don't think neither is the Esports.
No, I think it's got to be a clean, fair battle. They'll all have racing respect for them, and that is the first time I've seen the gap go down to under 0.2 of a second. It was coming up the hill into Remus, now out of Remus and on the run down to Schlossgold. This is where we could see a pivotal change in the race, but that depends on what Razor decides to do. Do they decide to go for the move, or do they wait, bide their time, use the strategy? Because as we both know, Nico, a lighter car when it comes to fuel load is a faster car.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's less weight, there's less G-forces pulling you to the outside.
And
Luke says, let them fight.
But they have one big advantage right now fighting each other here. Other than, well, Razor having an advantage that Chill Blast just dipped their tire into the gravel. But if you are fighting someone on track, you want to fight someone who's predictable. And who's more predictable than the person that you're basically training all the time with. The person that you prepared for this race with. Or, you know, the number one car that you have prepared against because you saw, okay, these two guys are working like this together, these two guys are doing this for their lap time, they have this tendency in this corner, and the more you practice, the more you get to know your teammates. And with them running this close together with no hiccups really, you can just, you know, even if they're competing against each other, there's a layer of trust.
But what they've now got to do is very soon they're going to have to deal with some backmarker traffic.
And they're fighting as well.
Yes, and this is Pro Sports Sim Racing Blue battling away with Racing Lab Esports. This is for 6th position. Now, 6th position will give somebody 1,100 euros, as in one of these two teams, as they make their way down through into the right-hander at Red Bull Mobile. Turn 10. Oh, here we go. First big move for a very, very long time. And Pro Sports Sim Racing Blue make it through on Racing Lab Esports, the team from Norway, who are demoted down to 2nd position. But at the back, well, not too far behind, well, a little bit further back, there will be the battle between Williams Chillblast and Williams Razor for the overall race lead. That gap is now fluctuating anywhere between a 10th and a half to 2.5 tenths of a second at its very best.
Absolutely, and you can really see the confidence now that Pro Sport has found again. Honestly, after the disastrous start they had, it's great to see that. Really just great recovery drive. As we said though, there are stage points in this. So they will have to look a little bit, you know, how quickly they can further get up in the positions. But for now, there's about a 40-second gap. So right now where they are, I think they are quite happy.
Yes, indeed. And on lap 77 of 116, Pro Sports Sim Racing Blue overtakes Racing Lab Esports for 6th position. So that will be a very, very good day in the office for the number 17. The number 19, however, the Pro Sports Sim Racing Red Crew down in 12th position, 3.2 seconds ahead of Reiter Engineering, with Renvelten Esports having taken 2 trips down the pit lane for exceeding incident points. And the Porsche is scarpering away from the BMW. And that now means that, well, I'm now seeing that Grid and Go are starting to respond. It was a 1:30.870 for Racing Lab Esports and the BMW. The Mercedes of Grid and Go, Stefan Mosch Stiftung 001, has just done a 1 minute 29.941. They were 8/100ths quicker in the opening sector. And still, I'm keeping an eye on the sector times between the top two. 21.794 for the race leader, 21.751. That's sector 1. 38.8 flat for the leader in sector 1. Sector 1 for P2, 38.864. Now that gap is really it's ebbing and flowing. And when they cross the line after 77 laps out of 116, the gap between Williams Esports Chillblast and Williams Esports Razor was exactly 0.169 seconds. This is going to go all the way down to the wire, because I'm sure that with maybe a couple of laps, maybe 4 to 5 laps to go, they're going to go, right, now have at it and go to battle.
Not just that, we have to keep in mind again, I saw them post their lap times a couple of times now in the last few laps. And while they're still running very consistently and close together, they are slightly slowing each other down, I think, because it's just a human instinct. When there's a car close by, if there's a car directly in front of you, you still have to offset your braking a little bit.
Yeah.
Because obviously on the brakes, you have less drag, less to slow you down, brake a little bit earlier. You can't just rear-end another car, let alone your teammate.
True.
And the guys behind, obviously, always have one eye in the rearview mirror. That's going to be distracting as well. And here we are again, 29.3. I want to see what Esports counters with. 29.0. Once again, they're slowly creeping up and getting closer.
Gap now between second and third has dropped to 4.3 seconds, and it's being eroded away.
That was at 8 seconds once.
It was at 8 seconds. They've nearly halved that gap, but here's the move. This is going to be a change for the race lead. From fourth on the grid to first on lap 79 through Remus. Williams Esports Razor now take the lead.
Yeah, very clean move, waiting their time, and I think perfectly timed here with lapping one of the Mercedes. And the tricky part now is they're catching up to, I think, one of the battles in the field.
Well, consider this. The number 10 did a 29.947 on the first sector. Door Esports were over 2 tenths quicker. That gap is now eroding. It's like a landslide at the moment. It's literally falling into the water like nothing. 3.7 seconds. A minute ago, it's 4.2. So they are catching lap after lap, sector after sector by at least a good 2 to 3 tenths of a second. This now becomes a 3-horse race for what will be the concluding effort here at the ADAC SimRacing Expo and the final race of this year's ADAC GT 500. It's Williams Esports Razor, Williams Esports Chill Blast, and here comes the cavalry in the form of Door Esports.
28.9. And despite the overtake, though,
Yeah.
Congrats, props to Williams Esports Razor for a 29.0 despite overtaking and despite lapping. So
yeah,
we're seeing the, so to say, they were only fighting at 10% of their true strength before, and now the gloves are off, I think.
Oh yes, cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. But now that gap has expanded to 4 tenths of a second. Now, Williams Razor did a 129.0, Chill Blast 129.7, and then it was the 128.938 from Door Esports in the Mercedes. That Mercedes is starting again to really pick up pace. We're into the final hour, so we've just been racing for just over 2 hours. There are 36 laps to go. Next set of scheduled pit stops due to happen in around 10 laps time. Now, by that move happening between Williams Esports Razor and Chill Blast, that gives the number 9 the advantage in the pit stop phase, because Chill Blast can't say, oh yeah, we're going to pit first. They can't do that now. They can't hide from it, because now Razor have got Renvelton between themselves and Chill Blast, and now the gap is expanding. And what that's going to do, again, is going to put Door Esports a little bit closer to Williams Esports Chill Blast. This is tactical from the Razor crew. They used this to great effect last year when we were racing at Monza. And now again, they're trying to get past the Acelith car, but now they're getting impeded ever so slightly. But they're using it. Well, it might not be impeding. They're actually using the toe slingshots towards the left-hand side, and that's the Razor car through. The Absolute car stays to the left-hand side, the right-hand side. That means that Chill Blast get through. But this is now getting interesting, Nico, because we've got 35 laps to go. Pit stop starting in about 9 laps time on lap 90, and then it's going to be a flat-out sprint around the Red Bull ring right up until the end of the checkered flag.
Absolutely. I thought for a second he was going to start bump drafting the back marker there. He was getting so close and just not pulling out. So really nice action there, getting quite close. But also, the gap has gone down to 3.4 seconds now from P2 to P3.
Last 2 or 3 laps, it's been a high 1 minute 28.9 for Door Esports. Gap between the top two now expands to the best part of just over 8 tenths of a second, a 128.8 for the race leaders, a 129.1 for those in second position. And Door Esports might be having to combat some back marker traffic. The gap back down to 3.4 seconds. So they've managed to get things sorted out in the meantime. Falcon Sim Racing team round out the top 4. Thomas Enger Sim Racing in 5th place. But at this pivotal moment, what happened a few laps ago when the pair of Alessandro Bico and Moreno Sirica, the defending digital GT500 champions, got the move done on the sister car and now are going to start pulling away.
I don't think that the Chill Blast car will want to let them do that just if they have something to say about it. It's going to come down, really who makes no mistake, who hits the pit limiter perfectly, who hits the pit box perfectly, who just does everything without any mistake now. And these 8/10ths, either they, get reduced to a lower gap or they lose a second or something. That's the problem with these situations, because they stand a little bit wrong in the pit box. I think every person that has tried this, that has done this in iRacing before or also in ACC park a little bit wrong. You get a lot of time loss.
Yeah, well, Grid and Go are starting to close in on Racing Lab Esports in the battle for 7th position as they made their way through Remus, now on the way down towards Schlossgold. This is going to get very, very interesting. I mean, Racing Lab Esports were battling away with Pro Sports Sim Racing Blue for 6th position, lost the position to the crew, but time for another interview. Let's head back over to Luke on the stage.
Thank you very much, Alex. I am here with Chris Bauer, who is representing Falcon and Durr. So you've got two horses in this race.
Talents in sim racing, but he's 18 years old, and to get him motivated is really a big problem. But if he's doing training and he's getting prepared very well, you see what he can do, and he's now the fastest guy in the whole field. And yeah, that's his talent.
How likely is it that he's going to catch up, though? That's the big question. Do you think it's going to happen?
We will see. I don't want to talk too much about the strategy because the others are listening. So it could work, but I think maybe the last stop will decide the race, I think.
Are we going to have a grandstand finish here for the GT500?
I hope so. We do our best to catch the Williams. We don't want to give them the win too easy, but we will see.
Nice one. Thanks for your time, mate. Back over to Alex and Nico.
Thanks a lot, Luke. Thanks a lot, Chris. Good to see you again. It's been a long time since the last one, and good luck to the teams at Dort and Falcon. So, the gap has now expanded a little bit, funny enough, between Dort Esports. Of course, that back market management, when it comes to traffic, really, really does show how difficult it is when you have, okay, yes, we've got a 14-car grid. We're skating over that one completely. Reiter Engineering... Nochmal schwarze Flagge, Leute. Another black flag. Third of the race so far.
But the first black flag not by Rennwelten, I think, right?
I know, yeah, well, yeah. It's Reiter Engineering who cop a black flag. Hello, Mr. Gamer Muscle. He's doing his filming. Nice work on the YouTube channel, by the way, buddy. So we've got quite a lot of people, but yeah, Reiter Engineering, I think your good friends over there might not be so happy now that that's happened. So that's another black flag. That's the third one of the race, and two teams have copped it. But we're getting to that point in the race now where drivers are going to start feeling a little bit of exhaustion.
Yeah.
Because they're racing for 3 hours. This is we did actually, there was one actual, I don't think it wasn't an unrealistic request, but it was slightly unusual. This is a 2-driver team event. So you take turns. You normally will split the driving. But we did have actually one team who did request whether we could accommodate a third driver. And I think they said it wasn't going to be that much of a problem, to be honest with you. But now we're seeing, I think Chris Bauer, credit to that man, said, yeah, I think the final pit stop will decide it. Well, when we hit lap 90 in 5 laps time, folks, this is where we will see what Chill Blast is going to do. Are they going to blink first? The current history of the race pretty much says yes. But what might Razor do? Might they decide to pit at the same time?
They could decide to cover them off, but yes. I don't know how effective that would be. Like, their biggest advantage would be to run as long as possible, so they have the shortest pit stop possible for them. If they try to pit earlier, obviously to circumvent the problem of back markers being in their way or something, as was with Razor in the first pit stop attempt, they would essentially throw away the one big advantage that they have.
Yes, yeah,
so
agreed.
it's very, very difficult. The two Ferraris at the front, obviously, they ran a lot longer than the two Mercedes in 3 and 4. So they really have to decide now what wants to be their priority. Do they want to fight for P1 and P2? Do they want to make sure to cover each other off, but maybe run into danger of getting closer to the Esports car?
Considering the fact that Williams Esports Razor and Chill Blast have just set lap times within 3 1,000s of each other. 1:28.941 by the race leader, 1:28.944 for second place.
And then 1:28.955.
Yeah, but the thing is that Door Esports at the moment are hemorrhaging a little bit of time. That gap has now gone up by over a second.
Yeah.
Pro Sport Sim Racing Red set their fastest lap of the race on lap 84. 1 minute 29.386. And I think it was that move that we saw earlier on when, considering the fact that Alessandro and Moreno were in the Razor car last year, but they went with Merc. This year, they've gone with the 296. A very different animal in comparison with a car that has a honking great big V8 in the front of it that powers the rear wheels. But now they go to a mid-mounted, rear-wheel drive, twin-turbo V6. And I actually had a chat with Danny Lafuente earlier on, and I said, "How does it feel?" He said, "Yeah, it feels pretty good." He says, "I don't like the look of it though." the thing is that when a new car comes out on a racing simulator, you get all these people go, "Yeah, we love it," and then you get those that go like, "Oh, I don't like it," and then they'll tell you why, or they'll just go, "Yeah, that's just ugly."
I mean, I do remember when the 296 came out for ACC, we planned to do a charity event. And we had quite a few people signed up in the 296. And then accidentally, on race day, they found out, oh, actually, we can't do driver swaps because it crashes your game.
Ah.
Yes. So Kunos had to fix that afterwards. And
Right.
our event got turned from a 12-hour into a 6-hour race.
Yes, that's not what you want to hear. Yeah, when you install this mod or you install this update, that happens. It is one of those things that, you know, there are always current refinements and updates that do tend to happen, and it's part and parcel of it. It's part and parcel of the living in a sim racing world, so to speak, where you have the highs and you have the clear frustrations.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sim racers also, you know, as a sim racer myself,
yes,
I know that, you know, we like to cry about, you know, oh, we have the hardest job in the industry because we have to drive, we have to perform on the limit. I'm pretty sure the programmers have the worst part because, like, their biggest progress.
Sorry to cut across.
Don't worry.
This is the battle for P10. Get closer. Being hustled along by the number 69 of Absolute Motorsport. They were nigh on front to rear bumper coming out of the final corner. Now through Nicky Lauda. Up the hill through towards Remus at turn 2. The Ferrari right on the back bumper of the Mercedes AMG GT3. Now through the slight left kink up the hill. It's going to be hard on the brakes.
Not quite possible.
Yeah,
Yet.
well now, get close to make a
go.
mistake. And Absolute Motorsport number 69 gets through. That was for 10th place. And Get Closer Racing have got to start fighting back on that one on lap 88 of 116. We're a couple of laps away from the last set of pit stops being taken place, and Grid and Go in on lap 88. That's a couple of laps earlier than I had anticipated, considering we did see some teams coming on lap 30, lap 60. So we probably will see a little bit more activity happening in the next 2 to 3 laps of this race. But after this, it's about who can maximise the pit stop. Door Esports decide to go in now. Razor and Chill Blast stay out and are lapping within 5 1,000ths of a second of each other. Renvelton have gone in. Falcon have gone in. So now this is going to give the opportunity to Williams Esports Razor and Chill Blast to stretch an advantage, which will be further exacerbated by the fact that Door Esports and Falcon Sim Racing have pitted. Thomas Enger Sim Racing are staying out. Are they chancing it and going for third?
I am thinking Durr pushed for quite a long time. And at that point, a very quick shout out to Falcon as well, because from the lap times, it seems, despite having that little wall tap at the pit exit the last time around, that the rear damage hasn't been that heavy, so they could keep going without any big impediment, which is just, nice to see. But Durr, I think they have been pushing for...
Well, they do have passion, but they have been pushing.
Also, yes. For a very long time, they've been pushing on the limit, so I'm thinking...
The car behind has got brand new tyres on it, has got a full set of fuel, has got a full tank of fuel on it, the 77% version of it. Oh, actually, on the Mercedes, it's 76, as you rightly corrected earlier. So Get Closer Racing are now in the pits on cue on lap 90. So we will see how much longer Razor and Chill Blast stay out. That's going to be the crucial thing here. How much longer will they decide to stay out on the circuit and give them the best window of opportunity possible? So, yeah, it's a difficult one to call, isn't it, Nico? Is when they're gonna decide to pit in, because they're on the 91st lap of this race, and well, nochmal eine schwarze Flagge, meine Damen und Herren, dritte dieses Mal bei Rennwelten. So third black flag for Rennwelten. That's another pit stop in the offing, and that's the lowly drive-through walk of shame. You know what? Still, you have to give them credit for carrying on no matter what is thrown at them, especially when it's a black flag.
For sure. I mean, you know the old saying, all good things are three, so maybe just going for the completionist
Like Woody and
run.
Kleiny do on Instagram. It's like everything comes in threes. But now we see another team going to the pit lane. It's Thomas Enger Sim Racing from third place, so that's now going to put Door Esports back up into P3. So the number 18 I'm tracking at the moment is currently still sitting in pit lane, as the number 20 is making its way through the final corner, and that is going to be third again for Door Esports. They were, as I said earlier on, they were very, very close to getting a podium last year, but they missed out Rennwelten in the pits for their third. Yeah, and that was from the left side of the commentary box, because I haven't seen a couple of Rennwelten t-shirts, but hey, at least we get to look at that wonderful livery. So now things are changing around again. So Pro Sport Sim Racing Blue, I don't think have pitted. They might have gone for a longer, like the old 3000 IQ strap that normally everyone talks about. They've
Is that coming from behind the pillar, like at the Rennwelten? Sorry.
They're in the crowd. Thanks for joining us.
They've infiltrated us so far now.
Yeah, but I have to say, I have to give kudos. You know, they've come into this, they're having fun no matter what happens. Am I right? Good. That's what I like to hear. Fun, it doesn't matter what happens. We're here to have a great time. But we are coming down to what will be the last 24 laps of this race. It's getting rather exciting because Razor and Chill Blast have yet to pit, and we are very, very soon going to be seeing whether more drivers are going to be making changes. There's been a change for 8th in terms of the 69 Absolute car getting past the 88 for 8th position. But let's head back over to Luke on the stage. Over to you, buddy.
Well, welcome back to the stage. We've got a very special guest here, and apologies if I mispronounce your name here. Sagan Akin Olugbade, founder of SimRacing Nigeria. Did I get it pretty close?
Close enough.
If you could just give a little explanation as to who you are and what you're doing here at the SimRacing Expo.
Right. My name is Segun Akin Olugbade. I am the founder of SimRacing Nigeria. About a year ago, I was given the opportunity to thoroughly embarrass myself at the FIA Motorsport Games as Nigeria's first ever entry at an FIA sim racing event. I knew that I wasn't going to do well. I was so badly out of practice. I just moved house, hadn't been on a rig in 6 months, but I thought this could be an opportunity. Nigeria is not known for motorsport, and some racing titles don't even feature Nigeria. Thank you for thanks to Assetto Corsa Competizione for doing so, because I was able to race at the games as Nigeria, and I'm also able to have that on my livery at home. But yeah, we're not known for racing. So I seized this opportunity to put Nigeria on the map, and out of that was born SimRacing Nigeria. We are an 80-strong community. I believe we are the biggest sim racing community in Nigeria, and I stand to be corrected. I would love to be corrected, because it means that there are more Nigerians racing, and that can only be a good thing. And we've grown from just me to 80 people. Of those 80, maybe 25% of us maybe have a rig. And yeah, we're just trying to race and have fun. And it's great to be here at the expo. And it's a real honor to be on this stage as well. So yeah, that's who we are anyway.
First of all, don't downplay your achievement. To represent your country, no one can ever take that away from you. So well done on doing that.
Thank you. Thank you.
What are your objectives with this initiative?
If you just think back to any aid video you've seen of Africa or Nigeria or any country that is poor, don't see poor children. There could be an Einstein, there could be a Michael Schumacher, there could be a Lewis Hamilton that just doesn't have an opportunity. And I want to put that opportunity in the hands of as many Nigerians as I can. This may be through racing cafes where people can go and access this equipment, or it could be because I have been able to put racing equipment in people's hands through my 3D printing skills, where I can build something. There's so many videos on YouTube where people show how you can build a DIY racing racing wheel and racing pedals, and it's really just to, as I've been hearing, democratize sim racing and even democratize it for as many Nigerians as I can. We're 200 million people. We should be racing. You know, as I said earlier, there's a Michael Schumacher out there. There's a Lewis Hamilton out there. There's somebody out there that's going to be on a podium in either F1, touring cars, GT3, you know, whatever it is, IndyCar, and they just don't have the opportunity right now. I want to give it to them.
Yeah, you can absolutely hear the passion in your voice here. Where can people find you?
We're on the web, simracing.ng. We're on Twitter, simracing_ng. I understand it's no longer called Twitter now.
We all still call it Twitter.
We're on Instagram, simracing_ng. And if you also search SimRacingNG on Facebook, we're there as well. Or you can search for me, Segun Akinolugbade, SEGUN, and AKIN-OLUGBADE. You can find me there, and you can link me back to any of those profiles.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for your time. Let's head back then to the GT500. The final pit stops are done, or scheduled pit stops are done. 11 seconds, maybe a little bit more, separating the top three teams. Back to you, Alex and Nico.
Thank you very much, Luke. Now we are on lap 95 of 116. So the final pit stop phases have been completed. It is a run to the checkered flag to see who will be crowned our 2023 Digital GT500 champions. Williams Esports Razor, the defending champions, the partnership between two fantastic Italian drivers, Moreno Sorica and Alessandro Bico, leading the way by 4.2 seconds. Ahead of the pairing of Daniel Lafuente, aka Lightning Lafuente, when I talked to him behind closed doors, and Sami Matti Trogan, real-life BMW driver with Valkenhorst Motorsport. They're 4.2 seconds behind. Door Esports running at the top three. Falcon Sim Racing team, Thomas Enger Sim Racing ran at the top five. Great work by Pro Sports Sim Racing Blue, and that is the number 17 car. That started 12th on the grid. 96 laps ago. Incredible performance by them. And we've got gridandgo.com Esports with the Stefan Marsch Stiftung that they're helping with regards to them this weekend. Racing Lab Esports, though, are closing in on the 001 Mercedes for that 7th place. There's the race leaders. Their advantage has been slightly truncated to around 3.8 seconds. And, well, Moreno, I've just been, thanks to Adam Williams, he's given me the 411. He's just WhatsApped me and said, Moreno's in the car, the Razor car, to bring it home. It was Alessandro last year that brought the car home. It's going to be Moreno to bring it across the line. But, again, despite the dramas for this crew in the qualifying race 2 we had earlier on, getting dumped down from 4th to 10th with a post-race 15-second time penalty, they've weathered the storm and they've had the perfect strategy. When Chill Blast pitted on lap 93, their advantage was 44 seconds. That was enough to get the car in, short dab of fuel, new set of tyres, get the car out, and it was 6 seconds up the road.
Yeah, I honestly didn't expect the gap to be this big after the pit stop, but just absolutely incredible drive from them. Nothing really to stop them now, and I mean, except maybe their teammate's car, you know, if they have something to say about it, because, as you said, he's there to bring it home, and Chill Blast with their last lap time seems to be still in a rather fighty mood, despite being 3.5 seconds away. The last lap was, what was it? Half a second faster.
Yeah.
So that could get quite interesting.
It could do, because there's 19 laps left in this particular race, and this will conclude not only the racing stages of the ADAC Digital GT500, but brings us very quickly towards the close of this year's ADAC SimRacing Expo for 2023. It's been a real pleasure being here in the Ruhrgebiet here in Western Germany. But Racing Lab Esports, again, are closing in that gap. Just a couple of laps ago was 6/10. Now it's under 3. And the Mercedes might have a little bit of a fight on its hands, even though we do see in the background Reiter Engineering, who are one of 2 teams that have copped a black flag. Renvelton, I have to say, love their spirit. You know, like I said, are you here? Are you having fun? And they went, absolutely. That's exactly what we want to hear from teams. They're here to compete. Okay, yes, they're competing for prize money, but ultimately, the main reason is to bring people together, to have a sense of community, and to enjoy laughter with each other. That's very, very crucial, and that's what this event is meant to represent.
Yeah, of course. And I think the special thing about the LAN events is not only do you compete with them, you know, online as usual, but after the race, when everything is said and done, you're close to each other. You know, you can go to each other, congratulate each other, celebrate with each other, and this here is, you know, another personal component, I think. For example, Reiter and Renvelten, I think their stands are basically right next to each other.
Yes.
So, yeah. You know, it's always this sort of thing. A couple of years ago, I did a LAN event, and a friend of mine was racing in a GT3 car. I was in an LMP1, and I was coming up to lap him. Last moment, he basically just pulls over into my line, and I almost crashed because of him. And I just look over to him. His rig is right next to mine, and I'm not kidding. I turned over and I just shouted at him, "Kian, what the hell are you doing?" And he replies with, "Sorry, mate, I thought you were a tree." And ever since then, that's been a quote that's always getting repeated. Shout out to Kian Donaldson, by the way.
It sounds like an insurance advert all gone wrong, doesn't it? In the virtual sense. But again, Racing Lab Esports in that BMW 3-litre inline-6 M twin power turbo behind the 6.3. Now, V8. But I think the thing is, Grid and Go were able to get the traction down, and then the BMW was able to catch, and because it's a lighter vehicle, obviously less mass displacement underneath that bonnet of it. And I think there's still a lot of people that are very much undecided on whether they like the front of that BMW M4. Form does follow function, and I think when I watched a video about the M4 road car when they explained it, I thought actually I can understand why it looks like that, but I don't think it's like I understand the principle, but the application is something different, isn't it?
I just find it funny looking.
Yeah,
it has handlebars at the front, so if the jacks fail, you can just pick it up. And it's like a pig. It has these huge nostrils. But the thing is, overall, like having such a huge car but very, very light is actually not a dumb idea, because the wider you have a car, the more you can exploit mechanical grip. The longer it is, the longer the wheelbase is, the more stable it's going to be for like faster corners.
Yeah, well, 16 laps to go, folks, here at the Red Bull Ring. There is the race leader. That time is coming down. However, the time has come down. It was about 6 seconds on the exit of the pit stop phases, but now we're at 3 seconds. Make that 2.8 as Moreno Sarica, who's bringing the car home across the line in about probably about the best part of 45 kilometres when we hit 116 laps. The gap now 2.98 seconds. Moreno Sarica was just under a tenth and a half quicker than the Chill Blast car. Esports, well, they pitted before both these cars did, and that has actually effectively costed them the opportunity of the race win, but they are 19.2 seconds behind, ahead of Falcon Sim Racing team with Thomas Enger Sim Racing. I'm looking at their lap times. They just did a 1:29.481, and the Falcon Sim Racing team 44 Mercedes just did a 1:29.560. So 8/100ths separating them. Now this is where we've got 15 laps to go on this race. The gap's now down to 2.8, and that was nearly 3/10. That was a big old margin. That was over 3/10 taken out of Razor by Chill Blast. So we still have a race on our hands here for the actual win in the main feature race.
I gotta say, I feel a bit like a troll, because my last thought wouldn't it be fun if we had a safety car right now? Just everyone on top of each other again for the last couple of laps.
Oh. I've got 2 words for you. No comment.
I mean, Javier is looking over here. And, he is laughing, I think it's more of a concerned laugh.
That's the laugh that's like, no, I don't want one of them right now, please.
No, thank you.
No, only if it's on the penultimate lap, and you get the perfect picture, eh, Javi?
Yeah, but either way, I think actually, if they are fast enough, Williams Esports Razor might be catching up to our battling pair here.
Yeah, well, it's Razor leading Chill Blast. So we've gone over a century of laps here at the Red Bull Ring. We're about to very soon complete, well, we are completing now, lap 101 out of 116, so 14 to go to crown our 2023 ADAC Digital GT 500 champions. And no one team so far in the history of this event has yet to defend the title, and that is around about 27 minutes away from becoming a reality. But still, we are continuing to watch the battle with gridandgo.com Esports, Stefan Mosch Stiftung versus Racing Lab Esports. And that BMW is getting a little bit closer, again under braking, as Renvelton Esports. Oh, don't tell me. I've got. It's in the. Oh!
Number 4.
It's. For Renvelton, I'm afraid.
Another one cuts the grass.
Oh well. At least we can say that they're the winners in another aspect. how many black flags can you get in a race? And Renvelten will go, hold my beer.
We've got the drive-through podium, you know. Renvelten, first place, unbeatable.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love their spirit, you know, carrying on, you know. They're just here to have fun now.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. You know, a big part of the German sim racing community, Renvelten. And it's good to have them with us. So, but still, this battle is really going to go down to the wire on lap 103 or 116. I think, well, that gap is coming down again. The number 9 car, the Razor car, 1 minute 29.408. And the Chill Blast car, a 1:29.237. So now that gap is 2.1 seconds and dropping. Every single sector. It was a 22.063 in sector 1 for the race leader. Second position, 21.901. That's a tenth and a half more that they've just taken out of it. It's going to fluctuate from time to time on there as such, but that just goes to show how quickly things can change. You could say, yeah, we've got great pace, and then all of a sudden what then happens is the team behind goes, right, we're not letting this go. We've been leading the majority of this race. Okay, fair play, you did a good move, but now we're going to fight you out on the circuit.
Yeah.
That's the key point. Williams Esports Chill Blast do not want to make it easy for the defending champions in the Razor car. They want them to fight for it. Last year they did fight for it with Team Redline until Redline had the return to garage. So now this is a straight up dogfight. We've got 12 laps to go, and again that gap is now dipping. It's under 2 seconds. Under 2 seconds, and they've just taken over 4 tenths out of the race leader.
And it's 12 laps left.
12 laps left. Hold on, folks. It's going to be a roller coaster, but for one final time, let's head back to Luke.
Well, that's pretty exciting, isn't it? The gap is coming down at the front. A little bit further back, though, we do indeed have the absolute motorsport Asser teams, the 69 and the number 88. 88 being the best number in racing of all time. I'm joined here with Andrea Della Valle. How's it going for you guys?
Since 1 hour ago, pretty well, with Alessandro on the 69 in P6.
Nice.
Then he had 40 seconds hold on pit stop because he cut the entry, so he loses a lot of time. On the other car, we have a lot of contact in the first lap with Sven and the other BMW of Renvelt. So we have a lot of damage on the front. The car is not pointier like we tested, and also on the straight it was slower than the default car. So for us, now it's difficult. 1 hour ago, it was pretty much perfect for us.
So it's probably best we don't talk about the race itself then. Let's talk about the Expo. How have you enjoyed the Expo in 2023?
We enjoy a lot because we are here as exhibitor with our sponsors. So we took our team and our sponsor here in Germany. It's proud by ourselves to be like this. And we take every sponsor that we have that produce a single component. So we have Exelite that produce steering wheels, Camus produce wheelbases, Restec build the rig, and then SRP build the pedals. So we can have the completed build rig by our sponsors and give their imagine here at the world pretty much, because there people came from America, Canada, South America. I spoke with people coming from Mexico yesterday, so it's pretty astonishing to be here as exhibitor. Yeah,
awesome stuff. Where can people find you? What's your website?
Website is absolutemotorsport.at, or you can find axelite.com, srp.com, or camusracing.com.
Nice one. Well, I can tell that Alex and Nico are getting very excited here because the gap is coming down. It's 1.6 seconds now between the two Williams cars. Let's head back over to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Luke. Thank you very much, Andrea. Good luck for the rest of the race. So 1.5 seconds is now the gap with 11 laps to go. Here at the ADAC Digital GT500, the current reigning and defending champions, the Williams Esport Razor pairing of Alessandro Bico and Moreno Sirica have got a dogfight coming their way, and it's thanks to the sister car. Chill Blast with the pairing of Dani Lafuente and Sami Matti-Trogen. They are pushing every single lap of this race. 10 to go. 106 out of 116. Nico Hillebrandt. This is getting rather exciting. Stop biting your fingernails before I forget, or you...
Oh, I'm not biting my fingernails.
It looked like you were.
No. Luckily not. That's a habit that's hard to drop when one's stressed. But basically, Chill Blast has been really pushing on the limit. Last couple of laps, 2 tenths, 3 tenths, 4 tenths faster a lap, even though they were behind traffic. And you have to love the tenacity there. But at the same time, Razor, they're probably thinking, guys, we've won this though, right, guys?
Yeah, it is getting a lot closer. Every single sector. They matched each other on sector 1. Yeah, sector 2, Chill Blast was quicker by just over a tenth.
Javier's on the stage, he's sweating nervously now.
Javier, stop hyperventilating. You'll be fine. This always happens when you're a team manager as well.
Yeah.
But it is getting closer, 1.1 seconds, as we now head on to lap 107 out of 116. It is getting closer and closer to hitting the end of nearly 500, just over 500 kilometers of racing here at the Red Bull Ring. This is getting even more, and there's more anticipation. And looking at the lap time, 1:29.2 for Razor, 1:28.8 last time around. Let's head back over to Luke.
We've got a very nervous Javi. Well, are you nervous? I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit. Always nervous in these situations.
Well, since we got up to the stage, it's actually gone down by 9 tenths of a second, so it is coming down massively. Are they allowed to fight? That's the big question everyone wants to know.
Yeah, I've heard that question not only for you, like for many people in this SimExpo, but I mean, they are allowed, obviously they are allowed. We will see if at the end of this interview we have already some overtakes, but obviously they are playing different games in terms of strategy, so I mean, hopefully if they fight, they will do it in a good way, and we can still achieve the P2 and, well, P1 and P2.
Nice one then. Just under 10 laps to go. Thank you for your time. Go and enjoy your teammates.
Thank you.
Getting involved. Let's head back to Nico and Alex.
So, big thank you for Javi for coming back onto the stage again for a quick chat with Luke. Gap now under 8 tenths of a second. We're very fast approaching 8 laps to go, which is about 32 kilometres. This is where things are going to get, I think, exciting for us. Nervous as hell for Javi from Williams. But you know what? I'm really glad that we're going to settle this out on track. And he said, yeah, you guys are allowed to race. That gap now 6 tenths of a second. And another nearly 4 tenths of a second taken out of the race leaders. It's coming down significantly. And that's another tenth and a half in the first sector. Taken out of the race leaders. You can see now that Chill Blast are hungry and they want to go for it, but Razor will defend their honour and their pride as current reigning GT 500 champions. This is going to go down to the wire, Nico.
Oh, this is going down to more than just the wire. Look at how close they are getting right now. Another half second already taken out this lap. It's 4 tenths or less than 4 tenths. So I think they're going to start attacking soon. However, we saw already before in the numerous races today, getting close is one thing, getting past is another.
Words uttered by the late, great Murray Walker, of course, who, if he was still alive, he would have been a centenarian. He would have celebrated his 100th birthday. But now, we see this dogfight. It's 4 tenths. Make that just over 5 as they go through Hint. Now into Red Bull Mobile. Lap 108 completed of this circuit. Now we've got this and a few more laps to go. The drivers have been toiling over this particular circuit that opened back in July of 1969, has 10 turns in its current variation, measures just north of 4.3 kilometres, and that time is coming down. 21.763 in the first sector for for the Chill Blast car, 21.9. The benefit of the doubt for Chill Blast is they have got the slipstream, but they've also got the dirty air to contend with Nico. and they've got to contend with another team that will make the rear end of that Ferrari as wide as humanly possible in the dying stages of this main race.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really, really difficult one to get past. Obviously, you also have to hold back a little bit. If you don't do it for us, obviously, or for your teammates, do it for Javier. I feel sorry for the guy.
Well, that's the thing. When you put two teams with equally capable individuals behind those steering wheels, expect something like this. We ride on board with the number 10. The Williams Esports Chill Blast car. The gap is again fluctuating underneath 0.2 of a second as they accelerate and then head into braking zones where that advantage then goes in favour in the car in front.
And the gap is going down again.
This is a great shot just to see inside what's happening. So down to second gear, rotate the car, bump over the curbs, don't run it wide. Gap now just over 2.5 of a second. Gap between second and third has now expanded to around 9.910 seconds. Up towards Remus. And Chill Blast looking for the move up the inside. Are they going to get it done? It's going to be side by side, wheel to wheel, with 6 laps to go. Chill Blast retake the race lead here at the Red Bull Ring. But now, the hunter becomes the hunted.
That's going to be rough for them. Razor couldn't counter there. They got slightly stuck on that outside sausage curve, I think. That just cost them a lot of traction. But I don't think that he's just going to go back down and leave it at that. He wants to be the first defending champion, and you see already. Now, you would think, hey, the view is exactly the same, but, you know, the rear of the cars are similar, but the front obviously different for each team.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's the same machinery, but they will have a different characteristic setup that will complement both drivers, who will know they'll have worked towards this event. They'll have found out, okay, what car are we driving? Okay, let's get it set up for the pair of us so we can work well together. But Chill Blast now leading the way, and that gap is opening up. And that gap, that has gone. That's a 1:29.272 for the new race leaders. And for the car in second, that was a 1:30.165. That was nearly a pendulum swing of a second in the change of the race lead. Back to 7th we go. Grid and Go versus Racing Lab Esports. 4/10 separate them.
Yeah, still fighting. And once again, a shout out to the Stefan Morf Stiftung for the appearance here. Absolutely fantastic. I think it's important that, you know, programs like these do get looked up.
Exactly.
And, you know, for me it hits also quite personal because, as I told you already, I've lost a couple of friends and family to cancer. One of my relatives still has cancer at the moment. So, yeah, if you guys are here at the SimRacing Expo and, you know, you have interest in it, want to do something well, just sign up with those guys.
Yeah.
Talk to them, and you could help out a person.
Especially when it comes to stem cell cancer treatments. My mum actually has had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and on the 3rd it was so severe that they actually had to do state-of-the-art stem cell treatment at St Bartholomew's Hospital in London. So that is a worthy cause. So if you haven't already, just go over there, get a mouth swab. That will then be able to see if you can assist to help with ongoing new and innovative stem cell research with regards to cancer treatments. So 5 laps to go, and the gap now between first and second position is 7.5 of a second and climbing. But what I have noticed is that Williams Esports Razor are not resting on their laurels. They are pushing as hard as they can. They were the last team, if I remember correctly, Nico, to serve a last pit stop in this race.
Yep.
Still keeps them in the mix because they've been pretty much, it was a 21.8 by both respective crews, by about separated by about a couple of hundredths of a second. But this is where it now starts to, the pressure of leading the race. We've seen it. It can happen to the best of anybody. And I did see that earlier on this weekend at the Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by AWS. at Circuit Zandvoort, but I'm not going to let you in on that because I watched it. I'm not going to spoil anything for anybody else. But
I just find it very entertaining right now because the Chill Blast guys, they're probably happy with the lead. They're still pushing, evidently. But at the same time, they're probably looking ahead and thinking, okay, Racing Lab and Go.com, please don't hold each other up too much, because having to lap a fighting pair in the last couple of laps, that's the last thing they need right now.
Yeah, that's a very good point that you've just made there, Nico. Now the gap between Dort Esports and Williams Esports Razor has dropped. It was at 10 seconds earlier on, about 5 to 10 minutes ago. It has now dropped to 8.7 seconds. Racing Lab Esports are still trying to close in on Grid and Go in 7th position. There they are, and there are the race leaders. You were right with what you said, that they are closing to lap them, as we're about to, next time around, have 3 tours to go. So that's just over 12 kilometres to put us over the 500 kilometre mark, 500.89 kilometres to be precise. So that is, this is going to be a very Writer Engineering have just been given their second black flag, I've just been informed, through track limits. So who's going to outdo first? Well, we've only got 3 laps to go after this one. So Ren Velton is going to win the Wooden Spoon Award for most black flags awarded here today. But now this is going to be the sprint to the finish. 12 kilometres to go, and Razor are not. They need to take at least what Chill Blast were doing after the last set of pit stops.
Yeah. They would have to get this second win that they just seemingly got out of nowhere after the pit stop. I was honestly really worried directly after the pit stop, because the gap had gotten so big. I couldn't have imagined that the Chill Blast guys basically just cracked their hands and decided, okay, let's get serious then.
They are serious because they've now expanded that gap, and that's getting up to a second now.
Yep.
That is crucial, because now Williams Esports Razor, the defending champions, okay, this is very much a carbon copy. It's going to be a Williams Esports 1-2, so Williams Esports as a collective will be the first team out of anybody to take 2 titles in a row at the ADAC SimRacing Expo for the Digital GT500.
Or in general, to take 2 titles at all, not just in a row. Like, back to back, it just feels even better, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it would be a true back-to-back if Sarika and Biko were leading. That would be a true back-to-back. Because looking at it from this perspective, Orano Esports didn't win. They won it in 2021. Those 2 drivers, Louis Naza and Daniel Pastor, who are part of Williams now, finished second the following year. And the same has happened again. Williams Esports Razor won last year. They're going to finish second. We've got 2 laps to go, including this one. And our race leaders are making their way up towards Remus. So we're on lap 115 out of 16. And that gap has now expanded. 1.3 seconds and climbing. They're heading over to Schlossgold. But what's going to be the penultimate time? We started proceedings at around 10:30 this morning, and at 5:25 p.m. we are just a lap and a half away from crowning our 2023 ADAC Digital GT 500 winners. Considering the fact that Danny Lafuente was actually in the team that took second in 2021. Great character, always got time for him, and he's got a great partner in crime in the form of Flying Finn, Sami Matti Trogan. And this is where... So now, ladies and gentlemen, the final lap of the ADAC Digital GT 500. 4.318 kilometres of the Red Bull Ring starts now.
And that is just honestly very, very impressive from them getting this far here. obviously they had a lot of chaos at the start as well, and getting from that, collecting themselves, and obviously defeating their teammates' car, because the one team that you always look out for first, if you have a direct opponent in your own team, you of course want to be the better team car.
That they do indeed, as out of Remus for the final time heads the number 10, the Ferrari 296 GT3 of Williams Esports Chill Blast. Again, for the second year in a row, it has been the Williams ADAC SimRacing Expo once again. But you know what? They thoroughly deserve it. They've been around for 5 years. They continue to strive forward for success, for glory. And again this weekend, they have shown it in spades. This is when it counts the most, because when this car comes across the line in just a few seconds, we're going to have some very, very respectful outgoing defending champions, and a new couple of names will hit the honour roll here at the ADAC Digital GT 500. Penultimate corner now beckons for the number 10 of Williams Esports Chill Blast. One more corner remains, and the checkered flag comes out. It's 2 in a row in 2 successive years. This year, it's Williams Esports Chill Blast that takes the feature race in the Digital GT 500. And you know what? Gallant runners-up for Williams Esports Razor, Alessandro Bico and Moreno Sarica. Boys, congratulations, mille grazie, well done. Dort Esports picks up a podium for the first time in ADAC Digital GT 500 history, if I remember correctly, and that is correct. And their sister team, the Falcon Sim Racing team, come across the line to finish 4th. Absolute Motorsport Aceless 69 finishes 9th. Reiter Engineering in 13th. Great effort by Thomas Enger's Sim Racing team. Showed good prowess in the professional trophy yesterday and take 5th in the feature. And you know what? I think this car deserves a round of applause very, very shortly when they cross the start-finish line, because gridandgo.com, Stefan Morsung Stiftung, showcasing not only the sim racing community, but helping to advance in cancer prevention with the 2 entities joining forces. Pro Sports Sim Racing Blue, they get a chapeau from me. That was 12th on the grid to finish 6th. And here comes Grid and Go out of the final corner. The 001 Mercedes across the line takes 7th ahead of Racing Lab Esports. Absolute Motorsport Aceless 69 in 9th. And the 88 rounding out the top 10. Get Closer Racing, despite only getting onto iRacing 2 days ago, finish in 7th. And then we've got the sister, it's the Pro Sport Sim Racing red car. Then we have the 76 of Reiter Engineering, and of course our good friends over at Renvelten rounding out the finishing order. But Williams Esports, for the second year in a row with 2 different lineups, secure the ADAC Digital GT 500. Folks, on behalf of myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and my good friend and compadre, my co-commentator Nico Hillebrand, it's been an absolute pleasure being able to call you all through the action, over through the Aztec SimSport Community Trophy, the Professional Trophy yesterday, and the Digital GT 500. Nico, you're going to be smiling all the way home, aren't you?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this has been an absolutely unforgettable weekend. It's been absolutely one hell of an experience. I still don't know how to properly put it into words. I'm going to read up I'm going to read a couple of dictionaries to find more words to describe this when I'm back home. But yeah, just so many friendly faces, meeting a lot of people for the first time, and also friends that I haven't seen in ages. So, you know, SimRacingExpo, always an absolutely fantastic event, no matter where it is. But I think we have a fantastic location here now in Dortmund.
Yep.
And yeah, especially for international travelers as well, you know.
It means that there is a safe foundation for the SimRacingExpo.
Absolutely.
In the years to come. Of course, there are your race winners. The pairing of Flying Finn, Sami Mati Trogen, and of course the Spanish Matador, Lightning Lafuente himself, Danny Lafuente, taking the win here for the ADAC Digital GT 500. After 2 qualification races, we then had a 500 kilometre, 116 lap race around the Red Bull Ring. Another new venue to add to the roster for the ADAC Digital GT 500. So we are just getting things prepped and ready for the presentation that will be taking place on stage as all of our teams. So, but I think great representation of manufacturers. Great to have the teams here on site with us competing, not just from the team boxes, but also from the booths. So they have all done a very, very good job. I mean, Nico, the action's been fast, has been plentiful all over the course of the weekend. Next year, we're back here in October 2024. Bring it on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we're also going to see, you know, just looking from the amount of people that we had here over the weekend, it's way more than I've ever seen in past years when I was there. So I think it's a very good choice here. Hopefully we have, you know, more teams joining us as well next year, because it's just an absolutely fantastic event. I have a lot of people here as well showing off their new hardware, and for me it's just amazing. I'm without words to just see one of my biggest passions, you know, just keep growing and growing here.
The only thing I'm going to have to say, ADAC SimSports, Andre, you need to put a silencer on that V8, because we had multiple panels over the... Or was it? Poor old Chris Hannibal was doing about sim centres, and I think at least 5 or 6 times I counted that V8 LMP3 being revved up and making a barrage full of noises, but then everyone else started getting in on the party as well.
Yeah, one of the Porsche as well, wasn't it?
Ah, right, okay. I was wondering what the other car was that was the underlying culprit, to be fair. But yeah, I think it's really, really good that, you know, we've got such a great depth within not just the community, but obviously with the exhibitors. You know, we have to say a big thank you to every single one of them. We've got some of the big players here. We've got some of the smaller operations that really showcase that it doesn't matter what size your stand is, you are here and you are welcome.
Yeah.
So, and I think it's just great. I'm just looking forward to what 2024 is going to bring. You know, there's a lot of developments that are going to happen in the next 12 months. The technological advancements. I'm really looking forward to hopefully seeing a lot more products. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get underway with the official presentation of the ADAC Digital GT500 for 2023. So I'm now going to hand over to Luke and Matze on the stage. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much there, Alex and Nico.
Oh, yes.
An incredible GT500 race there.
What a race, right?
Yeah, Williams, again, proving to be one of the very best, and the SimRacing Expo seems like a home for them.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy how they stay focused all the time until the end, and then this tremendous ending 6 rounds before the end, like overtaking. Crazy. Really, really good.
We've got some beautiful trophies here to present to our team. So in 3rd place, it was Der Esports.
Give it up for them, Der Esports. Congratulations. So, of course, this is your trophy, guys. Congrats to you.
Do you want to have any pictures?
Yes, smile now. You also are allowed to come in front of the table maybe and just show up there.
You can stand wherever you want, guys.
Yes.
Just yeah, okay, copy. Let's hear it one more time then, ladies and gentlemen. 3rd place, Der Esports.
Yes, congratulations.
Congrats, lads.
Thank you. Cheers.
And in 2nd position, one of the Williams cars, we've got Williams Razor.
Give it up, and this is your trophy. Congratulations, mate. Congrats. And pictures for you.
Well done.
Yes, perfect. Make sure you look in all the cameras. Great. Give it up.
And the winners of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023 GT500, Williams Chill Blast.
There you go.
There you go. Congratulations. Well done.
Congratulations. Yes, go in front of the table, of course.
And And whilst they are in camera shot, there's no better way to end the show there. Stay on the stage, please, lads. An incredible, incredible weekend.
Oh man, it was amazing. We just enjoyed it so much. From our side, I think I can speak for both of us that we enjoyed it a lot over here at the stage with you guys in the audience right here in Dortmund, also with you guys in the stream. It was just amazing. For you as well?
Yeah, it was a really, really cool weekend. It's been hot up here, mind.
Yeah.
I don't look like I've lost any weight, but I think I have. It's been horrendous.
I'm not quite sure, to be honest, but let's see. Maybe next year.
Maybe next year.
Indeed. From our point of view, we have to say thank you to pretty much everybody. Thank you so much to the exhibitors for making this even possible. Thank you to Messe Dortmund. Of course, to everybody behind the scenes. The sound, the lights, the everything. Everybody who was working and not been seen yet should be mentioned now. So thank you so much. We appreciate your work a lot. All the visitors, of course, who were here in Dortmund, thank you for coming. And also at the stream, thank you for tuning in and watching us, because actually this is what we need, right? We need you as visitors, we need you as the community, and we want you, of course, to tell everybody that this was wonderful, hopefully as wonderful as for us. So please, please, please make sure you tell everybody, and you come back next year. Next year, Expo 2024 is going to be from 18th to 20th of October, and we are really looking forward to it, right?
We absolutely are, but that is it from us. So from the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023, we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nuremberg.
Things over there.
Oh, it was all Mustang. And I thought that was very surprising to see. I mean, there are 5 cars to choose from, and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid,